I see every single one of you. Thank you to the Violence Space team, making sure that this space, as we're speaking right now, is streamed across multiple platforms as I'm speaking. Big shout out to all of you listening to us from YouTube channel, from our Violence radio station, from the Facebook. Thank you to all of you streaming from all those platforms. You guys might not be here physically, but I believe you guys are with us in spirit. So thank you to all of you. It's important we recognize you guys also. All right, guys, as we always say on this platform, it is important the information we pass here are informations that can go as far and wide as possible. And I always say this all the time, that every single one of us on the platform should always remember that we are a medium. We are a moving radio. We are a moving satellite. We are a moving device. Just don't come on this platform and listen alone, assimilate all the information on this platform alone, then go back alone and feel relaxed alone. No, I think it's very important when you come to this platform, you bring people along, you share the link, you copy the link, you post it on your WhatsApp groups, you post on your Instagram stories, you post them on all platforms that you know you can get people to join these conversations. Because what we say here, what we discuss here is important that we pass this message as far and as wide as possible. All right, guys, it's no longer breaking news, but we all know already. So I'm just going to jump into the conversation today. I think it's going to be a lovely space. Um, we already know. We already know what's happening. So I'm not going to say breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. It's not breaking news anymore. It's already known. We all know. We all know that right now. The criminal drug dealer, the criminal drug baron, the certificate forger, the woman that came back to Nigeria and became a man, that the puppet of the West, the one that has variant names. The A in his name stands can be Adekule in the day, can be Ahmed in the night, can be Arab and B in the afternoon. He's that the man of multiple colors. That man, he has done what we have always predicted on this platform that he will do. For many of us, we already knew that he stands no chance at legitimacy. He's already declared an illegitimate president in Nigeria. He's already been declared an illegitimate president in the international scenes. He has no place, he has no cover. His Western allies, the people that he served, he's subservient to, have all looked at him and have said, this guy is already he's a tool that's he's not even paying, he's not even doing what we expect of him. So right now, he has thrown all his last card, everything down to the towel. He has thrown everything and said, let the worst happen. Let the worst happen. So what you heard today, probably many of you watched that video, you heard the voice of Esau and the hand of Jacob. They had to bring the meeting to Abuja, so that they will have that meeting in Abuja, and he sanctioned in Abuja. This alone, if not that, I don't want us to legitimize or even give what's happening around them any sort of legitimacy. What we have been calling right now is for his immediate impeachment. But for me, I don't see him as the president because he must be sacked first. He must be sacked by the PEPC first. But when you look at the fact that the Senate rose unanimously and said, we are not going to send troops to Niger. We are not going to fight any proxy Western war on our soil, because whether you like it or not, Niger and Nigeria are one and the same. The difference is there is IA and their own is IA, their own ends in E. If you want to pronounce Nigerian and Nigerian, it is IA and their own is IE. That is just the difference. We have our brothers on the north that have for donkey years. In fact, I won't say donkey years. They are one and the same. They share the same ideology, share the same culture, share the same religion, intermarry, do everything together. And all of a sudden, this man say, how do I reward these people? How do I legitimize my process? My Western allies are calling me, look, we are going to back out of you. We are going to probably expose all we have on you. Do something, because we need you to fight this war on African soil. So I want to just understand this right now, that what is at play right now is Westerners, the Western world, bringing their proxy war down to Africa and finding a legitimate ground and surface to fight that war, and they found it in Niger. And Finding it in Nigeria is not the problem now. It's now legalizing it and saying, how do we now fight this one? Because if we don't, if Nigeria has committed that coup, and ECO has come out and say, after all, they have been coup in Mali, they have been coup in Guinea, they have been coup in Burkina Faso. Nigeria is not a new, it's not a first coup. You didn't do anything in Mali, you didn't do anything in Guinea, you didn't do anything in Burkina Faso. Then the one that is closer to home, that is in your doorstep, you say, let us go and fight this one. We know I think we have done this. We have done a whole lot on this story on the platform here. We have broken it down: the interest in Niger, the uranium interest in Niger, how much France have made from Niger, how 25% of the electricity in France is gotten from the uranium in Niger. We have done all those maths on this platform. Probably we might have to do that again. Probably someone might do that breakdown here, but I think I'm tired of all that one. But I'm just saying this, and I just can't understand that. We all know it's not a new story. We all know why France are involved in Niger. Apart from them being their colonial masters, they have stolen the wealth. And I know something. We Nigerians, we insult the British, rightfully so. We insult the British for the kind of colonialism that we witnessed under the British. But when you listen and you watch what France has done to the African countries, you go to thank Britain. The French are the most wicked. I think I'm not apart from Belgium and France.
Belgians.
Belgians. I think Belgians are the worst. Then France. Belgians, what are doing to Congo? France is hell. France only that you pay as hey God in 2023. Every French colony are paying money to the French. You raise your money and go and pay to the French bank. Now France, French bank, they hold their money for them. They hold you pay your account. You're not good enough to hold your money. We will hold your money for you. Then when we hold your money for you, we will not give you cut from your money for you to steal, not to work for your people. France are satisfied with a close to 90-year-old Paul Biya that has held Cameroon hostage for over 30 years as president. That rules his country from the hospital to Radisson in Switzerland. Biya is never in France. France are happy with that. They don't have no, it's no problem. Biya, because he's doing their bidding. But woe betide any young general or any young brigadier that wakes up in Cameroon and say, we will not tolerate this nonsense anymore. We want to take back our country. Then France will remember that no, it's democracy. No, it is democracy. This is how crazy these colonial masters are. Then I'm also asking myself a question. I say, for the past Nigerians, Nigerians, we forget things a lot. All through this campaign period, how many times we have never had any president that has ties to France? If we have, let somebody remind me. We have never had any president that I can remember that has ties to France. But all through the campaign period,
Medically, Stella Obasanjo died in Spain. Yaradua died in Saudi Arabia. We've never had any president with medical ties to France.
God bless you. God bless you. And I'm going somewhere else. I even know that even this medical tie is fake. It's fake. This man had nothing wrong with him. You see, we go break too many tables now. You see, and I'm saying it because we are also on this platform. I'm going to, when we take L, I like giving out. I like openly say we took an L. If there's one L, I'm certain that all through the period I was trying to be skeptical. I have been feeling it inside me that this thing is scam. This thing is scam. Now, Bola Tinubu supposed health issues. The way they amplified it was to sell a narrative to the North that this man is about to die so that you guys can vote us, and when he dies, we'll replace ourselves with another person. That was the game plan. And so many people in the North fell for that plan that, I want to say Mutu, that was the game plan. That when he dies, someone replace him. Not doing say, Baba, they go France, go to meet him masters. He was in France with Chagori. We did a breaking piece on this platform on our first episode. Please go and read our editorial on Power Fact on the Chaguris, the godfather of Tinubu. If you don't know that man, Gilbert Chaguri, you are playing the man that laundered all Abata's wealth. Gilbert Chaguri, go and verify about that man. I probably post on the geometry. You go read about the man. That man is the godfather of Tinubu himself. He owns Eco Atlantic. He owns 80% of all those your businesses, big buildings that you see in Lagos, on the island, on VI. He owns 80% of it. Gilbert Chaguri is his name. Tinubu's godfather. Where is he residing? France. So we did all this expose, and I was asking myself, they kept saying he's going to France medical. You think that these people are not sensible NCs? Imagine that picture of PICC. Now them leak that picture still. They still leak that picture for us. Make we see and feel, say, our other brothers will not shout, Zebutu. In outside order in English, it means he go die. He go die. We were now sold a fucking big lie. We were sold a freaking fucking big lie. And the man acted rightfully so as a freaking criminal drug baron that he is. Nothing to do that man for body. If he get problem now, over smoking the warrior. Over smoking and his leg, where we say, brother, don't smoke too much. He don't smoke from upstairs. Land in leg, in knee crack. Now we need to do that man before him body. Nothing to do that man for body. They play us Yahoo. They play us Yahoo. Accept that L, obedience, eh? Let's take that one to the bank. Say, we don't chop L. And Tinubu 1. Obedience 0. All right. So I was asking myself, I said, why is this man always in France? What is taking this man to France? What is taking this man to France? What ties do you have in France? What ties do you have in France? Apparently, Gilbert Chaguri is in France. Gilbert Chaguri is said to be a CIA agent. He was the one that laundered Abacha's image during the Clintons. He was the one that laundered money for Abacha during the Clintons. Gilbert Chaguri worked with the like of Atiku with Bagudu. Bagudu, he said, the present person Tinubu has made right now a minister in his cabinet. These are the people that laundered Abacha's money. So I'm bringing the ties so you guys to understand where all these things are coming from. And just this week, Remi Tinubu renamed an auditorium after the name of Mariam Abacha. But in the heart of these Abadorians, they made us believe that Tinubu was fighting Nadeko. Tinubu was anti-Abacha. Tinubu was this, Tinubu was that, not knowing that that man was the spying and giving Abacha information, relying Abacha's information to the Western government. That was that man's work. The man is he's a perfect role model of what the whites will call a snitch. That was the work he played for the American government, and he did it perfectly so. And they took out Abiola. So when you see how the man's circle of dirty influence and the rest, you now begin to get the picture of why he had businesses and what he's doing in France. And it's showing now. Because France are the only ones that can talk to America. No release this guy document to a beg. No release them for us. No release them yet. I can now allies. France and Americans are allies. Biden will always do what Macron will tell him to do, because Macron will always do what Biden will tell him to do, because they are all fighting for the same interest. An injury to one is an injury to all. They are all part of the G7. They are all part of the world powers. They understand the game they play. And they are all at the same time fighting Russia. So when you see what is at play right now, and they are seeing the rise of Russia on the African continent, just this last month, Russia had a summit with African leaders. You must have seen the news of Russia cancelling all the debts of African leaders. You must have seen the news of Russia giving over 25 billion worth of tons of grains to African countries. You must have seen all this news. Russia and China are making headways into Africa. But as usual, the neo-colonialist masters, they always believe that by brute force and by yahoo, we always hold back to power. They don't understand that times have changed, whereby you have to negotiate and bring something to the table. If not, people will move above you guys. You do not bring force. You do not bring you don't use force right now. You don't use brain. Think that you're wiser than Africans. You don't use all those things right now. People will ask questions. And that's what is at play right now in Africa. And Tinubu in his puppet nature, because he's a puppet of the West. When we were screaming, I was asking that time before this thing, we had in-house fight. I was asking my friends that are in Democrats, I say, tell me the reason why Democrats are not shouting against Tinubu. Tell me why they cannot release this man's files in Chicago. What is special about this man? What is so special about this man that the American government has seen the most populous black nation on earth, a man that was indicted for drug trafficking in your country? In any sane world, Tinubu, America will be shouting that flag. Nigerians, don't vote this man. Oh, this man, they will expose him. But no,
The man is an insult to democracy.
it's an insult to democracy. But America said no. They kept quiet and acted like they did not see this man. They acted like he does not exist. All the
Even worse, America said that they will release his documents in 2026. They didn't even keep quiet and act like they didn't see him.
Bro,
that's their official statement.
It is crazy. So I'm asking myself, why all these moves? Why all these moves? The only thing that my brain can put to it right now is that Tinubu exactly is an agent of the American system, either CIA or the FBI or one of them. He's one of their agents. When I mean agents, sorry, they are puppets. That is the only thing I can draw now as a conclusion, because there is nothing else I can see and ask myself, why American government, why? And see, I want to say something here also. I want to say something that might trigger some people, and trigger many people. That you might, please, the moment you get, I'm a very controversial person. What I want to say right now is this: the moment you see the UN, you see the World Trade Organization, you see the World Bank, you see the UNICEF, you see all these world globalists. The moment you see them take a stand, or moment they look the other side. That is how I think. Because I have been deceived for so long to know that these guys do not care about people truly. They don't care about Nigerians. They don't care about the people of the world. They do not. They care about their own agenda that I don't know. And so when I saw Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala yesterday in Abuja, I knew that today will happen. I know that they have sent her. No matter how you want to eulogize her, no matter how you want to eulogize, I love the woman. I'm not going to come out here and say, I love the woman. I love what she stands for. I love how hardworking she is. I love how she has aspired to get to those high positions in life. But one thing I will always stand and say, she will always take the interests of the government that she represents, or the entity she represents, before any other interest. And if you think she came yesterday and went to Aso Rock and had meeting with that drug dealer, she went there to send a message to him. And I believe that message that she delivered yesterday is what we're seeing today. Where I'm from, they say, when the witch cry in the night, the child dies in the morning. I've been announced they do that proverb. So I'm putting everything for you guys, so you know there are no coincidences. When you see things happening in your country, Nigerians, open your freaking eyes. There are no coincidences in anything that's happening in the world right now. It is all planned. It is all staged. They are following it bumper to bumper. Ngozi did not come here yesterday for anything than to pass the message to this man. Omo, I am certain these people want to fuck you up. You have to do what they say you have to do. Because there is no reason why Bola Ahmed Tinubu, after the Senate have told him we are backing out, after the outcry from Nigerians telling him we don't want any war, after Nigerians showing that they are in support of the coup plotters, will he put his head and allow the meeting to hold on Nigerian soil first, and allow a declaration? People will say ECOWAS is not Tinubu. A declaration of war was made on Nigerian soil against our neighbors. Nigerians, brace up. All I just want to say right now is, please, about those children. Now is not the time for banter. I'm not going to do any banter with you online. If I'm not seeing you, Sheyilo, and Yola Badumos, What do you call that one? What's the name of that one again? What do you call that one? Just name all of them. White bread and the rest. If I'm not seeing of you being wearing army uniform, redeploying, thunder go fire you now, your third generation. Every single one of you fucking clowns. If I not see you now, don't go ahead and say I am redeploying, volunteering. If I not see every single one of you, male and female, because they gender no dey for this one, gender no dey war. Everybody they go war, man and woman they go war for Africa. If we not see all of now, they match. Nzobu, now thunder go kill all of now. You fucking criminals. When you're supporting a drug like you know it comes to consequences, Abi. No wahala. All right, guys, I'm going to open up the floor right now. I think we are going to have a very, very. Man, I came in from a very, very strong part too. I know. Today I'm just looking at this fucking criminal. I'm asking myself, like for real, Nigerians, are we just sitting down? Please, you know some people come and say today, no war. Today I'm not going to come and say no war. Let them, whatever want to happen, let it happen. My sister Pels made she post. She say, who the gods want to kill? And I'll say they first make them smoke colos. So Baba don't smoke in colos right now, and he wants to kill. No wahala. My own packed it out message right now before I pass the mic is to my northern brothers. You see, we don't know how to play politics in the south, especially in the southeast. You know, we like putting our eggs in one basket, probably because we think the basket is right. You see, when many of us come out and we say some things, it's like sentiment. There's no sentiment when we make some submissions. It's because we really feel things should be done the right way. For so long in Nigeria, we have always do turn by turn politics, regional politics, tribal politics, ethnic politics, religious politics, not politics of capacity, not politics of capability. Tinubu did not come out one day and give one speech that wowed you. Tinubu went around all the states in Nigeria, including the biggest rally he had in Kanu, after hiring everybody through Gongoro. And what he said there was, all I want to do is dance. He did not make one assurance to the northern populace. Not one. Not one. I can't call any of my northern brothers and say, what did Tinubu tell you now will make you say you go for them? Or what will make you say you go fight for them? Not one. Now that the stakes are high, now that it has come for him to make a decision that will, because whatever happens right now, Nigeria will suffer, but the suffering will start from the north. Anything that breaks down right now, if this war happens, the first victims will be the north before it starts coming to the south. I'm not saying that anywhere is going to be absorbed, because as I speak right now, I made a post right a few days. I said in Lagos alone, I said 80% because I didn't want to exaggerate, but I can say it that 90% of your Meruas in Lagos, of your Okada men in Lagos, of your shoemakers in Lagos, of your Megads, your guard men in Lagos, 90% of them are from Niger Republic. When they speak to you, when you speak to them and they cannot understand you, they will not claim I'm from Sokoto, or I'm from Katsina, or I'm from here, or I'm from there. Traditionally, our northern brothers, before they migrate, their migration is based on either business. I'm telling you, this is facts of Nigeria. If you like, argue about it, that's better left or you are living in the north, and I know. Before a northerner will stand up and leave this north and go to another part of Nigeria, it is either business, it is something concrete. But you see these ones that have filled up the south, that you see them doing those yeoman jobs and the rest. If you think that from Northern Nigeria, you are playing yourself. Go and verify. They are from Niger Republic. So if you think you will attack their country and they will sit down, no wahala. So Nigerians, get ready and brace up for impact. Please reach out to your Abado brothers and sisters and tell them to enroll in the army, that it is now time to fight. It is now time to put their money where their mouth is. My northern brothers, I hope that threat you always tell us, they not always remember. I hope we remember this one. Thank you guys and welcome to the Vawulence space. Let me bring my brother right now. S6, your hands are up. I think I don't even know why you go to raise hand. Bless what he want to talk, you fool your belly. So let me allow you coming right now. You have this place, bro. Good evening.
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Obedience. Welcome to the Vawulence space. God bless you all. War is finally upon us. It's crazy. In Africa, there have been wars in other places, and Nigeria goes to help. I want to remind every single one of you that one of the facts that is not being spoken about, that they want you to forget, is this. The only time military intervention is supported when a coup d'etat has happened in the country is if it was a bloody coup. As we speak, the coup d'etat in Niger was not bloody. Nobody was killed. The ousted president is still alive. No judges, no ministers were killed. The army of Niger did not even engage in another army. The president was so unpopular that he did not even have a faction in his army ready to lay down their lives for him. I repeat, the coup in Niger had no casualties. So, dear ECOWAS, why are you planning to go and shed blood for a situation where not a drop of blood was shed? First interesting question everybody should help me ask Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Today, we heard Mohamed Bazoum signed his resignation as president. Every time there is a coup, one of the first major diplomatic moves you make, especially if the coup was celebrated by the masses and the coup did not involve murder or bloodshed, is you force the coup plotters to return the country to democracy as soon as possible by conducting a credible election. Most times, many coup plotters have always followed this agreement. It takes a lot for the military of a country to seize power. You need to understand that the army is so intricate that even if you announce your dissatisfaction with treatment as a soldier, you will be sent to the guard room. So it takes a lot to gather a multi-ethnic army to commit a coup against the government that pays them and the government that they have been trained to take orders from all their lives. I need you guys to understand what the gravity of a coup in 2023 looks like. In this day and age where you can barely fart in public without somebody filming and recording it, how did a 34-year-old young army officer plan a coup and none of the information leaked to the president from a ruling party? So that you can understand how useless Mohamed Bazoum was. A president that was so useless and so hated, he was removed by a military coup. And the people rejoiced. And the people are fighting the neighboring country that wants to come and remove the coup plotters. I don't know when in the history of Africa this has ever happened, except recently. Let's have a discussion. I will play devil's advocate. I'm not holding brief for military coup plotters, but let me play devil's advocate. Under two forms of governance have happened in Africa: military coup d'etats and democracy. Most of the military coups happened in Africa before the internet. There were little to no military governments left in Africa as at 1999 when Google, the internet, and even BlackBerry phones had come on board. There was no military government under social media. But now we have experienced democracy in Africa with the internet. Democracy has been a huge flop. F9 on all factors. The only thing you would complain about the military was suppression of the constitution, torture, and dissatisfaction and suppression of freedom and human rights. But I ask again, have you not suffered these things even worse under democracy? A young student put up a tweet saying, nah, the First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, don't add weight. Oh. The DSS went and picked him up in his hostel at night. Is that not worse than what has happened under military rule? I will also tell you that under military rule, there was discipline. There was little or no terrorism. There were no banditry or kidnapping running riot nationwide. Under the military, Anthony Onyarubulem, a family friend of ours, was an Igbo man. And he was a two-time governor of, I think, Edo State and Ondo State. Under the military, Ebitu Ukiwe, or I've forgotten, there was an Igbo military ruler who was governor of Lagos State. But today, they're telling me under democracy that Gbadebo Rosevival, who can trace his lineage to 3 generations of Lagosians, cannot be governor of Lagos because his mother is Igbo. No wahala. Democracy has flopped in Africa. And I will say this again. If these young crop of military leaders are understanding, they listen, they follow the pulse of the people, they do what is right, and they have the favor of the African people. 6 military coups have happened in the West African sub-region comprising of 16 nations since August 2020. There have been 6 military coups in West Africa out of 16 countries in the last 3 years. Data and numbers have no emotions. Nigeria can end up the 7th. Each of the 6 countries had a military coup a year or 2 years after a highly contested election where the People's Popular candidate was cheated both at the polling unit and at the Supreme Court. Facts. Nigeria is heading down that way. I also reminded you that the international media that is keeping quiet while we are exposing Bola Tinubu, watch when he will step on the tiger's tail on an international issue. You can see the documentaries using fiery and worse language than we obedience have ever used on Tinubu. And I need to remind you, Nigerians, this is 73 days of hit the ground running. Nigeria has 36 states and 36 ministers. Bola Tinubu has inaugurated 48 names for ministerial positions and has told you he will create whole new ministries to placate the people who helped him steal our mandates. Out of 8 APC governors who have done 2 terms in office and left office, 6 of them are currently ministers. 6 out of 8 governors. They have turned the ministerial position into the new retirement home, which the Senate has barely survived being the retirement home. The Senate was the first retirement home for ex-governors. Now they are making the ministerial positions retirement homes for ex-governors. Dear Agbadois, I ask you bastards once again, is this your hero? Is this your king? Is this your leader? Is this the man you are falling behind? Is this who you're following? Is this who you would go to war and carry arms and ammunition and fight for? It is a tall order. I ask you guys again a simple question. If a primary 2 and primary 3 student was given a comprehension to write the president of Nigeria a short essay, please, what will that child write that can be marked as true? Is it his name? Is it his mother's name? Is it his father's name? Is it where he grew up? Is it the schools he attended? Or are we going to say that for the next 8 years, if you people leave Bola Tinubu, there will be no composition called the president of Nigeria? That subject will be skipping it. because people want to put your drug baron and you people turned election to sporty bets. We tolerated him in Lagos. He's our guy. We know him. He's around. They share money with people. You see them. When you meet Tinubu, he solves your problem. But there are some jokes you don't take to national level. We tolerate Josh Too Funny in Nigeria. He took his jokes to America's Got Talent. And the world told him what they think. Their local standards and their federal standards. This man is not of the federal standard. Hit the ground running. 73 days later, has no ministers. Buhari did 6 months. I think he's pushing for the record. I ask you people, if you manage 6 months, won't you manage 1 year of Emperor Tinubu? Is he not making decisions? For a president to make a decision to go to war, you need to speak with a minister of finance to tell you whether you can even afford the joke you're about to go into. War costs petrol. Niger is an arid country. Go and ask about war. Fuel is one of the biggest issues. War costs petrol. Niger is arid. You go drive through Niger to find the whole Niger now. Where the fuel? Abi go buy fuel 700. Then soldiers go, they drive bulletproof truck, but then go wind down because they know if you use AC. Bullets enter, key one. You must have a minister of humanitarian affairs to handle the internally displaced people, both Nigerians coming from Niger, Nigerians coming into Nigeria, and Nigerians that from the affected states. You must have so many. You must have the central bank governor must allocate how much is for this your war. No go touch money for education. You have no cabinet, but you're going to war. Fantastic. Let me give you some facts and figures. Follow me to the book of Google.
Please, before you just, I think there's a breaking news that Nigeria embassy in Nigeria has been set ablaze. They you know, say this.
Oh, lessons will be learned.
Go on, please, go on.
Lessons will be learned. Dear Northern Nigeria, I warned the North. I might make some statements. PO will make some statements. Wicked people from Northern Nigeria will twist like this, twist like this. My brothers, my sisters, there is no time for fun and games. You cannot be a region with 8 million out of school children and be bothered about the region that has baby factory. You cannot be the region with 4 million children who have not written WAEC in more than 8 states and be bothered about the IPOB. You cannot be going through what you're going through and not be holding the government to account. You cannot go through what you're going through in Northern Nigeria and a man was telling you how he plans to harness Niger State and turn it to the next Holland, and you went after Balablu Bulaba. Because let me say this. As the ECOWAS ultimatum expired, Tinubu met governors of states bordering Niger 3 days ago. And it was everywhere. Now, the northern governors whose states border Niger are about 6 of them. To show you how serious this meeting was, 4 of them were in attendance. Ahmed Aliyu, governor of Sokoto, Umaru Namadi, governor of Jigawa, Mai Malam Buni, governor of Yobe, Idris Nasiru, governor of Kebbi, and Dr. Diko Rada, governor of Katsina. So if you live in the following northern Nigerian states, or you're listening to the sound of my voice and you have family or relatives in the following northern Nigerian states: Sokoto, Jigawa, Yobe, Kebbi, Katsina. I've called 5 states for you. I will call them one more time: Sokoto, Jigawa, Yobe, Kebbi, Katsina. Shut your doors at night and be very scared. You would either be invaded by people who are fleeing the war or people who are fleeing the war. Your governors 3 days ago begged Tinubu not to go to war. But obviously, for the first time, I kept wondering, what is an Anglophone president doing with relations with a Francophone president? What is a country that is in the British Commonwealth constantly doing in France? Dear Nigeria, your interests at the world power has now been split. You have the most dangerous type of puppet, a puppet that can be butt fucked any way, anyhow, no lube. You have a president who has drug case in the US. He's a Western puppet. You have a president who is a Commonwealth president, already a British puppet. Then you have a president with ties with France, who went to visit Macron as one of the first presidents and who went to France multiple times. Yet, Tinubu has never spoken French on public record. Tinubu has never spoken French on public record. You have a president that is tied to France. There is no way. You have a president who inherited a party that owes China billions. There is no country that will draw Tinubu anywhere they want to that he can currently resist or fight them. If China drags him into a war against Russia, he will have to go. Can you pay back China 77 trillion naira? Or would you give them all the railways they've built for you? If America says he has to go to war, he must go. If not, he can wake up one day in a US cell the way they picked up Hush Puppy. The way they picked up Hush Puppy, they can pick him like that. If France tells him move like this, he will move there. Lord knows how much he has hidden in France. When the Nigerian constitution tells you that the president of Nigeria must own a Nigerian passport and swear no allegiance to other countries, I did not understand. I did not understand. But look at it today. Look here. Dear Nigerian judiciary, I have done my best. I have no further write-ups for you guys. The Nigerian elders are a wicked generation. We all have one or two of them. If you have fantastic parents, they are part of your uncles and aunties. They never take any decision that favors the youth. They do not take any calculation to move this country forward for their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. When they steal money and tell you that they are stealing it for their children and grandchildren, it's a lie. Go and check most Nigerian rich men. They are not generous people. And most of their children are broke bum niggas that are overseas because they can't even be in Nigeria in the same house with their parents. We all know a rich Nigerian man with bum broke ass children. You see the nonsense Donyo Okupe. Donyo Okupe that by mistake would have been a vice presidential candidate if we hadn't found that before placeholder expired. You see the nonsense he's writing supporting Nasiru El-Rufai. So let me tell you people, I don't trust Justice Samani or Justice Tamani. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust the Nigerian judiciary. You saw the nonsense they were saying about Fashola writing their final testament. I don't trust them. The amount of work the LP legal team has done is too easy. Give Obi this mandate on the count of he got majority votes, he was rigged out, the Beavers INEC nonsense, and he won 25% in Abuja neat. There's no rerun or even discussions with Atiku. Give this man his mandate and let's move. But they are from a wicked generation. They are from the generation that will see that you have football talents and go and burn your soccer boots. We know them. So Nigerians and obedience, brace yourselves. Whatever reasons Tinubu has taken us to war, we would know very soon. But Northern Nigeria, I have to say this. Righteousness exalts a nation. Nothing else. Not hypocrisy, not violence, not bloodshed, and not electoral machinations that take your tribe and your region nowhere. Northern Nigeria one more time will burn. But hey, you have the vice presidential slots, some few ministerial positions, and one or two head of agencies, which has always been used to placate you guys, while at major level, that region lives below its potential and is in tears and bleeding daily. I reminded you guys in my last submission, One thing I love Bola Tinubu for is this: he hates all of us equally. There's no he hates Igbo, he like Yoruba, he like North. All of us we go collect woto for in hand. That one is show me that. So you North, you go collect. West, una go collect. East, we don't they collect it we are used to collecting. Nigeria, I don't know how we got ourselves into this mess. There are so many families in the north that their grandparents are from Niger, grandmother is from Niger. So many Fulani lineages have Niger. I don't know how we are going to go to war with our brothers and sisters. I don't know how ECOWAS is going to go to war. I don't know how 6 northern states came and met the president 3 days ago to explain that this thing is not workable, and yet he's going. I don't know how you, as a judge, are looking at this case. You did not send Tinubu to carry cocaine and heroin. You did not send him not to go to school. You did not send him not to live a good life. You did not send him not to respect himself. You did not send him not to take his studies in Chicago seriously. Even the Abibatu lady, by all means, tried for him. You met an orphan, you sent him to America. You didn't send him to meet Agbele. You did not send him not to work in Mobile and Deloitte. So please, you didn't send him this one. Nobody should come and send you a message for what you didn't send them. Just obey the constitution of the land and give us back our Nigeria. A man that called for war before dialogue. Is this not what Peter Obi has always been complaining about? A president that called for war before meeting the Senate. Always in a battle of pennies, always in a pennies battle with nobody but himself.
But
Always
the
in
man
a battle of.
before he talks before he thinks.
It's a pure case of drug abuse. Let's call a spade a spade. I'm sick of being a hypocrite. We have removed subsidy. We have removed subsidy. And I woke up from 165 naira to 700 a liter. Inauguration speech without a minister of petroleum, without a head of an NPC, without no CBN. Look here. Let me also give you people breaking news, Nigeria. Let me give you.
Please, sorry. Before you give your breaking news, please, guys, I retract that my breaking news on our fake news, please. And before I go to
I know I didn't go into it too much.
I already fake news.
Moving forward, I've worked on media for more than a decade. If I don't verify news from more than 15 sources, I don't go public. So let me read you guys something very, very important. Frustration is rising in the land, and a lot of us are taking it for granted. So let me just read you people breaking news in Nigeria. News 1. Police confirm 20 people killed in Plateau State attack. Rescue a kidnapped victim. News 2. This is 10th of August today. 2 people escaped death in Lagos-Ibadan Expressway single car accidents. Obviously, na pothole and climb. Breaking news. Body of a young man who jumped into the Lagos Lagoon at the Lekki-Ikoyi Link Bridge 2 days ago has been recovered. Again, gunmen attack a Plateau community and kill 17 people. Nursing mother and a sibling jailed for stealing. 3 arrested for killing a Bauchi policeman. Shonkuti slapped policeman. 3 killed policeman. Yesterday, you saw a young man fight army. The other day, we saw a video of last man beating army. Army where they want saying go war. Last man, they carry baton. They beat them. Mona, they follow. Akwa Ibom mob sets robbery suspects and their tricycle on fire. Bus driver crushes motorcyclist to death in Ogun State. Kidnappers kill a hunter in Edo State. Kill. Do you know that there's a story where 2 people went and are serving 18 months in prison for stealing toothpaste? There's a breaking news story today. Google it. 2 people are serving, 2 Yoruba people in Ibadan are serving 18 months in prison for stealing toothpaste. That's how broke they are. They stole toothpaste from another person. This is where we are in Nigeria. People are committing suicide at Lekki-Ikoyi Link Bridge. Dear Nigerian judiciary, Save this country. Save this country. I won't go into details of, the Suya man is from Niger, this is from Niger, that is from Niger. War na war. Any people who celebrated the kind of celebration the people of Niger celebrated after that coup, eh? My brother, leave that country alone. Leave that the man then come out, he fuck up. So at this point, I mixed my two this thing. You can see where I've told the judiciary that the fate of Nigeria is in your hands. Do you know that in war, we will start hearing things of rations? Have you heard of the word rations during war? They will tell you the ration where you can only buy 10 liters of fuel every week. All the petrol has been sent to the war front. I spent today on YouTube going through war. One war no funny. Before the war, we'll get to Igbo
They say
land.
war no funny. If you have anybody that stayed in Plateau State during the crisis, if I share my story of crisis,
Saddam, you dey talk crisis. Do you understand that one bomb can bomb the whole Plateau States? Crisis, they take 2-3 days to cook. War now, boom. The rest na documentary. Hiroshima and Nagasaki was once a thriving community till the bomb blew. Finish. War now, now in be war now. They talk crisis.
how much? No. I'm trying to put the economical impact. How much the loaf of bread now in Nigeria, please?
See, my brother, let me tell you the stupid thing APC did, and this is one of my rapping skills.
Before you tell us,
A loaf of bread.
How much is a loaf of bread now?
1,000 nairas, 1,200, sir.
For a loaf of bread?
Yes, sir. During Indomie now is 250 naira.
During war, you will see one loaf of bread to buy 15,000 naira one.
Saddam, we are not at war, and the dollar is 980 naira to $1. And we are not at war, Saddam. We are not at war, and our army is fighting. We are not at war, and the World Terror Index released 10 of the world's deadliest terror groups, and 3 of them are in Nigeria, and our army are fighting them already. And we are not at war, Saddam. If you follow data, Nigeria is more than scary. I need you to remember our army is currently fighting something that they have not subdued. And you're talking about splitting that same army and taking them to the war front. Now, Saddam, remember, the Nigerian political elite would not reduce their own number of mopo for me and you. They will reduce the number of army men in circulation to protect the average citizens. I want you guys to understand the complete horror story. You are not the United States. You are not a Russian citizen. You are not a Chinese citizen. You are a citizen of the poorest country in the world. 120 million people going through multi-dimensional poverty. 20 million out of school children with a pound to naira index at 110 to 150. Cut this shit out. 2 days ago, the breaking news was that the Nigerian army was complaining over non-payment of their rations and bro. This is look. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, please, I beg you, take Nigeria to war. Lessons will be learned. I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. At this point, I'm not telling you take him to war. Don't take them to whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do, do it, and be fast, because your time is already clicking. Tick tock.
Saddam, 24 Northern Coalition and pressure groups met him 3 days ago. 5 out of 6 state governors in the north met him 3 days ago. It is not N6 and Saddam from Vawulence space that will stop him from going where he wants to go. My own be say, make him go and let him hurry up. I need to do. It helps with my data. I have some more data to run. God bless you all.
You know why I'm saying this? Let him, because see, there is no amount of begging that they not to beg him that will make him not to go to that war. There is no amount of begging you will.
He didn't listen to 6 governors. Is it the poor northern shoemaker you listen to?
They must
6 governors went to Abuja.
My brother, you're saying let the whole 36 state governors go and meet him. He had people. You did not vote him. He did not win his elections. You did not put him to power. You're not the one sustaining him. his reputation there in power. There are people that have promised him one, say I'm not going to war, and one leakage that CIA will leak from Tinubu, one leakage that you will see breaking news, CNN, pam param param, files of Tinubu's case in Chicago has been released. That one leakage will destroy him. He will protect that leakage.
Imagine the video of his confession in the courtroom.
Thank
Leaking.
you. Do you understand? Do you know what that video alone leaking out? It will kill him. He will die of stroke. He will not that before they will start from PVT, he go kill him, he go commit suicide. So he knows he will always fight for that interest before Nigeria, and that's why we're in shambles. We have a man that has a foreign interest to protect than the interest of Nigeria. So that war, it go happen. It go happen. When I just ready, just prepare, just begin the. I think my sister here, so don't care. They make shoe. Please start making boots. Start making boots, military boots, where you go supply. You know, for our brothers and sisters are ready to march. Who not go march?
Waiting the vest me now, the camo way I get. Because of army, anytime you wear camo, then go beat you. I don't throw away my camo. So now to go find camo now, begin buy early. You know, say they say Nigerian soldiers will they buy our own clothes, our
My
uniform,
brother, you
our
know,
own
my
boots.
brother, this way they go. You don't go wear carbon. Now jeans you go wear. Jeans. They'll give you jeans and
My own be
boxers.
say everybody where they go gym, that, they go first pack all those muscular guys for high fitness. They're not these people where they do bouncer for club, for quilocks. Carry them and they go fight first. Ketenshaw go dey front of that battleground first. Anybody where they gym,
No,
they
God forbid.
jog.
God forbid. I'm buying Ketenshaw tickets. It's even Nigeria.
Okay, no, Ketenshaw now
And your
obedience,
Labat
not
boss.
true.
And
Now
your
look at
Labat boss. And
Ketenshaw
your
will be the
Labat
only
boss will carry
muscular
RPG.
person in Nigeria moving forward. Every other person with high fitness, all of them gathered and go to our war front.
And
Everybody on
your
the carry
Labat
gym.
must go carry RPG. If you don't know what RPG, she will her shoulder. You
Yes,
go
now
carry
she don't kuku
RPG.
lose weight. She don't lose weight, so to carry bazooka no go hard am.
Eniola no go fit carry o. Na that dia wèrè pastor, that bouncer wèrè Paul Adefarasi. Ìyẹn ló máa ṣáájú, that one wey be like doorman for club. Ìyẹn ló máa ṣáájú kó lọ kojú ogun. Mr. Paul.
Oh, Jimmy,
You know,
please.
he has
Jimmy,
been
take this away
preparing for
from me,
the
I
days
beg.
of Saul. He supports all these things now. That's why I say the days of Saul must come first. That's where don't they carry iron since. Now what for you?
Welcome, Obedient.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Sizu. Well meaning, lovely. Everyone on the speaker section, welcome. It's another beautiful segment of Violent Space, Thursday edition. Oh my God. It's gonna be fantastic. Let me start by saying, one, Nikomode ma dete. Do it if you can, and you see the outcome. But I was actually I was sent a video this morning when I woke up. The video has to do about the British, former British member of parliament that was shocked, that was stunned at the credentials of Tinubu. Osoki won. They've not seen anything. You see, we've been shouting for a very long time. We've been screaming on top of our lungs that this man is a criminal. He's a thief, he's a drug lord. Amoiro, our mouth they smell. Na no here. It is happening now. Obedience, take your flowers. I keep saying it. You are on the right side of history. You are. Honestly speaking, you are. And I said it. I said, look, if anybody on this movement, if anybody stands in your way, cut them off. You can cut them off permanently. You can cut them off temporarily. Cut them off. I've not been in touch with my parents. I cut them off because they are Yoruba bigots. Ọmọ ni òun ṣe di bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ká gbé sí díẹ̀ lọ ẹ̀ ká gbélẹ̀kẹ̀ sí díẹ̀ lòmí ẹ̀ máa lọ gbélẹ̀kẹ̀ sí díẹ̀ tó wọ diaper. Ọlọ́run ò ní jẹ́. You want to put beads on someone wearing diaper. You know, it's not gonna happen. That useless man, I keep saying it every single time, he's not the president of that country. That walking mannequin, Mọ́gàjí àwọn àtọ̀lé tó dàbí ṣìgìdì Tolúwanilẹ̀ yẹn, that man is not the president of Nigeria. He's not the president of that country because the process that got him there wasn't democratic. We did not vote for him. He stole his way up there. Olori Buruku Yakubu. That one still go jail. Oh my boy, aṣọ pé roko ọba. Yakubu máa jẹ̀wà last. Ó máa jẹ̀wà. Olórí burúkú, ó máa jẹ̀wà. Yakubu ló kó wá sí gbogbo ń tàwa yìí. It's the one that put us in all this mess. Yakubu must go to jail. I go serve and beans lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ṣé wá lẹ́yìn DSS, EFCC àti NDLEA tẹ́ wà lórí space. Ayé gbogbo yín ò ní dáa. Ọkàn yín ò ní balẹ̀ lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ẹ ní fẹ́dọ̀ sórí òróǹro. You lot are just bunch of useless miscreants. You go after people on their social media handles, chasing them up and down, threatening them, and all these APC e-togs, e-bats, shouting up and down. If EFCC catch you, you guys are mad. Are you seeing what you put the country into now? Are you seeing what the country is going through right now? In case you don't know, when that thing fully breaks in Niger, it will gladly affect the following states: Sokoto, Kebbi, Katsina, Zamfara, Jigawa, Yobe, and Borno. 7 freaking states. 7 states. I saw a video yesterday. A Yoruba woman. She was speaking Yoruba. She was begging. I'm pretty sure she's one of those Yoruba bigots. She was speaking, pleading, begging people to speak to Tinubu, that he shouldn't invade. That thousands of them are living in Niger. Niger is their country. That if they come to Nigeria, they are considered and they are seen as visitors. So what's going to happen to Nigerians in Niger? Baba Were, don't loso jogun. What is going to
Tinubu
happen?
has not even talked about deploying them, Nigerians in Niger out before we go to war first. God.
What is going to happen to those ones? And to my Yoruba Ronu chapter where they Ibadan, I don't see the useless one where they follow me Hagi the other day. Where's your sportsmanship spirit? Election is over. Let's wait for the petition. Petition has been filed. And we are waiting for the decision of the club. Honestly, you're on this page, you are listening to me. Are you seeing what the useless man, the way are you seeing what he's doing now? We are waiting for the decision. The petition has been filed. We are waiting for the decision and hear what the decision is going to be. And you Lori Buruku, you guys are just bunch of bigots. Honestly speaking, you are a bunch of bigots. You want nothing less, nothing better for that country. Nothing better for that country. Dollar might hit 1,000 naira like pay. Am I worry? Ẹ̀yin ló kàn láti ṣẹ̀sín. Ẹ̀yin ló kàn láti jẹ̀yà. Àwa ló kàn láti rẹ́rìn. It is our turn to be smiling. It is our turn to start laughing now because we told you. We were screaming. We were yelling. They actually thought we were making up all these things. They thought we were making up all the... Abeti Gbagbeni. Bala blue. Blue. Bulaba. Shedi Balabala. Eti Gbagbe. That is not Tinubu. The biggest kit maker in 2022/2023. Baba Were. And he was giving it back to back. He was giving us content every week. Vawulence space. Every week in Ajabale. Parliament, People's Parliament, every week, back to back, committee, àwọn comedian ayé, Dóyìn Òkúpè, wọ́n ní àgbà tí ò bá farabalẹ̀ ó máa faragbégbá. Àgbà òṣì làgbà yín oníjẹkújẹ ni ẹ ti jẹ́ dòdò ẹ̀ lè sọ dòdò. Dóyìn Òkúpè, ṣùgbọ́n ló bí ọmọ Adófùrọ̀, ayé yìí ti bàjẹ́ sà. Ori yín ti burú pẹ̀lú rádaràdá tẹ́ ń sọ. You're chatting dust talking about El-Rufai. The same El-Rufai killing people in southern Kaduna. The same El-Rufai that didn't already press conference when people were getting killed in southern Kaduna. On Christmas Day, people were killed in their numbers. Olórí burúkú yóò sọ̀rọ̀ arara egbére Kaduna. Gwegwe Olórí burúkú òun náà wá bímọ. That one too be like person wey swallow train toy. Ayé gbogbo yóò ní bàjẹ́, ọkàn gbogbo yóò ní balẹ̀. All these politicians, ẹ̀yin apọnmọlẹ́kúnjayé, you derive pleasure from seeing people suffer in that country. Gbogbo ayé gbogbo yín máa bàjẹ́ ní lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Honestly speaking, people are hungry. People are not happy in that country. You think it's a joke? Shebari, what is going on with Tinubu now? Kò ń ṣojú lásán. No. Kò ń ṣojú lásán. It is spiritual. It is destined for him to be this way. You know why? I keep using this analogy and I think people don't really understand it. When Peter Obi joined the movement, he joined Labour Party in May. If we calculate May till February, that is exactly 9 months. 9 months at which a woman carries a baby. On the 9th month, the baby is due, matured enough to come out of the belly. Now, you see, during that process, a lot went into the fact that the woman was pregnant. You keep going for medical checkup. You keep checking up with yourself and the child. You eat healthy. You take your medications. That was exactly what was going on. When we were conversing, when we were telling people, go and pick up your PVC, when we were doing 1 million man march around the country, that was what we were doing. Now on Labor Day, one thing I want people to understand, our mothers are here. And some of our men that are fortunate enough to be present when their wives are giving birth. You see water and you see blood. Those things are spiritual. When a woman is bleeding and water is coming out of her body and she is anything she does at that moment in time, write it down, will come to effect. If she's praying for you at that point in time, it's destined for that prayer to come true. And if she's cursing you, and at that point in time, whatever it is that was said, that was done, will be on you. And that was exactly what happened. On the delivery day, election day, people were killed. Blood was shed in that country. And you think the people you killed, people put their effort into that election. Ṣẹ̀wárí tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Tinubu báyìí. Ṣiṣẹ́ ni. Ṣiṣẹ́ tó mú ewúrẹ́ tó ń bá yẹ ẹ sùn. Òun ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Tinubu báyìí. Is being caused right now and is effective. Kò lè mọ tó ń ṣe bó ṣe wà yẹn. Kò lè mọ tó ń ṣe. And his self-destruction will be from within. APC right now, they don't scatter already. You see that judgment? It is sacrosanct. Presidency. They will sack Tinubu and nothing will happen. The same way he was inaugurated and nothing happened, he will be sacked. Write it down. I'm saying it today. Peter Obi will reclaim his mandate back. Àwa di ẹni t'Olúwa dá lẹ́jọ́ tó lóhùn ò gbà tó ń fapá jánu káwo bí tó máa gbẹ́jọ́ lọ. Obedient, ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀. Ẹ fẹ̀dọ̀ sórí òróǹro. Watch everything the way it's going. We are getting our mandate back, no doubt. Did you guys see the news today? The Kanu House of Rep. Fake document. Wọ́n ti gbọ̀n yẹ́ yọ. And you are telling me that they will not come out. And that one, I just want one out of the prayers in front of the court. I want one ní yọ Tinubu. Wọ́n fẹ́ bà Nàìjíríà jẹ́ nìyẹn. Wọ́n fẹ́ jó Nàìjíríà kan nìyẹn. Why would they take him out? Legally, why wouldn't they sack him? They will sack him because the process that took him there was not constitutional and it was not a democratic process. He stole his way up there. Mahmoud Yakubu. That man go jail. Baba yẹn máa ṣe ẹ̀wọ̀n. Òun ní kọ́kọ́ wọ́n pọ̀. Una plenty tẹ́ máa ṣe ẹ̀wọ̀n. Òun ní kọ́kọ́. Shina Peter ti fi kọrin. Ó ní ayé ò lè pa kádàrá dà, wọ́n kàn lè fawó ago sẹ́yìn ni. Àsìkò àwa youth rèé o, kan yé bínú wa. For sure ni young shall grow. It is our time to reclaim our mandate back. Obedient and any well-meaning Nigeria. Torí dàpọ̀ àwọn kan orí wọn ti ń pé báyìí. Any well-meaning Nigeria that you want the betterment of that country, this is the time we're getting our country back. No fucking 2027. Oh, you think they'll wait for you to 2027? Okay. If you don't get your country back this year, forget any country called Nigeria. Elokole. Write it down. Forget any country called Nigeria. It is either now or never. And we are not taking it this lightly. We are not taking it lightly at all. 1 million man march. God bless you. Orinya Kanke, Tinimada. Did you see the banner they put in front of the Court of Appeal, Abuja? Hey! One log Bessie, one what you need our eyes are on you. Justice Aruna, Stephen Ada, Justice Hugo, Abba Mohammed, Ati Bolaji Yusuf. We are watching you. Not in a bad way, but fuck around and find out. We're not telling you to add to the judgment. We're not telling you to take out of the judgment. Give us the right judgment. Exactly the way it is in the Constitution. Exactly the way you've said it to other people. You've made those judgments to other people. Give us the judgment. And you see the way people will worship you. You see the way people will celebrate you. You see the way people will stand by you. Your names will be written in gold in that country. Make the right decision. And you see the overwhelming love you get from Nigerians who will protect you with our lives. But guess what? The country is in a shit hole right now. You can either make it go down further or pull it back. You guys are the last hope. According to Peter Obi. Not to we obedient to. We no believe now from day one. Now Peter Obi, and we are following him. And we have overwhelming evidences showing that this man won that election on a landslide. Anywhere, on a fucking landslide. The proofs are overwhelming. See, men will just put aside the fact, say they cheated, they blood results, they change the result and all that. Let's put those aside. Baba, you be criminal. Olori buruku ole, you are a drug baron. Do you know what that is? For a drug baron to be a president of a country, that is a shame to Nigeria. That is a shame to our constitution. We will have no more country if we let this slide. And this man will do anything to make sure that he gets legitimacy from the West. And these people, one abandon it, they will use and dump you. But guess what? We are standing by the Nigerians. We are standing by them. We Nigerians, you are the one going to fight. We, the Nigerian people, we are not interested in that war. That war now your own war. Now Tinubu war, it not concern us. And that is adding to one of the reasons why it will go down as one of the worst interim president. What now interim president I call him, no be president, interim president. Olori Buruku, don't worry. Fuck around and find out. Kare Oma today, God bless you. Ìdúró sí ìbẹ̀rù òsì fẹ́ni tó gbódó mi. Obedient, ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀. It is our time to reclaim our mandate. And we will get it on God. Ẹ lọ kọ sílẹ̀. Write my name, put Jimmy. Ẹ lọ kọ́lẹ̀, we will get our mandate back. On God. Thank you so much. Obedient. Welcome. Another segment. Violence Space Thursday edition. It's a beautiful one. It's going to be great. Let me yield back to Saddam now because we have a lot of people requesting for Mike. Thank you, Saddam. Back to you.
Thank you very much, my brother Jimmy. Thank you. Listen, as the yarn, I just put my interpreter just did my side, just they give me. I just the boss laugh, man. Thank you very much. God bless you, brother. You would have said it better, my brother. Thank you so much. Honestly speaking, yeah, just how as we're about to start the space, that when this whole breaking news happened, I was about to highlight on something today. Today was the day that Tinubu's campaign, they nailed it. It was nailed to the ground and it was passed. There is nothing the judiciary want to do right now that will not lead to an eruption of joy in Nigeria or a total breakdown of law and order in that country. Because as we speak today, I think a rep from what's that man? Kwankwasia party, NNPC. I've been an NNPC, yeah? Now, fuel. Now, and wait till my party. I beg the party. Don't forget the party name. What
NMPP, sir.
NMPP. A House of Rep member of NMPP today was sacked by the tribunal on the basis of what? Fake certificates. Today. So it's not the one that said last year or let's go and bring judiciary. Look at let's bring preceding cases. No. Today they sacked someone for fake certificates. Tinubu is gone. So I want to see whether Tinubu's fake certificate that has been presented before the court, the world have seen that he has fake certificates, how he will survive it. So this whole Niger stuff, I want me to say about the verse for this Niger stuff because for me I feel like it's another distraction. I feel like they're distracting me from openly telling the judiciary, oh God, please sack this fucking criminal right now, man, because we have seen it right now that there is no ground. The final table he was standing on has been broken today. Thank you, my brother Jimmy. Thank you. Omar, it's good to have you back here, my brother. All right, let's open up the floor. And since your hands are up, I think you want to make a brief one. Well,
Yeah, I just want to make a quick submission.
all right, go on, my brother. Thank you.
Okay. Saddam, please, how much did Peter Obi leave behind as governor of Anambra? Do you know offhand?
I think
About 50
in
something $million.
no, 100 and something, 120, I think $150 million in one bank, 100
Yes.
in Access Bank,
Yes.
another 100 and something $million in another bank, then
Yes.
75 billion naira.
Okay. Fantastic. All right. This submission will be very short. Breaking news. A chief magistrate court in Abeokuta, Ogun State, sentenced two siblings, Benga Elegbede and Fumilayo Elegbede, to 18 months of combined imprisonment for stealing toothpaste and other items from two persons, Adeleke Omolayo and Alhaji Wahab. Now, this sentence was given on Wednesday. Benga was sentenced to 1 year with hard labor. Fumilayo was sentenced to 6 months with hard labor. The siblings pleaded to 8 counts of conspiracy, stealing, breaking, and entry. Now, listen to what is interesting. The siblings apparently had burgled a shop. The shop belonged to Omolayo Adeleke and carted away items worth 291,150 naira, which included 16 slippers, 6 marker pens, 3 toothpaste tubes, 1 mat, 3 gas cylinders, amongst others. All right? Just to show you the amount of desperation in the land. Now, with a set of siblings that stole toothpaste, can bag 18 months imprisonment. And Peter Obi left behind almost $500 million in the coffers of Anambra State as a governor more than 8 years ago. Nobody begged Peter Obi to save money. Nobody told Peter Obi to save money in dollars. He saved billions of naira. Please, why is Nasiru El-Rufai being considered for a minister when, according to Google, former Kaduna Governor Nasiru El-Rufai admitted leaving $577.32 million debts and 64.54 billion naira debt for his successor? Even worse, Nasiru El-Rufai said this with his own mouth in his farewell speech at the swearing-in ceremony of the new governor, Senator Uba Sani. One more time, Nigerians. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai admitted that his administration left behind a financial liability to the tune of $577.32 million foreign debt, $64.54 billion domestic debt, and other contingent liability debts totaling 16.6 billion naira. What jail term will you give to a man who boggles that from his state with his executive pen over an 8-year span? But no, El-Rufai is being considered for governor. Please, the last one I will touch on is this. A lot of you might have forgotten, but thank God for me in this movement because I keep up to date. Today is the 10th of August 2023. One news that flew below the radar because it was not political, but I will link it, is this. Abuja pastor, house on the rock, charged with unlawful possession of AK-47 rifle. Do you remember when I brought up this case? The Chief Magistrate Court in the Federal Capital Territory has ruled that the presiding pastor of Abuja chapter of House on the Rock, Uche Aigbe, has a criminal case to answer over the prohibited firearm found in his possession. But till today, Asari Dokubo brandished two AK-47s on public record, threatened Peter Obi and obedience, and was entertained in Aso Rock on the auspices of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The Nigerian Labour Congress held a strike, and Asari Dokubo came with militants to Abuja to hold his own counter-strike to fight Nigerians. If Goodluck Jonathan had sent his militants as a Niger Delta man to go and counter-strike the Occupy Nigeria protest period in 2012, how would APC have handled it? So I just want to draw two parallels for you guys. A set of siblings stole toothpaste today and are facing 18 months in prison with hard labor. Nasiru El-Rufai, 16 billion naira, $577 million, 60 billion naira later. Oh, it was just another day at the office. Sorry, sir. Ubasani, this is the debt I left for you. Figure it out. And this same man wants to be brought back as governor under Bola Ahmed, as minister under Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Nigerian judiciary, you have one job. I yield. God bless us all and God bless Nigeria, because at this point, we need God. I don't understand what's going on anymore. This is madness.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right, well, in Nigeria, you can come in right now. Good evening.
Yeah. Saddam, good evening. Saddam, good evening.
Good evening, well-meaning, welcome.
NCs, good evening. Good evening, Jimmy. Omar Castro. Good evening, bro. Good evening.
Omar is in the building. Where Omar?
This is never see Omar.
Omar XXXXX. DJ Omar in the building. Welcome, G. Welcome. 1 minute, fire them. Let's go.
All right. I mean, I'm not going to give, because our space is already short on Thursday, so I'm not going to give a lengthy submission. I mean, I think Bola Tinubu is mentally draining me as a Nigerian. So I just want to point out two things, and that will be my submission, very, very basic. And the first thing I want to point out is that, so, I mean, it's not that it's not as if in Nigeria now we are in a good situation, right? So it's not as if we are in a perfect situation. So I understand. Russia, Ukraine had an issue, and there was war, and that was war. That was no coup. That was two nations outrightly fighting against each other, and a couple of the nations around the world, some decided to take sides, and of course, most of the West, because it's against Russia, supported Ukraine, and fairly good enough. But point is that America, I mean, there's no perfect country in the world. Of course, probably there are some countries that are relatively perfect. But I mean, the US, most of the European countries of the world, rightly or, depend on your side, the side of the divide you belong to, rightly or not, threw their weight around, or are still throwing their weight around Ukraine. And those people they are okay. I mean, they are okay. And if I cannot emphasize they are okay enough, they don't have any problem. So what I'm saying is because, I mean, if maybe we are just, like in the US, some people would say, George Bush usually goes into war back then because he's bored, right? So it's different if maybe Nigeria, we have everything going fine. Our dollar to naira rate is going well. We have investors trooping in every other day. I mean, we are all okay. And maybe we will now say, the administration needed some distraction, and they just wanted to do something fun. And war is not fun by enemies. But, just wanted to get involved in something. My point is, Nigeria is in a bad situation. I don't understand. I mean, even if this was a good, let's even imagine by all, and what would have made this a good cause, which is my second part of what I want to point out is, let's say, this was a president that is Peter Obi standard, voted by the people, and, the military ousted, and, the people don't want it. So that would have been maybe okay. That's where you can say, it's a good cause. You want to fight because of the people don't want this and all that. But my point is that even in that good cause scenario, this would have still been a very bad decision from Nigeria. So that's my point. My point is that even if it was going to be a good cause, this would have, because if you are here, you are a foreign media person, you are, anywhere from you are not Nigerian, basically. So I want to first put Nigerian first in my submission. We are in a bad situation. We are dealing so much with so much suffering in Nigeria that I think yesterday, I don't know if it's a rumor, but I don't think it is, there was a talk of someone jumping down the lagoon to commit suicide because of the hardship of the country. So we are in so much of a bad situation that as of May 29th...
The body was retrieved this evening, an hour ago, my brother. The body was retrieved. The person jumped on Tuesday off Lekki Koiling Bridge.
So it's no rumor. The dead body is available. So we are in that bad situation where, and that's the one that did it publicly. Because one thing about Nigeria is that people die very silently. People just die in their rooms, and their neighbors just, oh, Papa, this person don't die. They cry and they bury, and nobody talks about it. So that one just made the news because, he went to a public place and committed that suicide. So we are not in a good place. As in, we are suffering so much in Nigeria. As of May 29th, dollar was somewhere around 740-ish. And, I think some people were very happy that, okay, maybe we're starting to just stabilize. Because we just want stability at least. Even if it's stability in failure, let's just start first. At least, let's be stable. Because the problem was that since 2015, APC has been taking Nigerians way back. As in, they are jumping back. They are not taking... what we get with PDP is you move 5 steps forward, you move 3 backward, you move 5. So plus or minus, every now and then you discover that, okay, you made some progress. But APC moves no step forward, but like 1,000 steps backward. That's what we have been doing since 2015. So it is no wonder where, Nigerians we're at a place right now where all we are looking for is the barest minimum. I used to say that, I said it before Tinubu, Owambe party, that the way Nigeria is now, if we have power, I don't want to say if we have light, because I know there are foreign people here that listen. If we have electricity, power, for 12 hours in a day, people would celebrate because they would say things like, wow, this is a huge improvement. This is so good. People will be happy for 12 hours in a day. So, we are not in a good place. Dollar was 740 thereabout, May 29th. Shoot, 2 months plus later, just around 2 months later, dollar as of today is around 980 plus or minus. So it's nowhere. If you got dollar 950, you were cheated, basically. So I'm like, what is going on? So we are not in a good place. We are not in a good place to the extent that a company that had been in Nigeria for over 51 years packed up just some 2 weeks thereabout ago. GSK Pharmaceuticals packed up just some 2 weeks thereabout ago. As it packed up, they stopped operations because of the cost of running business in Nigeria. We are not in a good place. I need people to understand. So my point is that even if this was a good cause, because I know some people will think, maybe even if they brainwash you and think, this is a fight for democracy. Of course, whoever is trying to fight democracy is not democratic. So my point is that even if this was Peter Obi president now, and Peter Obi was going to do this, it would have still been a bad decision. To be honest, it would have been a bad decision. So it's not really about Bola Tinubu or this. It's about how bad it is. I think that's not bad enough. I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday. There was a news on the cable where Siemens extended the completion of Nigeria's power project to 2030. And the reason they cited was for high prices. So that whole project that, whether it's existing or not, that Buhari has been doing whatsoever with Siemens has been extended till 2030 because of the cost of the project. It has gone up. We're not in a good place. I don't understand. So I don't really get why this guy wants to go to war. I mean, maybe we're doing fine. But I say, okay, maybe people are distracted. You just go and do whatever. But anyway, that's the first part of my submission. The second part I just want to say is that the funny thing about the war is that Tinubu doesn't have anybody on his side. I mean, ECOWAS don't have any of their people on their side. It would have been different again if the Nigerians are on the side of who is coming for rescue. So we'd have been saying, okay, maybe now only we Nigerians don't just like it. So in this case, this is a typical. I'm saying this because if you look at, for example, the US,
Because it was a bloodless coup.
see, even as in, the citizens are literally celebrating. Did you see the packed up stadium? The pack, as in, there are some things you can't fake. You can't fake celebrate. You might say, oh, they are ignorant. Call them anything, but at least whether or not you want to say they are ignorant,
My brother,
what
because celebrate that. The people that celebrated that this is more than people that celebrated Tinubu's sham elections around the whole world.
Saddam, if you say there are more than people that celebrate Tinubu sham, if you look at
Sorry, more than his voters. Sorry.
because you look at Tinubu, nobody celebrated Tinubu's whatever INEC did, so that's a given. Maybe for sure there are more than his voters. I said it yesterday. I'll tell some people that when I went to check my engagement on Twitter still passed Tinubu's. People will vote Tinubu. So that's Tinubu highest got about 1.82 million votes in this election. That's the highest he got in this election. And those are the people.
You are too generous.
Those are the people that is
at the height of the currency exchange, where every Nigerian was forced to return their money in 90 days, at the height of fuel scarcity, at the height of when Nasiru El-Rufai was actually challenging the president, after the APC sham primaries, you think those people got up to 1 million votes nationwide? Why was then a need to hold down the IRF for 72 whole hours and release the presidential this thing by 4 a.m.? My brother, okay, no wahala.
No, let me just be nice. I know it's not got.
You're being too nice. Continue, Sha. I get you.
I know it's not up to 2 million. To be honest, it's not up to 2 million in this election. I can tell you many states that they do not win, they did not count vote anything. Just forget that one. We say it every time. How can Ekiti that does not have an airport, their results go to Abuja before Abuja? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Ekiti doesn't have any airport. For you to move from Ekiti, you have to travel by road first to Ondo State, Akure, and before you take a plane to anywhere you are going to. Okay, Abuja, you can.
Meanwhile, don't forget the IREF shows that the results announced at Ekiti don't tally.
I say Ekiti does not. They just wrote result for Ekiti. So my point is that Nigerians, take note of them. Nigerians are not supporting Tinubu or ECOWAS. Nigerians are not supporting Tinubu or ECOWAS. So I don't know. So to just round up, I will just beg these Niger people, because the only thing I want to beg you people is that just hear this: Nigerians are not supporting this man. So if for any reason Russia decides to lend you a helping hand and you want to send something, I know what I mean, please direct it properly. It should not be to anywhere. If you want to direct it, I can give you the places. It is Budillion. There's a road called Budillion. Tinubu's house is there. If you need GPS coordinate, I can tell you the GPS coordinate of that place. It is latitude 6.2647, longitude 3.2618. Around that, straight to Tinubu directly, please. If that one not do you, you feel send and go. Rock, they will pay Misha, but I mean Peter Obi can try to rebuild it. Just that Peter Obi, the renovation, it may not. Whoever will renovate it, Peter Obi will price it. They might bring some debt.
Peter Obi no go renovate that building if them bomb money no deal. He never buy laptop for school students. Finish. He go live for one bungalow next door.
So I really just want to tell Nigerians that please, in case if some of them are there, Nigerians are not supporting this man. As a matter of fact, we don't regard him as our president. But it's just really sad. It's really sad. Jokes apart, it's really sad that even in this case that we are in, as bad as it is, what the illegitimate occupant of Villa is thinking is to go to war. Is to go to war with another country. That has nothing to do with you. Like Sigzo said, nothing concerns Anglophone and Francophone country normally. Anyway, Saddam, at that point, I'll yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Nice one. Well, Omar don't fall off. Okay, but please before we open up the floor, probably Omar comes back and joins us. I posted something on Jumbotron. You see, when I say the ingenuity of the obedient spirit is something else. I was on my own again, and a friend of mine reached out to me. Hey Franny, that reached out to me for the challenge. She reached out to me. Somebody reached out to her. Probably the person was trying to reach out to me. The person could not reach out to me, so the person reached out to her and said that in his head, he thinks that we can also, while we are trending issues, while we are trending hashtags, we can also trend artworks. And he's going to be volunteering artworks per every space we have. He's going to make a design of artworks. And we as a people will come together and trend that artwork. So whatever artworks that comes out, imagine when we have thousands of us here, the same artwork, we are posting it. If you want to use that, it's not compulsory use as your DP, but everybody should at least make a tweet with that hashtag, with the artwork and the hashtag. Post the artwork on your WhatsApp stories, your Instagram stories, all your platforms that you have. Let these artworks go viral. And with that, we started the challenge today. He has it up here and it's on the Jumbotron. So please pardon me. I'm going to have to put it back up on the Jumbotron right now. So it's going to be the number one tweet you see on the Jumbotron. Please, it is that picture. So I want everybody on the platform, while we are trending Tinubu is illegal, please, the picture there is there for every one of us. Please use it across. It's up there. You can see it right now. We are trending this picture today with the hashtag Tinubu is illegal. So make tweets, whatever tweets you want to make tweets about it. You're not supporting the war, whatever you're saying, just let this picture be trending also while we are trending the hashtag Tinubu is illegal. We have to do everything we have to do to make sure that while we are narrating this save this picture and make it go viral. I think I love the caption. No matter how you try to change what you are, illegality is not credibility. Tinubu, you remain illegal and you can never be credible to Nigerians. And all your actions in Niger is for you and your family alone. All right, guys, let's open up the floor right now. Thank you to all of you for your patience. Thank you for sticking with us on the Violence Space. It's a beautiful Thursday evening from my side. And it's going to be a wonderful space as usual. We are discussing Tinubu's war in Niger and also counting down to the PEPC Judgment Day that will liberate Nigerians from this soul, from this evil, this calamity that has befallen us. All right, well, Nigeria, I think you help me right now, and I know you do this better than I do. Please help me and coordinate this space. Thank you.
All right. Okay. I think we'll just start straight up with a lady, and we'll be timing our submission within 4 minutes so that we can take so many people on the space. I think Omar probably got a call, so anytime he comes back, I know he'll join us. All right, quickly, let me start with Royal Laurel. Royal Laurel, please go ahead. 4 minutes, please. Royal Laurel, are you there? All right, I think Royal Laurel, I don't know.
We always start with the lady, and the first lady rarely ever gets through. I swear, data is funny.
All right, Shodun Care, please go ahead. Wait.
Women, they fear start violence with you.
Mommy Bola didn't get that mad.
I'm barely my tight.
Anyway,
we have another lady here now. I think
yes, Cindy. So Cindy, I think Cindy na Vawulence, so she go get her mad. Call one. Cindy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Emir Saddam, Sizu, well-meaning my person. Jimmy, Ibile, wàá gbayì. Omo, the question I really want to ask is, are we cursed or are we the curse? Because I don't understand the rationale behind calling on war on your own brothers and sisters. To me, it doesn't make sense. I would want someone to make it make sense to us. We are in this country, they are proposing 8,000, and they are sharing, if you calculate 70 billion they shared with all the senators, each senator will be getting about over 150 million per person. And they are proposing 8,000 per household. People are hungry, people are committing suicide, people are dying, people are frustrated, people are trekking, people are starving to death. Nigerian army they are so demotivated right now. A lot of them buy their uniform by themselves. They buy their boots by themselves. I was speaking with one military guy, and the guy said, if you see the morale of these Niger soldiers and the bond, the guy was sharing his, he was there because he was literally against the call of war. And he said something. He said that the Niger soldiers, they eat together, that the bond in their midst is so strong, and the Niger soldiers have been very, very helpful with the fight against Boko Haram. He said when they cook in their camp that Nigerian military are like to your tent, O Israel, but the Niger soldiers, that they eat together, both their oga, both the recruit, both the small man and the big man, that they eat together in a very big bowl. And they are their brothers. They are brothers. They are sisters. How else are we going to say this? This is not our fight. This is not our war. And it's not supposed to be a war. For crying out loud. Except, how long are we going to continue like this? Please, judiciary, if you are listening, give us a date. Pass this judgment now. What is judgment is not rocket science now. It's not rocket science. Because I wouldn't want us to be in a situation whereby we'll be begging Russia Wagner. I wouldn't want us to be in that situation at all. At all. We don't need it. The country is so unstable. Under Jonathan, we're buying Nigerian rice, a bag, 4,500. Today, a pint of local rice is 4,000. People can hardly eat. Look around. See people on the streets. A lot of people are already feeling hopeless. Please, the judiciary, I know you are listening. Pass this judge. At least allow God to use you for once in your life. And I say hell no to the Niger war. We don't need it. And we need to trend this hashtag. We don't need it. This is not our war. We don't need it. And Nigerian soldiers have not defeated Boko Haram. They've not defeated ungun known men or men known gun, kidnappers, bandits. These are internal war, and you are going external. Please, before you give someone outside your house food, aren't you going to feed the people at home first? Charity, they say, begins at home. Do you start your charity from outside? And the annoying thing is that even Nigerians are not complaining. During election, over 150 people died. They didn't raise any eyebrow against it. The war in Niger, nobody died. Not even one soul was lost. It doesn't make sense. Please, Nigerians, rise up for once. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Cindy. Thank you very much. All right. Quickly, let's just go straight to Oladipo, after which we'll come to Hanet.
Well-meaning, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Saddam, good evening. Cizo, God will continually increase your wisdom. You will never fail nor falter in wisdom. Thank you for what you do.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Jimmy, wọ́n ní wọ́n gbúrò mọ́dìyẹ lọ́wọ́ ọkú. Wọ́n ní wọ́n jẹ́ kóun tètè rà tán lọ jẹ. You see, obedience have tried to save this man from falling into the ditch of oblivion, but he chose the way of perdition. And you see, I am not surprised. I am going to mention some things here tonight. Number one, let me tell you something. I took my time to go to WikiLeaks and I did some deep web dive. And the things I read, there are some things I read that I cannot even put those documents here. Let me tell you, I can say categorically for a fact that Bulaba is an agent for the West. That one is confirmed. Because let me tell you something. The uranium fields of Niger is something that feeds the French nuclear power plants. Now, the uranium fields has been in contention, and France purposely laid a stranglehold on Niger because of those uranium fields. For the people that are totally not knowledgeable in the APC, if you don't know, uranium is what is used to make atomic bomb. Number one. Uranium is used to make submarines. That's why you have the Akula class submarine. These submarines can pilot they can be underwater for the next 25 years without showing their face up because they have a nuclear reactor on board. That is number two. Number three, let me tell you something. The nuclear power plants, nuclear reactors that are in France, France has the largest nuclear reactor power plants all over the world. They are being fed from the uranium they mine from Niger Republic. So if you don't know, you wouldn't understand this next move. That's the second thing. Number three, let me tell you one thing you don't know. America has a way of instigating wars and troubles and a lot of trials in countries where they are kill the messenger of them. I have my 3,000,001 questions about 9/11 because there are evidences that proves that that is a fallacy. Because I still want to understand how a 110-story building came to the ground in 9.2 seconds as if it was built with sand. They can decide to tell the world their fake stories, but they can't tell me
How did Saudi Arabian bombers lead you to go and invade Iraq?
Atori Anjo, Sizo, let me tell you something. Atori Anjo, that they said flew a 500-ton plane into the Pentagon. When they were interviewing the person that was training Atori Anjo how to fly a single-engine Cessna 170, the person told us that the guy could not even control the plane. And that guy made what they call the turn of death. Well, meaning, I've seen your hand. He made a turn of death into the Pentagon. In the official report, they said the plane vaporized on impact. When people started to question America about the lawn in front of the Pentagon, they poured gravel on the lawn 2 weeks after, because we all know how the place that a 500-ton plane crashes in. We all know that there are three constants: plane parts, engine, blood, body parts. None was existent. So let me tell you something. For you people that clamored for this satanic injunction, I won't lie to you. You've just started, though. you've just started. Like the new song that I always sing. Ẹ̀yin ló kàn láti máa jìyà tí borí yín ò pé tẹ́ fi dìbò fẹ́mi ló kàn. Ìyá mi tí borí yín ò pé tẹ́ fi dìbò fẹ́mi ló kàn. You have voted for him. You have seen what he's doing. He has not even looked at, okay, my Nigerian people, let me secure the border. Nigerians that are in Niger, let me move you out. It tells you that he is an imperial puppet, like he was called. So, my own, I have said my own. Judges, don't do what is right. Me, I'm not threatening you. Before you start to say someone is threatening you, well, meaning I'm running off. But let me tell you something. What will threaten you will not even look for you. It will find you immediately. Because sky they fall. No be the matter of one person. No. Now everybody go fall on top. I use my mic.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Oladipo. Thank you. Judiciary. Oh, I'm glad that people are seeing what is happening with your two eyes. It's not it's just the set. Make everybody see. Meanwhile, big shout out to
Just 73 days. Just
that's the funny
73
thing,
days.
Hey, God.
We have not talked of 100 days in office. Just 73 days. It's all right.
73 days that Alex Oti is using to finish Abia State, as if he has been governor for 2 years. For 2 years.
Please, everybody, anytime we get excited about Alex Oti, you have to remember there was that female professor that stood in the gap for what we're enjoying today.
Yeah.
Somebody paid that price.
You have to remember how that day was fought. The man in Anambra, Johnson, Peter Mba Johnson, when these people could have been enjoying their Edoga since, and the holiday would have been enjoying our revival since. Please tell me what Sanwo-Olu has done for Lagos. He fought so hard for that election. What has Sanwo-Olu done in his own 60-something days? Nothing. No wahala.
Now, wow. Anyway, big shout out to the 1 million man match crew. I mean, yesterday, the one MMC pulled up a billboard right in front of somewhere right.
Sorry, 1 minute. But Mona not call the location. I like the fact that they didn't call the location. When they no go tear that billboard, I beg.
See,
you don't talk right in front of. I beg. Don't call our location. I beg.
I want to go back now and say make we go hire security for that district because that billboard need to be secured.
Now, when we do billboard, we don't just talk the location. That last Benin one, say they hide the location. That billboard no last 24 hours. Now, once we post billboard, maybe just day where it day. Anybody where day Nigeria, we know where the billboard they go see them. Do you understand what I'm coming from? I don't sure say me talk with that billboard day. That billboard no go. Asari boys go collect that billboard. Use and do best shit.
Anyway, I think the message is very clear. So judiciary just the lengths that Nigerians are going. The lengths I've in the past 2 days I've seen what people on their own have been doing. I mean, I just see them like, oh more. Lengths that Nigerians are going. Judiciary, don't take it for granted. All right, quickly, let's just go straight to
we are the 8 million Tinubu fans with their own billboard supporting their legally won election, quote unquote.
Wow.
I still they look for their 8 million people. Even Whitebeard, no people put up billboard. Whitebeard. Ha! Oh, wow.
Whitebeard, when they tell people begin protest.
Whitebeard, where they power in Range Rover with our tears.
Whitebeard, the ginger somebody supporters to go protest.
In the ginger now, say he's ready to match you. He go go war. That important.
So it is a one by wearing berets. They could shave him more.
No, but there's a silver line in all this. Asari said his men can finish Niger in 3 days. So I think I don't even know if I'm even Nigerian military.
Asari thinks Niger get creeks. Tell Asari say na desert and sand, na in the region, nowhere for gunboats. With that in Bele.
Asari can do it, please. Let's not discourage him. Asari, please, if I'm even Nigerian military, I would just say, sir, please, can we add Asari's team to this team? Let's go together. Let's go. Asadi should lead the front. All right, Ernest, please go ahead.
After eye fitness and all gym people in Nigeria go dey the second line. They've been carrying iron for years. It's time. You continue, bro.
Hey, Ernest, go ahead. After which we'll come to Elite North, then Liberty Champion. Annette, are you here? Now why are they calling her dance since so that your one could just be on mute? Okay, I don't think Annette is here.
Good evening, Emma Sadan, Sizzle. Yes, I'm on.
Okay, she's listening on another platform.
I'm
Annette,
on.
mute that
I'm
one.
on.
Mute that one and listen.
I'm on. Good evening, Emma Sadan, Sizzle.
Ma, do you have satellite? Are you using satellite to using? How many devices are you using to hear now?
She dey use Soraya.
You use you're listening from radio, from YouTube, Facebook. Only you, ma. Please use only one, eh? Off all the other networks and focus on one, ma. So you not speak, eh? Thank you, ma.
The more the merrier. Annette, unmute and speak.
You don't say, like she should hear from YouTube, but YouTube when they do like 2 seconds back.
Yes, I think that's the issue. Maybe she wasn't hearing yet, so she switched to YouTube to listen so that she can speak.
They wait for the feedback.
Yeah. Annette, please request the mic immediately. I'll bring you up immediately. All right, let's just go to Elite North before we go to Lady Liberty Champion.
Oh, wow. This is an amazing moment. I think it's a birthday gift for me that I get to speak in the violence space today for the first time ever. Really appreciate what you're doing, Emir Saddam, well-meaning Nigerian, Mr. Cecil, the great Jimmy. A special shout out to the distinguished General Oluchi and Kadede, all of the ladies of the obedient movement. Really great work that you're doing. You inspire hope. You inspire a new spirit in the Nigerian. I see what you're doing, and I'm super excited for what is coming for our country. Really appreciate it. It's my birthday today. I think it's my birthday gift that I get to speak here. Please say a prayer for me. Tinubu.
Happy birthday, obedient brother. You are blessed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Tinubu blunders again, and at this point, it is clear that this is not going to stop because he is an asset of the West. He will do their bidding unless he is stopped by the Nigerian judiciary, who will be the penultimate line of defense. I say penultimate because the ordinary Nigerian will be the last line of defense. And the calm that we see today is as a result of the call by our principal to remain calm and to hear from the judiciary. We are taking the right steps. In 2020, we went to protest at NSAS. They said that was the wrong way to go to the polls. In 2023, we took their advice and we went to the polls and we made a statement. In spite of that, they stole the mandates. Our principal said, don't take to the streets, go to the courts. And we have gone to the courts. We know what happened on election day. We saw what happened. We see the evidence. We're not blinded by it. We're just waiting to see if the judiciary will put a stamp of approval on the criminality, because we still believe there is one last arm of government that has not spoken. We want to see if there is any hope for the Nigerian constitution, for the rule of law, if there is any arm of government that will defend it. And that's what we're waiting for. Dear judiciary, get this man out of office. Disqualify him, not because of the blunder after blunder he is committing in office, not because he's thrown the lives of Nigerians into great turmoil in his short stay in office. Do it because he wasn't qualified to be there in the first place. Do it because he didn't win this election. He lost scandalously. Do it because he carries a lot of baggage. This is not the kind of person we want to push forward as a great nation that we are. Even if he were doing right in office, the fact that he was not qualified to be there will make us continue to call for his removal. The right thing to do is to get him out of office, to tell the teeming population of young Nigerians that you cannot do wrong things and be rewarded with the highest office in the country. I see your hand, well-meaning Nigerian. So, dear judiciary, give us a date where you will pass judgment and do the right thing. We don't stand for the war because we know what it will do to the country. And I believe that pressure will continue to come from northern Nigeria and from the rest of the country as they are beginning to see the wisdom in the voice of the obedient movement to caution this man and his minions. Let's continue to do the things that we do. And God bless every one of us. And I hope that our efforts will pay off and Nigeria will work in our time. Thank you for the chance to speak, and I'll yield the mic now.
Just one for me, and there's a straightforward question. Should you be unable to prove that you won the election, are you returning in 2027 to contest again?
Well, I won't say anything, but I can tell you, it's not a question of proving whether I won, It is a question of that the election had issues, and those issues will be sorted out in court. I'll be shocked if this country goes on with that situation. It will then stamp that it is a complete criminalized country. We can't allow it. We need to start unbundling this criminality.
All right, so that was Peter Obi sometime, when that 2027 question popped up. And I think that's one of my best responses. He said, I'll be shocked if this country move on with that situation. And it will mean we've branded as and that's where we are currently. We are already a criminal country. Let's just embrace it first and hope that the judiciary does the right thing and not just stamp it like, Eli Knows talked about. Lady Liberty Champion, please go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. We're trending Tinubu hashtag. I like this. No matter how you try to change what you are, illegality is not credibility. That is, I think it kind of summarizes everything. My greetings to everybody, all my fellow obedience and fellow well-meaning Nigerians, and regards to everybody. Thank you, Saddam. Anyway, I just want here, as it's as if we knew, it's as if some of us had the feeling that as much as the Senate did not accept the motion, did not authorize it, we had the belief that it will still go ahead. So we are not surprised by what we are saying. And so therefore, we are appealing for petitions. We're trying to galvanize our diasporan populations. I don't know whether it's you well-meaning. Somebody keeps deleting my tweets. Please, in all humility, help us promote the petition that we're circulating and that we are advocating against the war in Niger. We're inviting all well-meaning diasporans and Nigerians to please add their signature to the petition. Am I allowed to post it, guys, or should I leave it for you to do it yourself? Because I think someone keeps deleting it off the JT. Thank you. And I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's really because okay.
Shall I put it back on or shall I
Just
delete all?
send it to me in the DM.
Okay, I think I have well-meaning
All right,
Nigerian.
okay, that's fine. All right, okay, let's just quickly go to Shiloh, after which we'll come to Chini.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, well-meaning Sizzle, Emma, Jimmy, everybody on the space. Is when at the beginning of this sham of an inauguration, I mentioned something particular. I said that this man was going to take the military to the depths of embarrassment, the likes that they've never seen before. I did not expect that it would be this soon, but again, antecedents have proven us right. This same man who did not have the discipline to salute the national colors when he was trying to be honored by this same military, he did not salute the national colors. He did not even have the patience to stay at attention as the reviewing officer during parade. This same man is sending troops. He's intending to send troops to go and fight another country. These same troops who are underpaid, under-equipped, no fragmented jackets, limited ammunition, MREs, questionable coordination between the Air Force and the Army. But let's leave that for another discussion. I say this because the antecedents have shown over the years in the fight against insurgency within the country that there are so many loopholes. Mind you, if should by some weird way instance that you see the Nigerian military executing their objective against another country with deadly force, that will even further indict the government and the military that the fight against insecurity within the country is deliberately held or kept as it is. This is another point, this is another angle that we need to be looking at.
God bless you.
This is another angle. Saddam, you know Haipang. You know where it is. Haipang is where the airport is in Plateau State is. Today, 17 or was it over 20 people were killed.
Yeah,
Saddam, you know what you remember? On the way to Barikin Ladi.
Yeah.
Haipang Airport is where the killings happened today in Plateau State. From a security standpoint, if men can roam, how come for the life of me you cannot use your apparatus or your platforms, be it the JF-17 Thunder or the panel jets or whatever it is, even
We're losing, my brother, we're losing you, please.
Can you hear me now?
Go on, yeah.
Okay. How come you cannot use the same platforms, but yet you are rallying around? Just watch the energy you see with them collating the military. That would tell you the intent and how deliberate insecurity is in the country. People will ask, how come Tinubu would do this? The antecedents will show you. You are talking about a party whose vice presidential candidate had credible information when he was governor that children were not safe and they should not go to school. But he did nothing about it. And these children were kidnapped because they were trying to blackmail the government of the day. This is the second in command. The number one guy of that party, when there was a protest against police brutality in Lagos, allowed the most peaceful place of protest to become a perfect ground for execution. because that toll gate was owned by him. And when he was questioned, he began to gaslight the victims. This is the number one and two people you have that force themselves at the helm. So I say this to say that when you see him making these moves, be sure that he knows exactly why he's doing it. None other than his selfish reasons. I do not have the time to go into the particulars of what is going on in the military in terms of supplies, in terms of the lack of attention. From this same meager salaries for these officers, for these soldiers, they have to buy their boots, they have to buy their fatigues, they have to buy everything is more or less paid by them, and they have to feed their families. But yet, you are sending them to war. Somebody would have to walk over 6 kilometers after escaping an ambush and still be called to court-martial. And the court-martial by officers who have never faced battle. Anyway, let's leave this for another day. I'm saying this to say that this man that you see, everything that everybody has said here, the antecedents show that this is exactly what he wants. He would take this country to the depths just for his personal gain and have no qualms about it. He does not have respect for anybody or anything. So, this is why when we look at the judiciary, we have done our work. We have shown you the proof beyond reasonable doubt that this man did not win the election. This man has nothing to offer. And this man is the biggest risk to the sovereignty of the state. This man and everyone that is around him. And he must be disqualified. If not, judiciary, you will be the sacrificial lamb. Because he has no qualms throwing you under the bus. The choice is yours. Make the right one. I yield.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shilo. Thank you very much. It's crazy. Please, if you're in the speaker section and want to speak, ensure your hand is up. Chini, I'll come to Chini immediately after which we'll come to
a bit more display than I had before. I've been looking a bit more deeply than I had before into this new president of Nigeria who can't accept the affront to democracy that the coup in Niger, according to him, represents. But he doesn't have the greatest democratic credentials himself. First of all, there's very serious and credible allegations of electoral corruption in his own election, and it's still actually before the courts. The opposition have never accepted his election. Secondly, the Senate of Nigeria has refused his demand that Nigerian troops be sent as part of an ECOWAS invasion of their neighbor, Niger. And then there's his own checkered history. To my absolute astonishment, forgive my ignorance, I had no idea that this man was a bagman for the mafia and the drug dealers in Chicago, Illinois, which doesn't seem like a great qualification to be the leader of Nigeria. These people who are now talking about democracy in Niger, many of them don't have a leg to stand on, do they?
Nigeria, that's a question for all of you on the platform. Thank you. Well, Nigeria, back to you.
Sorry, Saddam. Is that guy Igbo? Is he from Anambra?
Yes, no,
Is that guy obedient? Are you sure he's not IPOP? Check his parents. Check his parents. Are you sure he's not an Omoale? Are you sure his mother is not from the east? Saddam, check that guy well. He might be influenced. It's okay. No wahala.
All right. Maybe his name is...
You didn't laugh at question. You didn't laugh
maybe his name is Livy. All right, thank you very much. Chini, please go ahead. Then we'll come to Annette. Annette, you were
Thank
here earlier.
thank you.
4 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not going to take up to 4 minutes. So, I'm just. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're having a good day. I'm just going to. I'm looking at this whole incident. This whole thing playing out with the war in the war that is going to happen. Oh God! And the current circumstance we found ourselves. And then I know that the judiciary announced that they will be giving their final address or final judgment next week. So I remember that on this violence space, N6, Saddam, like different people speak and they keep saying that this protest is not going to start. Obedience are not going to start this protest. It is the other people. They are going to start it. In as much as this whole war thing is throwing a lot of us off balance, yes, it should, because not in our lifetime, not in my lifetime. I never thought in my lifetime I would ever see war happen. But right now, it's looking like it's going to become a reality for our families, for our people who every day continue to strive to make ends meet. Now they are going to be troubled about war. Whatever is going to happen in the north, forget that it's a northern region, it's going to impact the entire Nigeria. Most of our food supplies come from the north. How many people how many people even know that this whatever is going to happen is going to impact across the country? Shortage of supply, hunger. There is currently hunger in the land. It's going to be worse. People are
Rations. I said it. The word rations and war go hand in hand. Rationing of
yes.
everything will start.
It's going to be crazy. And as I'm looking at this way, I'm also seeing that Nigerians are boiling up. You see, as it is now, judiciary, now them I dey pity. Because anything contrary to justice, from the moment it's pronounced, all these people, they know. They're just waiting and watching. That agitation has brewed up. It's already boiling. It's just waiting to spill, and it will spill over everybody. Everything Tinubu is doing is enabling it the more. And I don't know whether that is what he wants or that is not what he wants. But all I'm saying is judiciary is at the center of it all. If they pronounce injustice, na them. If they pronounce justice, na them. You get. So whatever Tinubu is doing, from the war to the legislative favors to the news everything he's doing is making this whole matters get worse. And the more it gets worse, the more agitated people are, and the more they are ready to go on the street. Nigerians will sacrifice their life, their ambition, their future, and enter Libya and go on that road trip. The kind of mind they have to do that. What else can't Nigerians do? All I'm saying is judiciary. Your lives are at stake. If you just want to do the wrong thing, do the wrong thing. But as you see Nigerians, everywhere is red. I yield.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chini.
Well, meaning, sure, you know, Nigeria is one more bad economic policy from downright collapse.
I think we are already collapsed. It's just that I think the only thing that make it look as if we are not, as in the only thing
The dollar has not hit 1,100, which was my projection for 1st of October. We will celebrate independence with the dollar at 1,100 to 1,200 if APC was allowed to continue in power. I think that might be the breaking point. When Nigerians see the dollar at 1,000 up, we will talk. For now, let's keep going.
We are at a crazy point. Crazy point. Anyway,
may
quickly,
this administration and this crazy point favor you.
I don't want. I beg, no.
You don't want unmerited favor again.
I don't want. I just seriously. I mean, jokes apart. I just want this. I want this guy removed urgently. As in, I don't just want him removed alone. I want him removed urgently. It has to. We are currently
This is
in a
just
national security issue.
73 days in power. He has 27 more days to do 100. How much more chaos can he cause? It's rather interesting.
I beg you. Annette, please go ahead.
Please, can I go after Hanet?
Sorry, no, you can't. Annette.
If Annette isn't ready, she might have to go first then.
Yeah. Annette. Anyway, I think Annette. I don't know what's wrong with her audio. And all right, quickly, let me please, when speaker section I want to speak, and show your hand is up. And for that reason, I think I'll just go. Ejikeme, you are very lucky. You're just very lucky. Ejikeme, go ahead. But please ensure your hand is up, because I mean, if your hand is not up, I can't really call you.
Thank you very much. Well, in Nigeria, I don't understand where we started this our Libya war. This is why you're saying I'm very lucky. But anyway, good evening and good morning, good afternoon, obedience of the space. Today is actually a day of disgust for me. Like, I'm completely disgusted with the current situation of things and the news of this impending war. It's very obvious that what this man lacks in legitimacy, he wants to now destroy. Sisu has always, mentioned and given a strong submission that this guy hates Nigeria. It's not just about being a tribal bigot. He hates the entire country. I cannot for the life of me understand why Nigeria, that is not a territory of Niger, did not participate in this bloodless coup in Niger, should be at the forefront of sending boots on the ground in Niger. In our last space, rising from our last space, Savik made a very vital point, and may God bless his soul and his mindset wherever he is. He said that Nigerians must be mindful that this guy, knowing very well that the courts will fling him away from their windows and expose the rotting corn in his pocket and the heroin in his bag and cocaine under his insignia cap, wants to instigate a war so that we will now have to somewhat, circumvent our constitution to say that a commander-in-chief cannot be removed because the country is in some kind of war. Savik said this on the space. And I mean, it bothers everyone to ask the question, why is it that PEPC judges up till now have not dropped a date? Samani and the other 4, why have you people not dropped this date? Give Nigerians a date to wait for and look up to. Why have they not dropped this date, Sizo? That is the problem. Because once this date is given right now, the Nigerians have hope. That is how these things work. It might even start affecting the dollar. We'll start having a downward review of the dollar. Because I have said it, the moment Peter Obi is pronounced the rightful winner of this election, dollar will plunge. This dollar we are seeing that is rising without control, it will plunge. Because what we are seeing now is that investors, the remaining investors in Nigeria, have taken away their money from the system and they have bought the dollars, putting a lot of pressure on the dollars. That is why demand for the dollars is so high right now and it has destroyed our naira. So Samani and the other 4, I really would want to ask, why are you people withholding the dates? Give Nigerians a date. Let us have a date to be hopeful. Like I've always said, the criminal drug baron, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on colos, has no legitimacy. He has nothing that should send Nigerian boots on the ground in Niger Republic. Niger Republic are our neighbors, they are our brothers. We have intermarried with them. We have relations over there. We have Nigerians in Niger Republic, for goodness sakes. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you will not rule over the ashes of Nigeria. You will not. The Nigerian National Assembly have voted. They have given the consent of the people to say no boots on the ground in Niger. Whatever you're doing with Emmanuel Macron that should be as old as your son, it is your business. We don't care. Whether you're an FBI agent of the US or you're just a puppet, we do not care. Nigeria is a sovereign state. It's a democratic state. We have given our verdict through our National Assembly that we do not want Nigerian boots on the ground in Niger. It is sacrosanct. Samani, please drop these dates. Let Nigerians be hopeful. The criminal drug baron must be disqualified. The Egyptians we see today, we shall see them no more, and Nigeria will move forward. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much. I'll just go to let's go to a lady. I'll go to Mommy Bonanli. If you're in the speaker section, your hand is not up. After now, we have to drop you to bring some other people up.
Okay, Mom, no, good. I'll come after you. Go on, ma.
Good evening from my side. Wow. I kind of thought I knew what I was gonna say. I had it all prepared in my head, but now, I mean, the reality of what is on ground has just hit me. Never has there been a more dangerous person on the seat in Aso Rock or wherever the seat of government has ever been in Nigeria than this man called Tinubu. Because how is it the uranium, it is not like Niger Republic said, right, that's it. Our uranium that you've been using, we've decided we're not giving you, we're going to do this. Or, they chose one of our settlers, and let it be known that it is not just northern Nigeria that would have casualties right immediately, right the moment boots hit the ground, because there are Yoruba communities in Niger, there are Igbo communities in Niger. If not that the West came and divvied up Nigeria Africa as if they were sharing food among their children. That then forget about boundaries and split tribes in half, split great empires in half, and all the rest of it. These are brothers. The thing is, and I'm very bitter, and the reason why I am bitter right now is for decades, right, our boys, our valiant boys of the Nigerian army and other armed forces have just died. They've been dying. You never hear of the true numbers. Those of us who have relatives who actually are in the army, right? They have been killed, like by insurgents, by Boko Haram, by ISWAP, by name it, right? Our valiant men who are not being paid right enough. I mean, they die and that is it for their families. Nobody to mourn them. No gun salute. When you see America, if one soldier die abroad, they will carry the body, they will bring the body home with all honor by our own boys. When they don't treat anyhow, since these are the boys that this man, because of his own ego, because of his own ambition, right, decided that even though our constitution makes it very clear that once the Senate He has to have the consent to go to war. And this one carry us go war. Not with a rampaging army, but an army that decided, a country that decided, well, enough is enough. We're fed up of having these stooges, these puppets as heads of states and head of government while our people starve. And these are the people that this man wants to take us go and fight. N6, when you've talked, I mean, on this platform, right? Those of us who have been on this platform for the last year, the predictions that N6 will come up with, or AMS Saddam will come up with, right? Some of it appeared to be far-fetched at the time, right? N6 always talks about the final bobo. It is easy to, because if somebody had told anybody a day to the presidential election, that number one, they will do us how they do us, that one to put to one side, but months later, right, we would be the ones leading war against our neighbors, everybody would have said no, it's not possible, not possible. And so I am really angry. I am really hurt. I don't know how. I mean, I know I was on Steven's space earlier on, and he was like, prepare, get money. Look, people are already hungry. They're already impoverished. Even people who would normally be okay have no money. So where do you want to start? Because when you think about it, this proxy war that this man has carried us to go and fight, what that does not concern us. After all, what financial, what benefits, what is it, in whose interest is this war? Because it is definitely not ours or anybody, any country in West Africa.
Mama, Nigeria had six bloody coups in our history. Which African country came and fought Nigeria for our own coups in ECOWAS?
What do we do? It no good. So because of that, when they overthrew Shagari, I not say anybody that time. At least that's one eyewitness. And then when they overthrew Buhari, those are the ones I witnessed. Nobody did anything about it. We then had a long period of military government. They didn't come and say boots on the ground to come and overthrow. I mean, it's like, it's madness. If anyone is looking for the definition of madness, this is it. This is it. Because I'm thinking to myself, hey, we had a Peter Obi that was telling us about the lands in the north is the new gold and all the rest of it. And this man, this evil individual now wants to turn the land into killing fields. Because the people already in IDP camps. Where the war will go. But for the first time, and perhaps in a way, I'm thinking, as for God, his plan is perfect, and maybe he has a plan that we're not in the know about. But that protest, not it go start for true. If people were disputing it before, here you see now.
Yeah, I talk like 5 months.
You don't talk
Saddam
about
predicted this thing more than a year ago. Prophet Saddam.
Saddam, you said it. Yes, Saddam, my son, you said it. You kept on saying it. Everybody must have thought that. Look, Saddam, maybe Tinubu was giving you something, that the same thing has been smoking, because it didn't make sense to anybody, But the way God puts revelation in our hearts, because God knows that we mean well for our country. And I am so incensed that, let's see how it plays out over the next few days. But it is the worst move ever of a man who himself is illegitimate. Who, if he carry that day, if Mahmoud who wear military uniform, that coup, he performed a coup. That was a coup, because it wasn't the express votes of the people, the decision of the people. They chose somebody. You accept this. You got in. You shall put yourself in there, and now you want to extend it by taking us to war. It's a lie. Judiciary, well, in fact, when people are angry, they will no longer, no longer be able to reason with them, and you will see then that they will turn on you full fledged because of all the things. INEC did what they did. They told us to go to court. We've gone to court. You've seen it. It's not a question of maybe it is kind of I'm not sure which way to go. It is very clear, right? So judicially, it the ball's in your court. If you like, give us the justice that the people of Nigeria deserve. And if you like, don't. But either way, as much as the protests will start in the north, you and your families will be the first culprit. You will be the first victims of it. Because when people will say you had an opportunity to right this ship, because we are sinking. Nigeria is sinking. Who would have thought there would ever be a time when we would declare war? Anyway, yeah. God help us. I mean, thank you. I yield the
Thank
mic.
you, man. Thank you, man. Let me just play something real quick, these guys.
You see this right here? You see this? This is from Le Monde, a French newspaper. And they're talking about Nigeria, saying Bola Tinubu's credibility will depend on what he can do in Niger. A guy called whatever PLPD. Now listen, you see, this is the sort of nonsense that I was talking about. So for those of you guys who've seen my video about what's going on in Niger, this is the president of Nigeria that these people are saying has to prove himself by what he can do to another West African country. That he needs to prove to who is he proving this to? That's the question. Who does our president of Nigeria, need to prove himself to, and for what? You see, this is exactly the problem, guys. And the fact that they're putting this in newspapers, and this is not the only article that has this sort of tone to it. Because then I was looking at other articles. I was seeing a Punch headline where it said Tinubu was wooing Libya and Algeria and all these other countries against the junta in Niger and trying to do things. And I'm like, what is going on here? This is outrageous. The point is, these guys should have nothing to do with it. The French people. You should not be looking at any African president, seeing how they are going to act with Niger. You see, when I see this sort of headline, now I'm like, you know what? I really hope that Niger is actually one of these guys. Because it's not even, this is ridiculous. What do you mean credibility? Credibility to who? Since when is Niger's business as business? Credibility to who exactly? Crazy.
Credibility to his masters. He's a puppet. We said this from the beginning, he's a puppet. Credibility to his masters. And the funny part of the whole stuff is that France have evacuated all their citizens from Niger. Every citizen is out of Niger. The only people stationed there they are military people. And of which Niger have told them to move out. All their citizens have gone. We have, Nigeria, they tell you we have 300,000 people in Nigeria. You know that we have like 3 million people. Any number they give you in Nigeria, double them times 2 or 3. Because the people some people in Nigeria are there that just to count numbers. They follow for census. Then they are own just to go hustle. They don't follow for census. They don't know. They're not known. There are thousands, there are hundreds of thousands.
Time to evacuate them. Abike go segregate Igbos one side, then airpeace go send plane.
These junkies, not once, not say these junkies say, okay, Nigerians, pull out from Niger, come back home or something. We are creating, not even that. You have sent boots on ground. So Nigerians really there. No wahala with there. Where Nigeria, please? Who's going next, please?
See, Tinubu na low budget pharaoh. Low budget. Because this one is not, this guy just, this thing we are, as in saying, like we are just speaking on space. If one Nigerian die because of Tinubu for this war, because there are enough Nigerians dying already. So if one Nigerian die because of
on the contrary, well-meaning, you have a Adolf Hitler on your hands. Do not call that man a low budget pharaoh. Any man who has this level of baggage to the point that his original name cannot be traced but has come this far in a country that is not his deserves a certain level of underworld respect. I wouldn't use the word low budget. Nigeria is a terrible place where characters like this flourish. It is sad.
It's just very unfortunate, to be honest. Anyway, Mabalale,
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to say, I wanted to say, you see, like in Ukraine war, and the West was supplying them this, and they will tell us explosion today, bomb hit somewhere, 6 people died, say 20 people casualties, blah 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 blah. That one no go happen for Africa. In fact, they will use African blood to become fertilizer because they will not care. They will not care. This is not like World War II, where Nigerians and the Commonwealth went to war because, yes, Germany was moving mad, right? This is a whole different thing. Can you imagine them inviting war to their doorsteps, where people, hey, Wagner Group, they're not better people. They don't care. They will use biological warfare, they will use long-range missiles, they will use anything and everything. And then people keep on saying Russia, China, what do you think China is gonna align? Who is China gonna align with? And if China aligns, who's to say whether North Korea? I mean, I bet this not the third world war they have been predicting me, because I'm not understanding. I am really not.
You
Right.
what you can't understand is because for me they'll just use Africa as testing ground. That's what's going to happen. We're going to be used as testing ground for
For the
newborn.
Saddam, for the longest time, the West has been trying to reduce the world's population. They understand that their cities are too densely built. They had a war in Ukraine and decimated an entire country. Where better to have a good old war in a country that is 2 times the size of Nigeria, less densely populated. You can missile Ukraine and blow half of your defense budget, having fun dropping bombs all over Ukraine, and you wouldn't even decimate a cityscape half the size of Kiev. So obviously it's an exciting war. There's a lot of bombs you can drop in the vast lands of Ukraine and kill little or no casualties. That is one. 2, there is no better place to start a war than in Africa. 3, I always repeat that Paul Biya is what casted democracy. So, if a military government takes over from Cameroon tomorrow and Paul Biya has been president for more than 40 years, does Nigeria feel obliged to go to war? Cameroon is also our neighboring country. Then my last question remains, and this is the question I asked in my submission. If a coup happened in a country and the coup was bloodless and the citizens rejoiced, how do you then intend to go to that country and shed blood to reinstate the president that was removed and cause problems in that country and kill the citizens in a war? Does it make sense? Should Africans be fighting their fellow African countries for the interests of Western nations? I yield.
Thank you very much, NCs. Really, Babet, I know I can see you, but let me create an all-time violence space moment and just go straight to Omar. I know Omar was there earlier, and I think he dropped off because he had a call. Omar,
Now my organ, let him go. Now my organ. It's my organ.
Real ever best. Come on, don't be funny. Now you be my organ here. A very good evening to you, wonderful people of God in the Church of Vawulence. It's been a very interesting conversation and always a pleasure to be back here, amongst these great minds and just listening. The topic of the Niger war is something that's been fascinating over the last few days for me because I look at the irony of it. A man whose legitimacy is still in question, trying to support another president in a country who has been removed, albeit illegitimately, by the virtue of a military coup. It's ironic, but there's a backstory that I just want to touch on. Does anyone remember that insane Adamu Garba tweet where he said Nigeria's internal struggles are beginning to eat us up, and then you would, advise the government to look for an external enemy so that we can face. Because you see, when we see these things on Twitter, we see them as jokes. But you see, these people, I don't consider anything that comes from APC as a joke. I consider it a very, very dangerous. Anything that comes from them is something they will put it out there as a joke. But over time, you see the seriousness in it, and it begins to worry you. The pattern of a leader coming into power and trying to stamp his legitimacy by fighting a war is something that's existed since time immemorial. When Vladimir Putin came to power in Russia, and I think it was in 99, he bombed Grozny to the ground. He created fake apartment bombings in Moscow, through which the journalist Anna Politkovskaya died after she had real details of what exactly happened in those apartment buildings and how it was the job of the FSB just to create a pretext to go into Chechnya. And you look at what this man is doing. A man who's never donned a military uniform all his life, trying to form OBJ light by threatening Niger with war. The Daily Trust, which I believe is a publication that speaks mainly for the northern part of this country. They published an editorial some days ago. I don't know if anyone saw it. And that editorial is very fascinating. I'll just jump quickly to one or two paragraphs there. It's quite interesting because when you look at the actions of these people, a lot of people forget the ripple effects and the consequence on the average Nigerian. The people in Lagos, I always believe that they're like the US of Nigeria. They are completely isolated from the reality of the rest of the country. But if you go into war with a neighboring country, Lagos is a legitimate freaking target. Get that into your skulls. The earlier you know that, the better it is for you. Now, I'm going to that editorial by the Daily Trust. It says, this trial and error reforms are having significant repercussions, particularly in northern Nigeria. The negative consequences of his policies, such as fuel subsidy removal, currency devaluation, and school fee increment, have created a wave of discontent in the region with dire socio-economic challenges. Since the inauguration, the North has been at the receiving end of Tinubu's experimental policies. The discontent is exacerbated by reforms that disproportionately impact the northern states, leading to a growing sense of alienation and mistrust. The ongoing standoff with Niger adds another layer of complexity to the situation. The sentiment that resonates with many affected areas is that he views the North as outcasts and expendable in his broader political strategy, and the declaration of war with Niger fuels this debate. His indifference towards the northern states cannot be more obvious. If left unchecked, the consequences will be catastrophic for West Africa, not only for Nigeria. It will consume us all. I remember when this man went to the Arewa House. 3 presidential candidates had an audition at the Arewa House. One came there prepared, spoke off script, impressive, addressed the issues, spoke about how to develop the region. Another one came and they wrote him a script. He gave a lot of balderdash, and eventually, we know how this whole thing ends. You see, bad governance is like a stray bullet. It doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care whether you are Yoruba, whether you are Hausa, whether you are Igbo. Those who fostered this unfortunate, honestly, these days, I don't even want to call his name. This unfortunate person on Nigerians, I hope they've started to buy boots, as N6 said, and Madam Shodunke. I hope they've started to buy boots and prepare their camouflages to go to war. Because as I said, every part of this country becomes a legitimate target. And if you haven't noticed,
not every part. Lagos have Iron Dome.
Bro. And if you've noticed, these young military officers across Africa, they're actually not joking. Onye Nkuzi tweeted something some time ago. He said African politics is like we repeat cycles. In the 60s, we had this wave of military coups. I mean, we experimented with democracy, and then the military took over. And then eventually we were yearning for democracy. And then, we have democracy in quotes, democracy. But when you look across the continent of Africa, the wave of coup d'etats is gradually moving towards the green and white border. And it's very fascinating that a man whose legitimacy is highly questionable is the one trying to present himself as some form of or some champion of democratic preservation by trying to invade Niger Republic. Look, there are so many ways this could end, and I'm hoping it ends in the side of dialogue. Dialogue is the only reasonable thing that could put this whole thing to an end. But something tells me deep within that this man is not hoping for a diplomatic resolution. I strongly believe somewhere inside of me that this is some kind of, as N6 mentioned, is some kind of pennies. I can't remember how he described it, but some kind of ego battle.
Dick
Just
measuring challenge.
Dick measuring challenge. God bless you. Just to show himself, because I personally believe that all his life, one person is always been in mental competition with his Olusegun Obasanjo. He wants to prove himself as, oh, I'm some kind of new OBJ. Dude, Olusegun Obasanjo practically ended the Nigerian Civil War. He brought all sides to the table. You don't have that kind of leverage. Olusegun Obasanjo went to Ethiopia to speak to warring sides and they listened to him. You don't have that kind of legitimacy. You don't have that kind of reputation across Africa. You're just going to make a nation of 200 million people suffer in such a way that, now this is where I'm going to end it. There's some silver lining to this, people of God. There's a way God works. In my opinion, I feel like threatening military action on Niger is actually something that God might just use to answer our prayers in the way that we want to. Ibrahim Babangida, in an interview that he had with Kalmaya, the man who wrote the book, The House Has Fallen, Ibrahim Babangida said, when officers are planning military coups, they usually gauge the mood of the nation. They will wait until the frustration is at its peak and then they strike. Inflation, subsidy removal, and so many things going on with Nigeria right now. As Burna Boy said, you have money to fight wars, but you don't have money to feed the nation. It's crazy. It might sound like, okay, what Omar is saying, but to me, there's a silver lining here. The frustration is at its peak. Nobody's calling for a military coup. What we are asking for is for the judiciary to save Nigerians, which is very possible. This is a very golden opportunity. If the judiciary decides to do what is right and strike this man out of office, nobody's going to bat an eyelid. I tell you, I've spoken to PEPC members who told me to my face that 6 months down the line, if there's no significant change, they're going to start asking questions. And I just laughed at them like, you guys are morons. What were you thinking? When we told you, you said our mouth was smelling. Please enjoy the ride. Hope so now don't buy camel. This shaggy, it shall be renewed in a very, very gigantic way. My fellow Vawulencers, it's always a pleasure to catch up with you guys. I've had a lot going through my mind. Honestly, I couldn't wait to put my thoughts out there. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I look forward to being back here sometime again soon. Bless you guys.
Omar Castro.
Emma.
Oh, thank you, my brother Jerry. Thank you. It's been crazy. It's been crazy, man. Ah, God have mercy.
Real ever best. You just say you go still go after this kind of submission.
I just say a thing full your mind. You just want poem sis.
Bro, this one way Omar they do. I don't even know what to call him. Omar don't go somebody again. Shame for ya.
You don't know.
I don't even know what to call him again. Omar.
Naija matter the tire person, Jimmy. Naija matter the tire person.
The name of the man, it's just there's how many names can we give him? There's one I like, by the way, that you gave him. Mogaji Awatole. Oh, that would always live with me. Mogaji Awatole.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna good to have you back, Jerry. Thank you very much. I think we don't say as the B now. We don't there since they shout out since it's been crazy. It's just been crazy. See how this man play. But for me, I'm still saying this, yeah. There's a trend I'm seeing right now. And I don't want to authenticate what the person is saying here, but I also can see and feel like what this guy is saying. I'm going to read part of the thread for the Nigerians to see, and I think he is making serious sense out of what he's saying here. It might be rumors, it might be fake, but I really think that there's some atom of truth in it. And the guy said that after the coup in Niger broke out, Vice President of America, another drug addict, story for another, they met with Tinubu. I don't know if you guys have seen that trend. I'm going to post it. He met with Tinubu and asked him to use ECOWAS to restore Bazoum because the US had invested over 100 million building a drone base in Niger, and they didn't want to lose access to it. If you don't know about that drone base, please Google about Asgard. US have a drone base. They actually wanted to build that base in Nigeria, and Jonathan refused. And they took it to that's part of the problems Jonathan had with the US. The drone base and their LGBTQ laws.
Thank God. It's called Agadez.
Agadez. That they built that drone.
The Niger Air Base 201 is a United States drone air base near Agadez, Niger. The base is 5 kilometers southeast of Agadez. It is owned by the Nigerian military. It is owned by the Nigerian military, but built and paid for by the US. It is operated by the US military as a drone base in West Africa.
God bless
Agadez.
you. God bless you. I think it's one of the biggest. They have one of the biggest drone bases in the world. One of the
Saddam,
biggest.
I get one space. You go just give me like 1 hour, make I talk this Niger matter, bro.
No,
There's
Allah,
one
bro.
other thing called Kadanji Dam.
Yes,
Saddam,
yes, yes. They are building that dam.
Saddam,
I think it's built
Saddam,
for.
Saddam. Do you understand? Let me blow your mind. You see this war we are fighting with Niger. This war, Niger will bring it to Nigeria's door in 2 years from now.
Is more. No, S is the war
Nine,
is more.
Cannot
It's
be. It cannot be 2
multifaceted.
years. It cannot be
You
2
say
years.
no,
Easily.
no. You see where S is coming from. 2 years is from that dam. It's meant to be completed in 2025. That's
Oh, okay. So as
yeah.
they say,
God
time
bless
when
you.
they done.
So,
Okay.
but you see, I want to. I'm trying to paint so many. I'm trying to paint so many pictures for them just to understand the interest we have in Niger and the interest the West have in Niger. As as we speak right now, you know that Russia virtually supplies gas to Europe. Russia supplies gas to Europe, and that's the reason
You mean
why.
initially or now?
Yeah, yeah. Up till now, part of the. I know the
Till
people of
now,
the north.
that's why
The
they
north.
can't fight Russia and Ukraine.
That's why they can't fight Russia and pass on. I think they blew. I think America blew Nord Stream 2. They blew one of the pipelines. But I think they are still supplying some countries in Europe, and that's why gas in Europe is expensive right now. If you're in Europe, you know what I'm saying. So they're now building. Chevron has a deal with Nigeria to build because in Nigeria, see, and I'll start today's space, guys. I'll start today's space is going to be our mineral resources. Please, guys, please remind me. What we have in Nigeria is just too bad. Nigeria has gas that we're flaring gas. We don't make use of our gas. We flare our gas. We burn it. We don't know how to use gas. We flare it. What they're using in Europe, they're crying for. So Chevron had to now come to Nigeria and enter business. You see, all our focus every time in Nigeria, we're always focused on oil. It is called oil and gas. Do you ever ask about the resource, the revenue that comes from gas? We don't talk about that. That is the money from gas alone is 10 times what we get from oil. But they make us focus on what? Oil. But there's power in gas. So they're building a pipeline that's going to pass through Niger.
Emphasis on natural gas, my brother.
Natural gas. They're trying to build a pipeline that will pass through Niger, that will pass through the desert and pass to get to Europe. That's America's one part. That is part of America's business. And it's going to pass through Niger. So you see, America's interest there now through this gas. America is also, as we are speaking, America gets 14% of their uranium from Russia. They buy uranium till today. They are saying they are fighting. America since they patronize Russia for uranium. As we
Then
speak right
sanction
now.
every other thing except uranium.
Thank you. So America wants to stop buying from Russia, and because they have seen cheap uranium in Niger. So the whole interest is lining up right now that America's interest in this place is thick. And I'm saying this because I want to greet this guy straight now and I'll wrap up and pass back the mic. The guy said also, France buys uranium from Niger. The US currently gets its uranium from Russia, but it wants to stop buying Russian uranium and they're looking towards Niger to fill the gap. So, listen, Tinubu asked for something in return from Kamala Harris. He asks that they give him international legitimacy after the court declares him. He knows there will be protests afterwards, but he does not want an end-SARS publicity. He wants the US to back him and not let the international media report it, like end-SARS and bring back our girls. So an agreement was reached last week that if Tinubu protects US and French interests in Niger, the US and EU will back his government no matter what he does. The following day, Tinubu wrote to the Senate to mobilize the army. It failed. Now he has asked the ECOWAS Commission to declare mobilization so that it won't look like it is coming from him. But the plan is to secretly deploy Nigerian military equipment and send soldiers, but not as Nigerian army, but as private contractors. The arrangements have already been made, and the US and France are going to fund it. So if you're wondering why
Today, a random rebel group got up to fight the coup plotters in Niger.
God bless you. So if you're
Yesterday,
wondering why Tinubu is hell-bent on fighting Niger, despite all Nigerians are against, my first submission was like, Nigerians are saying don't fight. Nigerians are saying we are not fighting. Everybody saying don't fight, but this fucking criminal wants to fight. Why? And that's the answer here. Because this man is going to be, these people want to maximize. So please, Nigerians, I don't know how I want to do Amu. I don't know how I want to say Amu. Message has come. We have passed the message. Let's your hands up, you can go on.
Let me bring an interesting angle nobody is looking at. If Peter Obi were president, Nigeria actually has her own interest as Nigeria with Niger that we don't even look at. And let me explain. There is a dam in Niger called the Kandanji Dam. It is a large multi-purpose dam located in an area of Niger where the river Niger passes through. It is a small town called Kandanji Town. It is in the Tilaberi region of Niger, 180 kilometers northwest of the capital, Niamey. It is not far from the capital. This dam will generate hydropower and control the flow of the river Niger. Now, let me tell you what is interesting. Nigeria supplies 70% of Niger's electricity. Niger's uranium supplies 70% of France's electricity. The first threat the Nigerian coup plotters gave to France was that they will cut off their 70% of their electricity. If you are France and you held 70%, or you had a puppet in a nation that held 70% of Niger's electricity, it is only right that you get your puppet to cut off 70% of Niger's electricity. What was the first thing Bola Ahmed Tinubu did to Niger, which we still are not talking about, and we do not even know on record whether that policy has been reversed? We are talking about the war. Was that he cut off electricity supply to Niger Republic? Who remembers? Now, why this is important is this. I have been reading up on Niger. 2 years ago, Mohamed Bazoum, this same president, started the reconstruction of the Kandanji Dam. If Niger constructs the Kandanji Dam, it will cut off the river Niger entirely. The dam has a structure planned for holding of water. I'm sorry, guys. So this dam already, we had issues with Niger. We needed to dialogue with them, and we have not even discussed that. And then the first thing we did was to cut off their electricity. We are making a lot of mistakes that should have been solved by dialogue. We are going to be in a lot of trouble. I ask, if the Nigerian coup plotters feel angry with Nigeria for this move we made and start constructing the Kandanji Dam, which it's already in 25% construction. They started building that dam in 2012. It is in a smaller area of the river Niger River than Kainji Dam. So that dam is going to actually cost between 1.5 to 2 billion euros only to build. We are going to be fucked beyond measure, minus the food supply that will be cut off by disrupting the north. We are also talking of Nigerian electricity supply that can be cut off. Nothing even stops these coup plotters from actually bombing whatever physical structure of the dam they have built so far in Niger, which our 50-year pact to them is, don't build the Kandanji Dam while we give you guys 70% of your electricity. Nigerians are suffering. We don't have electricity because we give these nations that border on the river Niger not to dam this river. And Bola Tinubu is playing games with. I think we're even focusing too much on this war. I yield. Maybe what I'm saying might not be understood right now. In due time, you people will get this clearer.
Sizu, your submission are waiting that they call God damn it. God damn it. Damn. Back to you, Saddam.
My brother. Look where they go. All right, well, Nigeria, I don't know who's going next. If you could.
Yeah. I mean, it's really
about best. Yeah, I think
really about best to go next, but
no,
there's
but
something that Uma said.
No. Don't really about best take last. I better go bring him before you go cost.
There's something that Uma said that I just wanted to remind us and just play a video so we know the difference.
This black insurrects in Kanu. He went to look for loan. in 3 months. They didn't give him. He came to us. I said, we'll finance him. He's the biggest rice farmer. He's in Kano. And I discuss with him every day on the way forward of farming. And he knows my commitment to what I'm saying about the land here. So it has nothing to do anybody who is telling you this. Just like I told you, in 2019, I was a good man. The only offense I committed now is that I want to be president.
And let's hear the next person. The next candidate.
Prof. It's a question of how do you prevent a church rat
Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè.
from eating a person's Holy Communion?
Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè.
You people, you need to watch this video again. Is the look on his face when he said that? After I talk, I'm going to look like, say, you heard what I just said? I just dropped the punch.
The husband of a redeemed pastor.
God. Oh, my wahala deal. Really, my best. I beg, go ahead.
Christianity don't suffer, sha. Small music video. Anyway.
Wow. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're speaking from. Today is like, wow, it's a bomb. Like hearing Oman, I think NCS was saying, will ever be speak after Oman. I think I was supposed to like calm down, and reminiscent on what Omar had just said on this space and what every other person have said. Today we are talking about war, but let's just talk about the election, like says you guys have played memories of what happened leading to the election. And it's just unfortunate that we have a country and we have citizens who for some reasons saw candidate, because I think this election we just had it's supposed to be the finest election that Nigeria have had in years. The choices before us was a very simple choice. It was just like darkness and light, and for some reasons some few people legitimize this illegality, this shame, this criminal that is going to put all of us in serious problem. Like, it's just unfortunate. And we had elders, we have church leaders who couldn't speak up and somehow who gave prophecies to legitimize what has just happened. I don't know how we find ourselves in this kind of country, that we had a good man who had record, and even everything that P2B have. In short, the truth about the matter, if I'm this kind of person that want to say, because P2B is an Igbo man, it should benefit us and not just, I will not even vote him, because everything P2B was saying in this election was, I'm going to make North proud. Everything that he was saying is that there is large vast of land in the North that needed to be cultivated, that we're going to do everything to make sure that we put this into. Everything that he said in the election was about how he was going to, because the truth about the matter is Nigeria would be productive if Nigeria must be. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. If Nigeria must be productive, where that productivity will come is largely in the North, because it's going to be an agric revolution, and that agric revolution is going to come from the North, because that is where you have large, uncultivated area of land. And this man, some of the people that say, not to remember, this man, since he came into office, what he has done is to actually punish blood. I was somewhere yesterday and I saw these are men. In short, if you come, like, okay, I'm in Abuja now, I know it's not called not another dress of them, but if you're in Abuja, you begin to get a sense of what people are passing through, because Abuja is the capital city. Maybe there's a lot of money, government presence, and not dress of them. But people here in Abuja right now, if you see people talking, short, I met a man yesterday, very nice looking man, well dressed and not dressed of them. And this man said that since this administration came in, that he has not bought a full tank. And he said yesterday somebody bought him a full tank that he almost knelt down. He almost knelt down to thank. I'm telling you, this full-fledged. This guy was in Canada before. He said he came, because of Goodluck Jonathan government. Well-read, well-education. He said he had a master's degree in Canada. He had one of the best. He was hoping he was going to be an asset to government. When he came and not dress of them. And in fact, how the gist started was I was sitting with the guy that I had that interview with Apapa the day Apapa came to court. So we are sitting, and this guy just walked on and said, "Oh, you're wearing a Miloko." This guy just wore this, Yoruba cap and not dress up. So the guy said, "Oh, you're wearing a Miloko cap," and this thing actually almost caused a fight, because this guy said, "Why would you say that? Why would you associate me with a Miloko?" Right? And when we even I didn't even know that this guy was just joking. That the guy say you mean he supported it. This guy said, God forbid that all of us were in the situation room on the election day. How do you think? I was just joking with you. And the guy now started lamenting. This like a grown man, a family man, for that matter. This looking healthy and not dressed, and said he almost knelt down to thank somebody who bought him a full tank. And this is what people are. So you see where to do people complaining of the economic hardship. People can no longer buy fuel in their cars. You now wonder what an average person who is probably not doing a very good work, who is probably doesn't have job, what the person is passing through. So what Bola Ahmed Tinubu have done to the north is to impoverish them the more, is to put them in more hardship than it. Now he wants to declare war. No matter what you think, today there is no war that is a small war. And there is no country when it comes to war that is a small country in war. There is no war that you say, oh, I'm going to finish this war. Imagine during the Biafran war that the Nigerian soldiers say, oh, in 3 days or whatever they are going, in 3 months they are going to just clear this thing up and not rest of them. All the whole world, Britain helped Nigeria, Russia helped Nigeria, and that war lasted that was then, but I'm talking about today. And what is happening in Niger does not have anything to do with, because after all, like NCs have said, a coup happened. That coup did not affect us in any way, shape, or form. It did not threaten our strategic interests in the region. It did not threaten our economic prosperity. It did not threaten anything. It did not even threaten the Nigerians. Let me also tell you, there's an interview I listened today in Arise Television. A man that's called Ibrahim, came from Niger. One fantastic man, well-read, well articulated. If you go, and I think I posted it on my timeline, and the man had said that this coup started at 5 a.m. on that day. In fact, the people who now became the man who is now the president, it's not even the people who started the coup. The coup has started with somebody on the presidential guard by 5 p.m. So that coup was started, and the man locked him up and stayed with the president and asked him to resign. Before the military guard now heard about the coup and now came. This military, when they now came to the place, they now joined the coup. So this coup started about 5 p.m. and by 11 o'clock, other people came. From 5,
Is it me or just?
From 5, can you hear me? From 5 a.m. to...
Yeah, go on,
okay, yes. From 5 a.m. when another group, the first group that started the coup, or a second group joined them. This group was supposed to come and counter the coup. And when they came, this man explained why he was carrying out the coup. And they joined him, so there was consultation between the military hierarchy, within the stakeholders in Niger and others. Everybody agreed that this man should be removed before the military now fully took over. In short, the man who actually started the coup now is actually the person who is the deputy, is either the deputy or the person who is in charge of military operations in Niger right now. So there was a discussion. These people sat down, discussed, not just the military, discussed with the key holders in the country. That is why the country is in unison of what is happening. And you now see you want to cry more than they believe. I don't just know in short, what Bola Ahmed Tinubu is actually, like people have noted here, this guy is a puppet, he just wants to see how he can stampede his legitimacy in Nigeria, which is not going to happen, and he's trying to see how he can actually, just make his paymasters happy. Remember that president of France, that boy, remember him? He used to come to Nigeria to do internship. He used to go to Fela Shrine to smoke Igbo. Actually, you guys still remember? He goes to that. He's a drug person too. His wife
is 2 years his age.
Yes, he used to come to Nigeria when he was doing internship. And of all the places, where the guy go to? He goes to Fela Shrine to smoke Igbo. Who knows what that thing? And this man was the man supplying him the way he was smoking when he was in night. So when you now see Bola Ahmed Tinubu going to France, I think it was Saddam that was making that point. Bola Ahmed Tinubu going to France and all the rest of that is the France he will go. That is the place he will go.
My brother.
So when you see what is happening, you see that these people knows what they are doing. That guy in France is also a drug person. He's also somebody who, like, if he's not selling, he's smoking. And he said it. He confessed during his election. He said he used to come to Nigeria. He used to go to Fela Shrine to smoke Igbo. And that is the person you think is good. And like somebody noted, France, that country, as nice that their name sound, as good as they have done in fashion, in architecture, and the rest of them, that country does not like Africa. Everything, even when they come to Africa during the colonization, they did policy of assimilation. They say they want to assimilate Africans. And at the end of the day, they made Africa, their puppets, and they have not done anything good, to these countries. That if you want to make a call, if you want to make a call in any of the francophone countries, that call will go to Niger first. If you post any letter to anything you do in those francophone countries, it must first of all go to France, and from France. So, what is our interest in trying to find? In short, this coup that is happening in Africa right now presents an opportunity for African countries to begin to negotiate their trade agreements with Europe. That is what the ECOWAS is not set up to fight war. ECOWAS is an economic commission. This is an opportunity to begin to. How can a country that produces so much of uranium be in darkness? How can a country that is blessed with a lot of resources be in poverty? This is an opportunity because right now, what is happening is that their interest in Africa is being threatened. And if we have leaders that are thinking, that is the opportunity to say, hey, come here. How much for this thing to happen, the uranium we are supplying at this amount, this is the amount you are going to, if you are supplying at 30 naira, we are going to be supplying at 70 naira. That is an international policy. You have to look for every opportunity to make sure that you get a good deal, because what is happening in Africa is that Africa resources is being exploited and we are not getting anything in return. And that is why you see countries like Russia, countries like China coming into Africa. It's not so much that Russia itself is a good country, but Russia is seizing the opportunity of the mess that Europe has, other countries in whether it's France, whether it has made in African countries, to take advantage, to say, oh, I'm going to give you this, so they paint this picture as though they want to help you, but it's good for them. It's good for business and not just for them. Then for America, like somebody have noted, these American people, these guys have not thing more to sell now than LGBT. There is nothing America wants to sell to you. Before America will discuss anything with you, they will tell you, do you want to accept LGBT? Do you want to accept transgender? That is what, this is a country that is blessed. America is like it's a tech hub. It's one of the tech hub of the world. That's why is America not coming to teach us how to build refinery? Why are they not coming to teach us how to build technology? What they want to teach you is how to be gay. As if being gay is our problem. I don't care if people who want to be gay. I don't begrudge you. But for me now, like I will see tell them, I say it's a man that I want. I don't begrudge. But what I'm saying is that our problem is not being
Remember,
gay.
best, don't be shoot yourself safe with it.
But this submission, I hope
Wait.
say them the recorder and Joe
Please.
obedient.
So please, the problem that we have in our hand right now is that Africa countries are about to get into a war that we don't know how it's going to end. Because the war that we are talking about in this era is not a war of shoot me, I shoot you. It's not a war of shoot me. It's a war that one person can be in one place. Like somebody have talked about Lagos. Because if Niger is going to fight Nigeria, do you think they are going to be fighting in Sokoto? Do you think they are going to fight in Kano? They will be targeting areas that they know that will make greater impact. And that is why this man, I don't know who is talking to him. Nigerian military have said, Nigerian Senate have said we don't want, as useless as that Senate, they've said they don't want war. The Nigerian citizens are saying they don't want war. People are speaking up and said they don't want war. And Tinubu says they want war. I don't know who is leading him. I wish and I pray that at the end of the day, those people who are leading him are the ones who are going to be impacted in this war. But whatever they do, we are going to take back our mandate. The judiciary, hear this and hear it very clearly. Nigeria does not have money. Nigeria does not have money to food the bills that we have in this country. And you want to go fight. Do you think war is not expensive? Even if France is going to give you money, who is going to go? How are we going to mobilize? Which soldier are you going to send? How many French soldiers are in Niger right now that want to fight? How many American soldiers want to come and fight? Americans, they abhor. If you kill one American soldier, it's like you've killed 20 million of Americans. They don't want to send their boot on ground. And you think you have slaves in Nigeria that you want to go take to war. God forbid you go to that war and see. Anyway, let me end with this. I have said that judiciary this is the finest opportunity they have. This is like destiny. God has placed something in your hand. This opportunity you have to write your name in gold, and you have every reason. This man did not win an election; he stole it. This man now wants to take us to war. We don't. Please, judiciary. This is a golden opportunity for you to write your names in the annals of history. And I hope that you guys are listening, and I hope that you guys are going to do the right thing. Because at the end of the day, if you guys do not do the right thing, going to war in Niger is going to be a child's play, because all of us are going to now fight this war and see where it will end. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you very much, Best. Okay, quickly, let's go straight to speakers. We don't hear last mass preaching. So let's just take our speakers 4 minutes each. I'll go straight to Oge God, Idowu, Nelu in that order. Oge God, are you there? I know nobody expected the way Real Level Best say drop the mic. Go out, everybody drop. Don't say Real Level Best won't speak. Some people they drop their phone first. Okay, let's just listen to Real Level Best first. Okay, God, are you there? Okay, if you are not Idowu, please go ahead. Okay, bless all of us. Don't sleep. Nelu, go ahead.
The problem is that after real level best speaks, it's very hard for you to match that energy. It's like the guy Kukma just takes almost everything you have to say, and he puts it in such a way that becomes difficult to match. Right, hi, 1 minute. Hi, Saddam. When elections were going on, and we kept saying to the whole country that this man is a drug kingpin. He's a bad man for narcotics and everything. Some people were busy, in some parts of the country. All they were concentrating on was, oh, he's a Christian, A win for this man is a win for Islam, he's Muslim, he's this, he's that. Igbo man who cannot be president, You will see educated people that you respect them to engage, on engage issues, engage these people on character, on integrity, and all of that. But all you hear them say is, Peter Obi will never be president of Nigeria. Igbo people, for all the blood that for the people that they killed, you know, it's and it was just tiring. But now look at what you people have finally done. You have played your tribalism and your religious card, and you have put in this man that all he cares for is his own self. You see, all all this war. When Tinubu was talking there, when he said we will lay the gas line, we will take it to Europe, and we will make money. That is the only thing that is ringing in his head. This whole thing that he's fixated on Niger, no matter what they say, do you see that gas pipe that they want to run from Niger to Algeria to Europe to go and make money? That is the end goal. And again, they need to be careful because he's probably going to get all their leaders involved and say, "Listen, we are going to make money. The war is just going to be the almighty Nigerian army. We'll go in there. It's going to be a breeze. We'll restore these guys. We'll get this thing done. We're going to make money." But again, when you really look at most times when big countries go and underestimate small, they look at countries, they underestimate them, they underestimate the will of the people. When people are tired and they say enough is enough, you underestimate how long those people will drag. You can just look at them and say, oh, we'll just go in and crush them, but it's never that easy, especially when the people are behind the military. It would have been a different thing if the people were not in support of this military government that is taking, but the people are behind them. So it's really going to be messy. And I at this point, I know that we always are this loggerhead. But honestly, if the North today decides that they want to protest this war, I would just urge all of us to join them, and put aside, our religious differences and all ethnic, because at the end of the day, these things have never paid us. These guys only use these things for their own selfish, use, needs, just to propagate themselves in power. Anyway, there's no time, so I'm just going to stop here. But my main urge is to just let people understand that, see, as Nigerians, we are the only ones that that can take back our country, and the only way that we can do it is to put aside all this religious and ethnic, bigotry and everything that we always throw at each other. These politicians don't care. They I was only struggling care to hear her. Do about I have to leave making and come money. back? Thank you.
No,
Alright, I leave my mic.
thank you, my sister. Thank you. All right. I just wanted to. Reverend, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I just wanted to add something. You see, it's unfortunate, but I don't want us to cry more than the bereaved. That's what I don't want to do. I really want you. That's what I was clamoring for on this platform few weeks back when the whole Davido video stuff went viral, and I came up here and I was like the lone voice in the wilderness when I was saying, I said a day will come and a time will come whereby our northern brothers and sisters will look inwards and see that their enemies are not their brothers across the other side of the divide, but their enemies are their leaders. Their enemies are the El Rufais. Their enemies are the Gandujes. Their enemies are their leaders. Same way we in the south are looking at our enemies and we know that they are our leaders. We will stop worshiping human beings that hide under religion and hide under a culture to subjugate us to poverty. I say this and people like Saddam, that day might never come. Probably this war will make them understand. Probably nature has its own way of dealing with people. I'm saying this so that we don't go out and start crying more than people that are going to face it. Because as I'm speaking right now, many of our northern brothers, they sell their life for them in a way that it looks like it's going to favor the religion or the tribe. Many of them might start fighting their brothers. So I don't want us way in the south to come and carry it on our own head. Because I know at the end it will affect the whole Nigeria. Facts. This war will affect the whole Nigeria. From the
Sada,
north.
let me leave and come back. The space is keeping on my end.
All right, please leave and come back, my brother. From the north to the east, everybody go touch everybody. But where it will start from is from the north. So until I see that concert effort, because all I know is that our northern brothers can back. They have proven it with Davido's video that they can back, and when they back loud. This backing that we're backing against war in Niger, our northern brothers, as they shouted Davido down, we start that backing and shout Tinubu down before me or any of us should start supporting. All we can do is to give our own take and say, oh, because if Nigeria start burning, it will not start burning from my house. It will start burning from the north. It is the truth. So if they stand up and know that they are being used, if they choose to say, let us go for the war, no wahala. I will not tell my people, when I go begin the gym, begin the train. After all, our guy Baramos Siroriton and say, begin do press up everyday Nigerians, because the time is coming. That time is now. Tinubu has sold Nigeria to his Western masters. Whether we like it or not, except the Nigerians will come out and say, no wahala. Of which I must accept that. If it doesn't happen, if the Nigerians do not give in, there's an inevitable war that will happen in our borders. Take this to the bank. Well, Nigeria, back to you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much, Sada. Meanwhile, I think someone, like speaking earlier, made mention to the fact that, there was the talk of judgment being next week. I just wanted to clarify that, because I think someone was trying to ask me in my DM. Of course,
Yes, that is true. Yeah, I wanted to say that. Sorry, I wanted to say that. I don't know the person. I think it's not good that we do this speculation, since we have people that we can actually get back and say, I heard this thing, or is it true or not, instead of just peddling something that is not true. If there is a date, the first people that will hear it is the legal team. And I don't know where people are getting that information. So, wait a minute. Sorry to cut you short. I had it in mind. I don't know how it skipped my mind.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify. I knew there was a rumor where they said, it's going to be next week. We announced it 2 days before. I mean, that's totally rumor. But like I've told people that me, now, I live my day. If you see the way I'm ordering today on the one MMC group, see the way everybody we are doing, you would think judgment is tomorrow. So I live my life now like I expect judgment to be tomorrow. I don't plan it 1 week ahead. So I think everybody, whatever you want to do it now. Don't wait. But for now, there's no date given yet. So for people that I'm probably trying to Google everywhere to find the date. Thank you very much. Okay, quickly, let me just go straight to I'll go straight to Dr. Olu. After which Real Jack, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, everybody on this space. It has been a very, as in, I've been really enjoying listening for the past few spaces now. Personally, I think people need to understand one thing, that Tinubu is actually the one going to war. I think that if we can have a way of changing the narrative, although I don't really know much about Nigerians, but I think it is fundamental for for Nigerians to understand that we Nigerians are not the problem, and that this is the consequences of having this is one of the consequences of having bad leadership, and that is why Omar was saying that the bad leadership no the identify, as in there is no discrepancy, there is no any, you cannot identify who is going to be hit. So the point here is, in as much as I don't want to be making this kind of assertion regarding what is happening in the north, I'm highly disappointed. Not really disappointed, but the attitude of the Hariwa Twitter. Because if you look at the people that are talking about this, the no war, it is still the majority of us are still obedient, which means that what do they stand for? The Hariwa Twitter. So that is the point. Because if there is going to be any protest against the war, by this time around, they should have been protesting in the north against the war they want to go and perform in Niger. If truly they want to, they are showing care about their people. But that's the reality. If you look at Arewa people, they are quiet, they are silent, even though we believe that their governors are going to go and speak to this drug baron. But what is the attitude of the people from the north? Fine, somebody was saying that Lagos is the target. True, but before the bomb will reach Lagos, forget it, Kano is gone already. Forget it, Kaduna is almost Kaduna is gone. The Sokoto, Zamfara, all those Guso, naturally they are in abject poverty. The poverty level is gone. Even the religion that you want to practice, you will not be able to practice it. Because there is no way there will not be casualty. So the question is, what is the disposition of the so-called Arewa intellectuals, or whatever they call themselves, towards this war? How much more have they raised, the way they raised alarm against Davido stuff? How have they responded? Because number one, Nigeria is in deep crisis. Pounds now, as at now, in the last 1 hour, pounds now is like 1,170 because people are still hiding under dollar. Pounds is highly expensive. And the meaning of that is that the inflation that is going on in the country is so bad that I don't know how people are surviving, especially people with chronic illness that need to be buying drugs every day. I don't understand how those guys are surviving. Not to talk of fuel subsidy, not to talk of a lot of bad policies. Now you want to crown it with war. I have been trying to justify the reason for that war. I cannot crack my head. Because you can only tell me you want to go and fight for Niger if there is crisis in Niger. If there is that is common sense, right? So to me, I just believe that personally, I am not expecting too much from Tinubu. I am not expecting, as in from the beginning of the administration, anybody that have respected anything to this is the hallmark of APC. APC has been one of the greatest mistakes Nigeria have made at least since 1960. So, but the only thing I'm worried about is the people that are actually living in those big cities. How are they reacting? Why is it that the people in the southern part of the country are the one that always seems to be demanding for good governance? Because if they just give 10% of the energy they gave to this guy, to this Davido means, I think it won't be like this. So personally, I have a mixed feelings. The mixed feelings is that innocent people is going to die, but I think it's to let us know that Nigeria is actually two different countries. We reason differently. We have different law, including we act differently, and this war has further shown to us that the level at which the people from the north think is not the same way we are thinking. Because personally, they're supposed to be the forefront of all this no war. And the reason why probably many of us are very careful is because we don't want anything that will truncate or make judiciary to have a second thought. There is no second thought anyway. I'm so convinced that Tinubu is going to be removed. I don't have any doubt about that. The only problem is the consequences this guy will have caused for Peter Obi before becoming president. That is my fear. And that's the reason why I don't want the war. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Olu. Thank you very much for that. That's actually very spot on. All right, Real Jack, please go
I beg, I
ahead.
just want to read. I just want to
Okay.
read. I want to read something from one of our another brothers, Andrew. He say, if Bola Tinubu goes to war with with Niger Republic to please the US and France, Northerners will wait for him with their millions of votes in 2027. We didn't vote for war. Our reps, our senators, and governors didn't vote for it either. So our cities say 2027 day. Hey God. Oh, my brother gone.
Oh God.
That time I beg,
Anyway,
who read that one?
no.
No, I just want to know. Hey, I want honest Uru at Igeyawo 2027.
Hey God, yeah, God. This is what say. He go chop grass. He go, you know what I see? Wait, let me just paint the picture. Jimmy, during anybody that is in Plateau can please test what I'm saying right now. During the crisis in Plateau State, bro, bread. You go see bread when they sell that time. That time was small. They sell bread like they sell like I think big loaf. Then I think 100 naira or so. Big loaf. That big loaf, you go sell it at 5,000. You don't see and buy 5K with your money. You dey beg. Crisis, ordinary crisis. Crisis wey be say go happen for like 2-3 weeks. You will not see that normal thing to buy. You go. This is gonna talk of war. Not talk of war. He say 27. You go hunger go kill you. You go die for 2023. 2023 finish. Say,
Oh,
I mean, God, my brother, I went to
yeah, Real Jack, please go ahead. 4 minutes. Real Jack, your mic is mute.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Sorry, I just want to add my 2 cents. We have said it tied with that number.
1 minute,
Nigerians,
I cannot hear you again. I beg, let me drop off. Sorry, please.
Nigerians do not want war. APC and the illegitimate president, they are looking for war to seek legitimacy from the Western power. We all know that Tinubu did not win the election, and this is the reason why we are asking the judiciary to do the right thing to save this country. Because if this thing continues, there's going to be an internal implosion in Nigeria. Because he will not be in Nigeria as an illegitimate president and be fighting another country in Africa. There's going to be internal crisis. The people in Nigeria will not allow you to destroy the country. Because what you see coming now may have element of the Third World War. Because why I say this is, I know that the Western power, more or less America, the two-faced America with their two-faced democracy they practice. Because they are piping oil from Nigeria through Niger to Europe, they can never let go. That is why they need illegitimate person to legitimize that person through that corrupt way to make sure their interest is being sustained. And this is also the reason why Nigerian populace must fight to stop them. Because what this entails is, if judiciary does otherwise, forget about anything democracy, forget about anything due process in Nigeria, it's not going to work. They will just sit down and prepare whatever they want to prepare, and they will unleash it on Nigeria. Whether you like it or not, you can wail, you can complain. That is your business. They do what they want to do. So this is the reason why it is important that judiciary must do the right thing by disqualifying the drug dealer entirely, so Nigeria will have peace and rest. Because everybody is seeing what is happening. And the northern Nigeria, more especially, should rise above sentiment, because the casualty will be catastrophic. And the negative impact that is going to come on that area, they will migrate from the north, looking for where to perch when this war escalates. Because I foresaw other African countries to support Niger in this fight. So it is on this basis I am calling on judiciary once again to do justice and remove this Tinubu from this illegitimate position and give back the mandate to P2B so that Nigeria will have their peace. A stitch in time save 9. And if they do not do this thing, things fall apart. Remember, Syntax will no longer hold. Are you back the mic? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jack. Saddam, look out for N6. Okay, thank you very much, Jack. Okay, God, I think I think you said your network was the issue just now.
All right, okay. Thank you, well-meaning
After Okay,
Nigeria.
God,
Good
we'll
evening.
come to After Okay, God, we'll go to Semwe.
Okay. Good evening, well-meaning Emir, Jimmy, UC, and every other person on the space. I have a couple of things to say, but I'm going to be fast. First, I want to say to Dr. Olu, in response to that question, when you're asking why our northern brothers are not at the forefront of, reacting to this war that Tinubu is pushing out. I want to suggest if we could all look at the whole war thing from another angle, where this is actually a fact. This thing happens. I've said it to Yusuf Maxwell before when he asked the question, and I want to say it again. The regular Hausa person in Nigeria, if you come to the north, he sees a Niger person more as a brother than he sees you, a Nigerian who is from the west, the north, the west, east, and the south. If you have an issue with a Nigerian and it has to take a northern person to come and to be the solution provider to that issue, he will not take sides with you from the west, south, or east, even if you're on the right. He will rather take sides with the person from Niger. Because of time, I'll not be able to go deep into that, but just begin to look at that and understand why they may not come out to say so much, because they may actually be looking at doing this fight back with the Nigerians. If you know, you know, Sha. I can't go deep into this because of time. It was not supposed to be part of my submission. So I'll go to my next submission. I was going to say to N6 that the 3 questions that he actually dropped during his last submission, they are actually very deep. And I think we can get that question going all out. Maybe he can tweet about it or something. It will also get every other person to begin to tag along, because I can tell you, so many people are not even in the know. Like, they don't even understand what is going down. But if we have those questions begin to push out to people to begin to question, I think more people will begin to lend their voice to discuss. Then to Emir Saddam, I want to say or ask, is it going to be out of place to call out to our Nigerian brothers and sisters in Niger to come back home? If Tinubu is not going to do it, because that's the right thing for him to do, is it going to be out of place if we begin to
It
call
would
out to them
actually
to come?
need an evacuation strategy. You saw how far NIDCOM did just to get people back from Sudan. Also, it is not in our place, madam. The APC government should fumble. For me, the more negative steps they take, the more it proves that they're a bunch of bumbling idiots. So that is a call the president of Nigeria should make, because that call comes with contingency plans, buses, activation of air peace. You've seen it in South Africa, you've seen it in Sudan. I don't think it's in our call, to be very honest.
Well, I know it's not. That's why I was asking if it's out of place, because this man is not going to do it. Anyways, just to go on, I'm still to you, N6. When you were saying something about Kadanji Dam and saying you're not sure we understand the grip of the problem of that, creating that dam, I was going to say to you in response that the first problem I already see is in many issues that our president, Peter Obi, is going to have to grapple with when he becomes president. That is already going to be huge on us at that time. And then to my main submissions, because all these ones came up as people were talking. First of all, I want to suggest, Emia, concerning PEPC Judgment Day, since we are still pushing and saying all eyes on the judiciary, I want to suggest that all those skits, all the songs that we had the obedient guys do for the JOT competition, could we get them trending? Because some of us cannot download videos from YouTube and some other platforms. Apart from the few ones we had that were posted on Twitter, we don't have access to those other ones. So is it possible for us to have those videos tweeted, maybe on Parallel Facts platform, so that we can download and share, so that it doesn't just be something that was done within the competition period? Let it also be something that we're using to push out, because people get to tag along more with skits and with music. So if we get those videos going out the more, especially on WhatsApp platforms, TikTok, and the rest of them, I think it will go far to push out the message of all eyes on the judiciary, right? And also, I was going to suggest again. All right. I was also going to suggest, please, we saw what the Peter Obi lawyers did, or rather the obedient lawyers did after the last time they were in court. They said they went on for a Thanksgiving. So I've had this in my mind. I was going to suggest to us that, could we do, as an obedient family, could we do a Thanksgiving, especially in anticipation of the judgment we're expecting, and also for this war? If, especially as a Christian, you should understand what Thanksgiving and praise will do to the personality of God. It's just a suggestion. And then finally, in this whole war thing, right? I
Okay,
just
God, you
want,
said finally.
yes, please, sir.
I mean, you used time. You used like 3 people's time already.
Really?
Yep.
Sorry.
All
But
right,
please,
30
just one
seconds.
last submission. All right. It's going to be very short, right? But it's a story that my dad told me. I just want us to understand the kind of people that we're dealing with. This happened to someone from my hometown, a very rich man. He had this Nigerian guy as a security guard, but his wife was always having issues with the security guy, the Nigerian. And the guy will always go back to the husband to say, your wife is always harassing me. Tell her that women don't talk to us in our, like, we know they give women that kind of space, so they talk to us anyhow. Warn your wife, warn your wife. It happened a couple of times. The man will go back, talk to the wife will go back, harass the guy. Eventually, what happened, what the guy decided to do the last time the woman harassed him was, he simply just told her, I'll deal with you. And how did he deal with her? He just got his fellow brothers one night, went into the house. Of course, he was the security guard, so he had access. Went into the main house, killed the man, and then disappeared with his brothers. All of them for that area, they just disappear. You get. I'm having to mention this because many of us have been saying that before it gets to the south, that it will first do the north and all that. We need to understand that these guys, and then we also come on space to say, I hope the Nigerians know that Nigerians are not in tune with this war. They are not the kind of people that if they feel an aggression against, they will now begin to think, okay, this one is innocent. That man was very innocent, but they went for him just to punish the wife. You get. So in this, I'm simply saying, everybody just prepare. Everybody just begin to get very security conscious. Everybody begin to also get mentally prepared, because this thing is going to happen. Many people that are praying and casting and binding that this will not happen, it is likely going to happen. That's what I
All
just
right.
thought I should do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, God. Quickly, I'll just go straight to okay, 7 we're supposed to go. So 7 go, then Miss Max, I see you are dropping back and forth. So take you, Max. So Mr. Colade, I can see you. Deco, I can see you.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. It's good to be back. I've been a listener for the last 3 episodes of the Vawulence space, and I'm glad to be speaking today. Thank you, Sizzle, for your submission. I'll start from where you stopped. I have asked a lot of people, what is it? What's this fixation with Niger and this war that these people want to have with Niger? Forgetting that we have already caused a major problem by cutting them off electricity. Forgetting there's a treaty that allows us to give them this electricity, knowing that they are doing us a favor by not channeling their dam to themselves. But it looks like we don't know history. And this man is the master of no history. He believes he can bully his way into anything. I am sure there is someone at the corridors that told him there is such and such a treaty, but he felt, to hell with these people, I will do what I will do. We are already at a precarious stage of our lives. This guy has put us in a big mess. There is that pipeline that runs through. The effect of this man's misjudgment is already putting us in a bad place. I am somewhat waiting to see what he will finally do, because everybody that has told me, "Sheil, don't worry, it's not going to work like that," they don't understand that this man is willing to do anything to get legitimacy. This man is willing to kiss any butt, lick any foot to ensure that they allow him stay in power. So I will talk to every well-meaning Nigerian. Don't remove your leg off this pedal. Keep this pressure up. This man must not be allowed to stay. By no means must this man remain. We can't even do 6 months with this fellow. This fellow has to be gone in a minute, because he's already creating enough problems that we would have to tackle when we get the mandate back. We don't need that on our hands. For the PEPC, I don't care what they're going to do. All I know is one way or the other, we will get it right. This country will work for us. God bless Nigeria, and God bless the violence space. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Senwe. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's go straight to Juicy Maxwell. Juicy Maxwell, go ahead, 4 minutes, please. Juicy Maxwell network. Juicy Maxwell.
Sir,
Okay,
good evening, sir.
go ahead.
Sorry, when when you were about to call me, a call came into my phone. That's why. So, good evening to everybody. Saddam, good evening to you. Cizo, good evening to you. Well-meaning Jimmy, all my friends, respected elder brothers, and then respected younger ones too. I greet each and every one of you. So it's been a very nice conversation, and for the time I've been here, I've heard a lot of things. So I really want to respond to something that Real Ever Best said. Now, while Real Ever Best was talking to the judiciary, he told them that they should do everything that they need to do to give us justice, that they should look at what Tinubu is doing, this and that he's going to war. On the contrary, please, the judiciary should not remove Tinubu because he's going to war. That is not what we told them to do. They should not remove Tinubu because Tinubu likes war, or because Tinubu is kowtowing to the West or anything. There are issues we submitted to them in the court. They should not go outside of those issues we've told them. We've told them that, hey, this man is a drug lord, he forfeited money, he has a criminal case to answer to, he's not fit and proper to be president. He's vice, he has double nomination, the party should have not fielded the both of them, they did not get 25 places. These are the issues. Because when the court leaves what is before it and come and start using different reasons, later they will come and tell you that because there is war, it is not proper for us to change government. Please, let them leave whatever is.
No, you
No,
see, Marcel, please, that's not what
I
my
know,
submission. I
I
beg,
know that
please.
that is not your submission, sir. There's no problem. I know. I'm just trying to be elaborate as possible. The court should forget everything happening in Nigeria as it stands. Whether Gospel Akpabio is sending prayers to people's mailboxes, we did not ask them. Let them simply attend to the issues we've given to them to attend to, because it is a very serious business. Some people don't know what this means. Whatever judgment come out of the courts will be a precedence for every other lower court to stand with for eternity or till a legal system is changed. I want to state this, and it will give me great pleasure to say it on this space. Dear judiciary, if you fail to uphold justice, we will revolt. It is a clear statement. There is no ambiguity in it. This is not and, this is not or in the constitution. If you fail to uphold justice in everything that you do, if you fail to uphold justice, the Nigerian people will revolt. And trust me, you will not appreciate, you will not like the country. You will not like the country. I think it was Saddam that always say that if it cannot be good for the ordinary Nigerians, it should not be good for everybody. While some people are receiving prayers in their mailboxes, the remaining of us Nigerians that are suffering day and night, going to the work, going to office, bearing the brunt of hold up and everything, should also receive prayers in our own mailboxes. I'm not surprised that some other lawmakers are beginning to defend those who are in the house, the Senate president. Imagine that a Senate president was screening somebody after they asked the person questions and up and down. He ran to the presidential villa to go and give situation report about this Sandalili. It's unfortunate that that's where we find ourselves, but the judicial that we will revolt if they refuse to uphold justice. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody, once again.
All right, thank you very much, Yusuf Maxwell. All right, I'll just go to Mr. Kolade, then I'll come to Amin. Amin is actually Deko Adamu. Mr. Kolade, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, my brother. I greet everyone out there. Saddam, I salute. Sizu, thank you for the submission, though I was in and out. Jimmy, I greet you. Everybody out there, I see everyone, I salute everyone. Okay, let me just go straight. Look, I think I want to come from a different approach. You get to a point in life and you get to a stage when you're doing something and you just want to damn the consequences and just do what you want to do. Look, at this point, I want to dare Ebola Ahmed. I want to dare him to dare go ahead with the so-called war of 18 that is like choosing to threaten people up and down. So personally, I don't see it happen. That's the honest truth. ECOWAS troop, they can see, they know what it is. They are on standby, and they will remain on that standby for a very long time. Mark my word. You get it? It is common sense. I said it earlier. I was like, let me see what our northern brothers will do. Look, we think we are the South. We know how to say we don't go green, we don't go green. We know how to voice out. But these people, they do their own things on the ground. They know what is coming at them, and I know that the heat too they will have turned it up to Ebola himself. So I don't see it coming. That's my own opinion. And if they adhere to the consequences that, like everybody have rightly said, it won't be here. We will all hear it loud and clear. But it just doesn't make any sense to me. That's why I just have to just discard. I just see it as a distraction. I just see it as a total distraction from the judiciary matter. So to me, I think I would rather just remain focused. We all know what is at stake. We have a very huge stake. The Western world, the Eastern world, the Northern world, and everybody have a huge stake in what is on ground. But in all of it, who benefits from the stability of Niger? Who? It's Russia, as far as I'm concerned. So that's why I'm just like, it's a very we need to tread with it's a very delicate this thing, because Russia is the competitor. Now we are competing. We want to compete the gas sales with Russia, who has been selling to Europe. Let us stop using supply. Sell to Europe. Now we want to now be in charge. The African country, including Niger, too, will benefit because they will get compensation from the pipeline that we run through that place. And they are now saying, okay, fine, we want to use Russia to support them to do one thing. There's just a distance between all of these people, and who needs the product, who needs the commodity? Europeans, the Westerners. So instead of our leaders to come together and help these people negotiate a better deal that will favor the people, they are there threatening them with war. War on top waiting. You forget that this pipeline is going to run through their country. After you fight the war now, are you going to be there 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Well, I think, as we've all rightly said, let's just pray that judiciary, let's take the heat back to the judiciary. In all of this, the anger should go back to them. They must do the right thing and do it now. We need them now. I give the mic at this point. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kolade. Let's go straight to Adamu. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I know Saddam will say, I used to say, can you guys hear me? Actually, on this issue on Niger, there are some certain areas that Nigerians are not even talking about. I don't understand the circumstances why our president, I don't know if he doesn't really have diplomats or people who studied international relations around him. There is what we call international treaties that are signed between different countries. It could be as regards on trade, economics, sport, or any area of mutual of importance. Now, why is Niger very, very strategic to the Russians and the French and the Nigerian government? Bola Ahmed Tinubu, aside trying to get the validation of the West and his allies, is actually jeopardizing the economy of Nigeria. In as much as Niger depends on Nigeria economically, we equally depend on Niger in some in some areas that we have not even started talking about. I give you this. Just as NCs have said, I listened to it earlier. If Niger builds that dam, it's going to cut off the water supply that comes to River Niger and the Kandi Dam, all our dams down to um, Niger Delta is virtually going to be non-existent. And we know the just as how important the River Nile is to the Egyptians, that is how important the River Niger is. So how do you now go to war with the same people that can actually stop that water from coming down to your country? That's number one. Number two, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is jeopardizing the economy of Nigeria by going to war with Niger. On another area, the area I want to now talk on is on the area of trade and on the area of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement (AFCTA). Now there is a what would there is an agreement that we want to, like, as a continent, let's try as much as possible to do business with each other. If you look at the commerce in Africa, most especially in West Africa, we do very little trade among ourselves. I think it's about around 3%. So if you now want to impose sanctions on Niger and you now want to go to war with Niger, how are you going to facilitate the African Continental Free Trade Agreement? That's number two. Then number three, it seems we are not aware that about 160 billion exports that we send to francophone African countries like Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Guinea is going to be in jeopardy. Let me quote from a source. He said this according to a publication on Parallel Fact. He said the where is it? Okay, I've seen it. The decision of ECOWAS further undermines the recently ratified African Continental Free Trade Agreement Accord, which is intended to increase intra-African trade. For instance, Nigeria's commerce with the rest of Africa was just 2% in the first quarter of 2022, 3.8% in the second quarter, 2.5% in the third, and 3.4% in the fourth. We are the giant of Africa. We want to go to war with our neighbor. And thirdly, I want to hint on this thing. Niger armed forces have been more proactive in the fight against Boko Haram than the Nigerian military. When the multinational joint task force to combat insurgency in West Africa was set up, MTJNF, around few months after the Boko Haram incident occurred, there was this military accord around the Chad Basin where this Niger and Chadian military, in consonance with Nigerian army, were able to achieve successes in the fight against insecurity and insurgency. How do you now want to go to war with such a neighbor? Two, then another thing is that the Nigerian businesses are at risk. most especially um, in the areas of banking, in the areas of production, in the areas of exports and all of that. About 170 billion worth of goods. That's what Nigerians export through Niger. That is why actually the last administration plans to run a train service from Apapa straight to Maradi in Niger. That's another one. We have currently borrowed about $2.5 billion, if I'm not mistaken, to actually now construct that rail project from Kano down to Niger. What will now happen to that project? I see you. I see you. Well meaning. Let me round up. Let me round up. So whatever interest we are going to Niger to fight when we are not getting anything in return. Don't what the issue is that Niger is one of the highest producer of uranium, yet they don't have a nuclear plant. They don't use uranium to generate light. They export most of those things to France, to Netherlands, to the US and others. So these people want that to continue. What is our own interest in Niger? That is the question Nigerian people should ask Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And if he doesn't give any answer, I think the Senate can use this opportunity to impeach him. And on our judiciary, well, they are feeling it. They live among us, among Nigerians. They
Yeah.
know. Okay, I yield. I yield. Let me not take much of your time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Adamu. All right. Quickly, let's go to Zizi. I know you have been here for the longest. Zizi, sorry. Please go ahead. No, go ahead. Unmute your mic and speak.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's just, I've been listening to this space since the beginning. This whole conversation is actually very sad. First of all, Nigeria does not have any reason to go into war with Niger. We don't have anything we're benefiting from that war. It's really not our business. I know it's our neighbor and they say you should watch out for your neighbor, but we have no skin in it. We do business with those people. We provide 70% of the electricity. Tinubu decided to disconnect, cut them off. Niger is not the one losing money. We are the one losing money. If we don't provide them electricity, some other people will provide them electricity. With that said, my belief is the US and France are fighting a proxy war in Niger, and they're pushing Nigeria to progress that agenda because number one, Russia is backing Niger. This fight, ECOWAS, that I am so pissed off right now that I don't even this English where they speak, I don't even know where they speak. This fight that we are planning on going into with Niger. Niger is not the only people that is going to be fighting this war. Russia actually sends people down in Niger. We saw some pictures on social media about Russia funding this fight. The reason why the US and France are into this fight through Nigeria is because they all have a stake in it. The plans for the Trans-Sahara gas pipeline, I mean, what's it called? It's going to link Europe to supply gas to almost 11 countries along African coast, all the way to Morocco, and to be connected to the energy system in Spain. After they cut off Russia for invading Ukraine, so this is them protecting their own interest. They have an interest in this war. We have our own problems at home that this president will not pay attention to. Let's even assume that you are there pending when the courts will give us back our mandates. A normal, reasonable person will try and appeal to the people, do the things the people want. A situation where the people you're trying to rescue in Niger, they're all on the street celebrating and telling you that they're okay with the coup that has happened. And you want to be the one crying and taking Panadol for their headache. The people you're trying to save say they don't need you to save them. So what is the real agenda? Why are we involved? Why are we spending the money we don't have? Why are we using the resources we don't have? The soldiers are not well paid. The other day, they increased their daily feeding allowance from 1,000 naira a day to 1,200 naira a day. I might not have a sense of what the naira is right now. You know,
Sorry,
in terms
please.
of
As you wrap up, please. Sorry, a month, please. A month.
that is even that is bizarre. This is me thinking it's per day.
Nah, she dey talk that per day. I can't dey confuse saying a Nigerian army, I been a Dubai army. They talk about.
Because the end is the thing. No, the thing. I even you know what they call benefit of doubt. Say you know if it did that bad. Every time we person say you know if it did that
He
bad, you
dey
go be like
whine
say
Jesus.
like I got you. Like these people know they get money to chop to feed their family. You won't send them go work go die. You not do anything for them. You not buy uniform for them. You they send them go shed blood. They say democracy is a government of the people, by the people, for the people. The people will get government say they no want them again. Say they want military people, may they rule them. And the military people say they won't coordinate election. Will be free and fair before they go hang over. And I say no, and I won't die on top of the matter. Tinubu, and one of the things where this whole movement, we fight, we do everything. People, we were there abroad, we support our own money or whatever we need to support. One of the things we they take for granted, we say, when they finally give us date of judgment, they go say, okay, Tinubu come out. Tinubu go just come out like that. It be like say most of us don't forget the people who they deal with. No be only Tinubu get power to gain for that seat. He get cabal where they leave that where they that country where be say they go fight tooth and nail, they go shed blood, they go kill people just to retain that power. We just they take this thing like saying that just English will they speak. Maybe when the court just rule, they go just carry mandates, give you no peace. So it no go happen. No, make I just round up because I know say my time don't go. We all should get ready. Prepare your loved ones. Prepare for war. We're entering very dangerous time. Whether you are prepared or not, it will not stop it. Blood will be lost. Life. People go die. But this mandate who they fight for, nobody say no go happen, no, but they no go hand them over to us like that. Make we know they social media they naive, say once court rule our mandate, they will cry and give us. Make we they ready. But as far as they get neighbor, they go church, they live for Nigeria, they get children, they get housemates, wherever they do, we go track them. If Nigeria go born, all of them go born join with Nigeria. I yield my mic.
All right, thank you very much, Zizi. But let me correct a very, and I'm strongly going to correct it. When it's court sacks Tinubu as president, Tinubu is going to walk out very, in fact, is there's nothing naive about it. Tinubu is going to walk straight out of the door. He's not going to resist anything. I know there's this what APC cannot do does not exist, or what Tinubu cannot do does not exist in people's mind. But I understand. But Tinubu is going to work hard. If he doesn't, I think people don't understand is that the moment the court, and I mean the Supreme Court now, I mean if the appeal court, you can say, oh, he wants to go and appeal. The moment the Supreme Court says Tinubu is not president, he ceases to be what you call grand commander of the chief of that name they call her. So it means the soldier next to him, whoever is next to him, already know they see him as Oga again. And Tinubu is not even a military man that you not say, okay, maybe if it was Buhari now, you say, okay, maybe they will just fear him as a former general. See, I know some people too rate, some people too rate him, I understand. It's understandable, but you see that particular one, if Tinubu knows that he doesn't need the court to remain in office, he won't be bothered. He will just say, court, do whatever you like. The reason, he knows that if that is declared or more, like guess what kind of person not they play this.
I'm sorry, we're in Nigeria. Make I add.
Zizi, I've told you.
No
There is
vex, no
nothing. There
vex.
is nothing. Just forget it.
My
There is nothing
question be
that
say
Tinubu will do.
the military way they there right now.
Yes.
All of them are puppets. They don't pay all of them.
See, Zizi.
See what happened with DSS for Soludo issue for courts. They know they obeyed court law. Nigeria is a mess. But like say we don't even understand our juggle with day.
But I don't tell you now, just take her like that. Say if court sacks Tinubu or when court sacks Tinubu is going to walk out of the door very, very easily. In fact, he's going to work. Let's just forget. I don't want to
Sorry, please. Sorry. Wait a minute. I'm come, please. Zizi, please, are you there?
I'm here. I'm here.
Are you saying that when the court sacked Tinubu, he will not leave or what?
What I'm saying is, this man is known. Like I
Guys,
be
no, no, just answer. I
Lagosian.
want
They
you, I want
bought me
you,
for
I want you to say a
Lagos.
straight question. Now, don't need to explain. Just answer me. Are you saying that when the court sacks him from this thing, he will not leave or what?
Tinubu
Just
never leave power easily like that. Now which I
no,
know be
no,
that.
no, no, no,
You go cause mayhem before you come up for there.
no, 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 no,
No,
no, no.
I won't even make it easier for you. Zizi, several state governors have been removed by the courts. Many, you will admit with me that state governors are more powerful in Nigeria than the president. Many state governors have been removed. Was there any state governor that was so popular, he was so loved, that no matter how he rigged that election, when he was removed, the people of the state fought? In Osun State, where Tinubu's godson was the governor, did the people of Osun love Oyetola so much that when the tribunal removed him, they made things hard for Adeleke? They protested, they rioted. Or did you see videos of Osun civil servants celebrating? Till today, Adeleke is even doing some small nepotism, putting his in-laws and relations. Have you seen anybody from Osun State burn Osun State down? David Leon was removed. Did you see anybody born or was Bayelsa down? In the north, several House of Reps senators have been removed by the Supreme Court. Please, which of them was so loved by his constituency that in 2011, Buhari supporters thought he was cheated in an election and burnt Nigeria? 100,000 buildings and over 1,000 people were killed, including about 20 to 30 youth corpers. Please, I ask you one more time. Has anybody been removed by the courts in this democracy and was so loved by the people that they rioted and scattered everywhere? So you tell me that a president, least of all, a man who rigged an election till today, his impressions per tweet is still trying to struggle to get to 100,000 per tweet. And Peter Obi is knocking tens of millions just writing his random thoughts, will be removed from power. And somehow he has Agidi, but he won't leave. But this same man lost election in 4 polling units in Bodilon, 2 polling units in Aso Rock, in Rivers State, in Kano, and in Lagos. It is also something I would love to happen. I would like to put it in my
See,
database.
And pray.
at this point in time, I
Lazy
don't,
Jojo.
honestly speaking, at this point in time, I don't even like, I don't want to stress my brain. I
No
don't
be every
stress my brain
question then
anymore.
the answer now, sir.
Honestly, because for me now, at this point in time, the greatest thing that Tinubu can fight or have right now is that let the courts do magic and keep him.
That election in Edo State,
But that's exactly what
that
I be
election in
talking.
Edo
But
That's
you
State,
know,
exactly what I'm
Saddam.
saying,
but for you to come out and
Sagam.
say court will remove him and he will not go.
No, na it's Asari Dokubo that will defend Aso Rock now with M2 Oluomo.
God go come out Tinubu and say he will go.
I go let me just test and
I
make
want
sure.
start. I'm
I go like make
not well meaning. It not be every bad thing will go happen for Nigeria and now everybody go dey fear. Maybe they test some things for data's sake. Maybe we test them.
I go like make it
I won't
happen.
make it happen. I just want no make it happen.
The kind of when the man go jog, now jogging rock for Aso Rock. Now run, he go run, he go use race.
You
Now
know
race,
yesterday that meet Tinubu go
now
long.
race, he go use rock for Aso Rock.
No, make I even
They meet
make
Tinubu
I
long
ask her
after
make I ask
yesterday.
her a question. In Lagos State, Tinubu criminally removed 2 deputy governors of his. Did anybody protest in Lagos State for Bokno Akerele or for Bode Pedro? My dear, people are sworn to the Constitution.
The greatest thing that can happen to him is for him to make the judiciary perform magic.
But that's what he's gonna do. I'm sorry. That's
No, you're not
exactly the
changing mouth.
power
I
he
say we
has.
won't see
No.
this movie now. Zizi, you can't
Let
talk
us see
like
the magic, sir.
Saddam.
You're changing your magic because your first magic I asked was like they will remove him from court and he will not really go. You say yes.
We
And you
can't
are
give you
making him appear as a
evidence.
court.
We can't give you data.
No, but NSYS, this
My
guy
sister, please,
no they
please.
fear power. This guy is not afraid to kill.
Zizi, Zizi,
See what he do
Zizi,
NSAS
Zizi,
people.
Zizi. My sister, we have heard what you are saying. Me, I am saying that I support you. I am not even arguing against you. Please, I hope the judiciary rules in his favor or I also hope the judiciary kicks him out. I hope at that time Asari Dokubo does another video from Aso Rock balcony with 3,000 armed boys, that the support for Tinubu will not come down. God punish judiciary. You see this movie you say you want to see. Me too, I'm excited. I want to see.
You
Make
go
it not
see
be like
am.
say we dey argue with you. I support you.
Yeah, we go see
I
am.
don't want him to, I want him to not come down without a fight. I'm supporting
When
you
we
here.
clap
You
now, we
think
go
that
see
I'm
am.
arguing with you? I want to see MC Olomo versus Niger. Yesterday, I saw a video of a downfall person beating a soldier with stick. I want to see this
Uh-huh.
movie
It's possible.
complete. No, no.
It's possible that the judge will remove him and he will say NTA pam param param NTA. He now say I will not leave. I now declare myself Field
Ah,
Marshal of Nigeria Armed Forces.
with so
It's
many, he
possible.
can
It's
tweet it.
possible.
He can do IG
Possible.
video. His Alake can say it on his behalf. We no go agree. We no go agree. There are so many. But during Gelale can come out. So I want to see this movie. My darling Zizi, I don't understand. You they see horror film. You don't say horror film. You can't defend horror film. Maybe walk the horror movie complete to the ending. So please, I don't like you presenting a movie that I'm looking forward to watching to the end as if I suppose they fear. You dey like this, you dey at war, you dey fear person wey talk say no go come down. You dey war. Nana, what for you? Hey. Please, Bola Ahmed, I beg you. Part of our prayers is also when the judiciary tells you to leave Aso Rock, I beg
Say I no
you,
go go.
talk say you no
Say
go
I no
come
go
out.
go.
I want to check
Say I no
something.
go go.
That violence space
Talk
that
to
day will be
Pharaoh.
sweet, self. The space.
Talk to Pharaoh, please.
Sadam, imagine the violence space the day judiciary ruled that Peter Obi has won the election, and Tinubu says he is not stepping down via IG live from inside Aso Rock. And Aso Rock has been barricaded by Asari Dokubo boys and Emsu Oluomo boys. Nigeria, what happens next?
Nigeria, do your worst.
Nigerians, do
Nigerians, do
your
your
worst.
worst.
Now imagine
Nigerians,
violence
do your
space
worst.
that day. Now, if we know knock more listeners than the day when we hospital, I'll be make I know wetin
Since
go
that
talk.
night, you go see person for parallel space. Everybody feel on the villa. And the thing I say before they reach villa,
Baba,
una no hear
everybody
say
go
they
host
meet
space
Tinubu.
that day. All the space go get more than 1,000 people. Everybody mindset. Everybody go host space. Nah, wow.
Una no hear say they meet Tinubu lock the church for villa. Say he not trust anybody for villa. They don't trust anybody. Say all of them.
You know they even live for villa self. You're speaking. He does not stay. He does as we
Nah,
speak right now. He
wow.
does not live in Aso Villa. He drives to Aso Villa and from Aso after work he go. He cannot live in Aso Villa as we are speaking now. You hear the praise him.
Nah,
And say
vex
no
this
live
year,
for Aso
please.
Villa.
All of you
When
people
they
that
see him
have,
live for Aso
all
Villa.
of you people, please, in ending, all of you people that have worse scenarios like this, please, if you even have scenario, what if they barricade the Supreme Court on the day of the final ruling with Asari boys? You look, all these worst scenarios where you get, bring them. We won't discuss them. We bring them. As soon as I want make with the derail topic, they talk madness. Bring them. What if Tinubu steps down, but his cabinet refuses to step down? All the ministers they've elected, what if they all refuse to not be ministers? What happens? Do we individually go to all their ministries and bring them out? Why stop this horror movie at just the periphery? Nana, what for you? If you want fear,
I
fear
want move
complete.
back.
If
I
you
want
want fear,
back.
fear complete.
I want back Tinubu. I beg. See, I know you don't need to leave. But leave the judges. Let them give the judgment. Since you have the option of not leaving, just leave the judges. Let them give the judge. Don't threaten them. Don't bribe
When
them.
Nasir
Just
El Rufai can put us all in body bags, well meaning.
yes,
Hey,
yes,
now wow.
yes. Please, and that's a very good option. Thank you, Zizi, for that option. That's a good idea for Tinubu. Just leave the judges. Let them give the judgment. You don't need to go. You don't need to leave. What
I be
you
no
can see
need.
it
When I
now.
just
No,
give
no.
Peter Obi the judgment, no need. Then we want then him
No,
he will
stop
stay
disturbing the
behind.
judges.
Nigeria kuku get two
Stop disturb.
currencies, two different naira notes. We can do two presidents. Make we see as he go be.
All right.
You
Thank you
want chop
very
me,
much,
chop one
Zizi.
we get bone.
Thank you very much, Zizi. All right. Okay. Quickly, let's go straight to Dongmot. Then we'll go after to Anze, and we'll take it from there. Dongmot, are you there? All right. If Dongmot is not there, Anze, please go ahead.
Sorry, somebody should talk. I will talk later. Thank you.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Anzi.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Everybody on the space. Emia Satan, my brother. How are you doing, no? And since today when you come one give test, I no prepare. I beg now who go give me answer sheets. Because I know the forging, I no get answer sheets today because the person provide the answer sheets. Well, meaning, may I tell you now, as you refuse to follow me, if I see that your hand they raise, that war where they happen for Niger, now small matter go be for me and you. Now for space, we go fight them. If I make you not just they wave that hand, just keep on where it is so. Because my own shakabula, it big pass as Harry Dokubo old. And I'm for
3 minutes remaining.
you see they talk, Abi? Okay. But let me take us back a little bit. Niger people have been in the system in Nigeria for a very long time. As far back as the 80s, we had them amongst us. I had them as friends. So they have infiltrated into our system very, very well. The ones that are there are very comfortable. For us to now wake up in the morning and say we are going to do wahala with them, can you imagine what they will do to us before the world finds out? The ones in the system already, the ones in Nigeria already. They are not gates people, though. They have companies, in case you do not know. As I speak with you, I have a friend that is engaged to one, and his family is very wealthy in Nigeria. So don't think that because we are going to fight Niger that they will sit down. The killing now from inside house it go start. By the time we realize waiting they happen, then go don't finish us. And unfortunately, nobody big men then go finish. Now the person where they sell pepper, the person where they sell roasted corn, the person where they sell granuts, the man where they sell meat for market. Now there then go face. Now there then go face. Number two, people go back and do history and find out what the war did to the Igbos and to other Nigerians that were affected from the river Niger down. If you have uncles and aunties that are Easterners, see what the war did to them. It was not fun. The big men were in their houses drinking their wine. The people that were suffering were those that could not get food. My father was in that war. And I know till the man closed his eye in death, he never stopped talking about the after effects of it. So it is not a fun thing in any shape or form. This animal, this unami kot, this olori buruku, this were, this worm that I can step on and grind very well, that his intestines has refused to make him think. He is so fried on his colos that his brain has now turned to pancake, has refused to have common sense. Please, Bola Tinubu, I beg you, start the war by this night. Oh, one them go to the war. Carry your people. Asari Dokubo, go and stand in front with that your belly wey resembles soaked parfum. Go stand for front, fight war. The one we go come meet on her. I don't tell her now. Tinubu did not fall from the floor. The prayer of a mad woman is heard very well by God. Tinubu was born by a woman, a beautiful woman who unfortunately gave birth to a snake. My dear, women, gather up. 12 midnight prayer does wonders. More importantly, when you cry to God with the depth of your soul, Jehovah listens. Jehovah knows. All the Olori Buruku where they support this war. I'm gbàdúrà fún yín o. Amúra fún yín. Adẹ̀mọ orúkọ yín. A máa pè gan ni. Adẹ̀mọ dì yín. Níbẹ̀ Ọlọ́run. Well, Minnie, I see your hand. My people, thank you. Thank you so much for bringing this up. Thank you for bringing it out. Thank you for calling it the way it is without adding colors to it. May we look forward to the war that will bring down a madman whether he likes it or not. I yield.
All right, thank you very much,
I
Anzi.
beg, thank you very much, man. I just want to ask. I just want to. I saw my brother Zari Yusuf made a tweet around 52 minutes ago. I wanted to ask that question, but I was caught up with the space. He said, "Am I the only one contemplating why the Nigerian Senate is on recess at this crucial moment? I've never heard the Nigerian Senate after just 2 months in office go on recess.
73 days.
73 days in office, you go on recess. How? Why?
Bro, not just recess, so they give them money.
Now give them
After
money.
sharing money.
This bastard is he really wants to go to this war. So the senators say, no, we're not around though. War. Ababio, you follow for this thing, you go still collect.
Watch the lexicon.
No,
The war is ECOWAS, not Nigeria. ECOWAS.
Saddam, you remember what happened in Liberia when Nigeria was a big part of ECOMOG war that would send our soldiers to Liberia? Do you know what happened thereafter? Nigerians were raped. The Liberians went into all the houses of Nigerians and we are chopping off their hands and we are raping women and we are like, if you see what they did tonight, even though yes, we talk about ECOMOG and what Nigeria they exploit, but nobody want to talk about what happens tonight, what those people did to Nigerians because Nigerians said their troops. So if these Nigerians are going to repeat that, they are going to do it after all because at the end of the day, they are going to revenge on the people that is at their doorstep. And this is just one of these, agonies of this. We don't have to do things that at the end of the day that is going to be counterproductive. People don't actually think of what is going to happen to a whole lot of Nigerians who are living in Niger or who have any dealings with Nigerians, what they are going to do to those people that
Everbest. I put up a tweet 6 days ago. I said, Africans already hate Nigerians over the most mundane of issues, like we steal their women and their jobs. We helped South Africa, but today South Africa holds xenophobic tendencies towards us. Imagine Nigerians being at the mercy of some African countries, even worse, this time as refugees, or all of them holding a revenge or grudge towards us due to this war. It might not be now, it might be a long time later. All of them go show us pepe. So it's one of a few things. A bridge burnt in Lagos, and it took 18 months for that bridge to be fixed. If a missile hits any city in Nigeria, I yield.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean,
you can actually win a battle and lose a war.
See, do you know for the pain in my heart is that for the past 1 year, if there's anything we have preached on this platform is Nigerians hate APC. Hate that party. Hate everything with your blood, with every fiber in you. Hate APC. APC. Hate that party. You should see APC like APC like the devil. APC, the devil is scared of APC.
The demonic
it's a satanic. That is a blood-sucking evil gathering. Hate that party. That party hates this country. We say this thing, but it is paining my heart. God knows. It is pain my heart. These guys are evil. Hi.
At least my consolation. A man who wrote an article, I do not believe in one Nigeria. My own consolation, I first of all thought he hated Igbos. We're in trouble. My consolation, he hates us all equally. And all man go collect. Woto. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, NCs. Thank you very much. I just for me currently, we don't have until we get Peter Obi as president. Every other, I don't even regard. You see all those senators, all of them. don't try to reason with them. They are very, very unreasonable set of people.
Did you see the video of the lady that said Akpabio does not do his fraud with his hand directly? I think Jimmy posted it from 2021. Akpabio, Saddam, we need to do an Akpabio expose. We've stopped taking one person's name and making the person famous like we used to do.
On Tuesday,
I think next
on Tuesday,
Off
we
your
do
Tuesday,
it.
mic, off your mic. Honorable
On
Minister,
my
Tuesday,
off your mic.
on
brothers,
Tuesday.
Off your
load
mic.
everything. Tuesday, Jumbotron
Off
go
your mic.
full. Jumbotron go choke. Tuesday,
So,
You want
please,
about Dos
please, I beg,
Santos?
don't forget our space on Saturday. Make everybody just go and do your research on the mineral resources in Nigeria. Let us give Nigerians one expose of a space on Saturday. So that probably our brothers in the north, Zari made that submission that we don't. I've not said it today. That when you're crying about the war in Niger and how dumb this fucking crackhead man is that he thinks he's going to fight Niger. He doesn't understand Americans' eyes are in Nigeria. They're not even looking at Nigeria because whatever Nigeria have underneath their soil, Nigeria has it like times 1,000,000 times. Whatever you think that is in Nigeria, we have like 1,000,000 of it in different sphere in Nigeria. So if you think America are looking at just
Saddam, make
the
I
uranium
bust.
in
Saddam, make I
Niger,
bust your head. They are fighting
oh
in
God, I
Niger
beg.
because of uranium. In Nigeria, uranium has been discovered in a number of states, including Adamawa, Bauchi,
He
Bayelsa,
talk now.
Benue, Cross River, Gombe, Imo, Kano, and Sokoto. However, Nigeria does not currently mine uranium. There are no active uranium mines in Nigeria. Uranium in Nigeria from north to east. So, Saddam,
I say
I've been ready for your
NCs,
solid mineral space since last month. So when you are
please
ready, I'm
Saturday.
ready. No worry your
No,
head.
on Saturday.
You think
We're doing
you
it on Saturday.
at the end of
On
the day, I
Saturday.
will tell you that this war, if it be Nigeria's uranium deposit, then they look at.
It is
Okay,
Nigeria, brother. It
it's
is
okay,
Nigeria.
it's
It is
okay.
Nigeria they're looking at. They want to come to Nigeria, but they're using Niger as and this dumb man, this man will say if he smoke cocaine finish, his brain go finish. Nothing in that brain again. He thinks they are trying to use him to get to Niger. They are using him to enter Nigeria.
One, you know, understand. Say these people for them to have trailed him, Baba, they hold this man sex tape. You know, as FBI they do, they for don't bug in hotel, bug their going person house, video camera. Baba, you go they shock. Say these people holding tape. Where they knock, maybe not one, not two, not three. America, you think America could just hold you? America no be Nigerian police and at the day where they hold you as suspect and they go call arrest you, they go they film you. You don't know. Ah, bro. Anyway, no Allah. We're in trouble, though. We're in trouble.
I'm telling you. All right. Quickly, let's go straight to Tijak, then Rita, Polonium, Efrani. Tijak, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Hello, Saddam, well-meaning Sizzle, Jimmy, and Real Ever Best. I just want to, say something in the line of the fact that I think Nigeria has been primed for an implosion by Buhari. Let's think about it. Before now, we are not at war. People get killed, 200, 500. We have all our forests, inoculated with different weapons, some of which we don't even know. I wonder what we think will happen. What do you think Boko Haram, the bandits, the headsmen will be doing during this war when it starts? I'll just have to tell you guys, man, brace for impact. Brace for it. It is coming. One of our senior obedience have been saying, Oga, jog, do press up, exercise. Come on, we are there. My advice to all of us is, whoa, open your eyes. Jima soon. According to my Yoruba brethren, wake up, shine your eye. We are there. We are already there. To add salt to injury, this Nigerian military you are seeing that is demoralized is even worse than that. In 1967, the population of Nigeria was 52 million. The population of the army before the war was 85,000. At the end of the war, it was about 250,000. But now, what do we have? We have 210 million Nigerians on the average in 2023. Guess what the population of the active military is? 230.
230,000, sir.
Yeah, 230,000. Yeah. And they will go to war in Niger. They will go to war. What do you think the Boko Haram, the bandits, and the headsmen that are already, I repeat, stationed across the nation, what do you think they will be doing? So let's look at this, multifaceted crisis that we have and not take it as a joke. That man must be removed from that seat by anyhow. I'm indirectly, saying this to the military as well. Oh. If you think this will not touch you, or because somehow you go escape them, you are deceiving yourself. That is on the local front. We are in trouble. On the foreign front, I want to assure you that the war we have, at our borders brewing will be nothing like what we have in Ukraine. Why? Because at every point we have seen that biological weapons are brought down to Africa for testing. What do you think the US will be doing? What do you think their Chinese counterparts will be doing? Omo, Africa is in soup. If we don't coalesce now, I'm saying Africans generally now, if we don't come together, form a solid front. If you know the story of Ebola, even the last pandemic that we just had, if you see the engineering that went into it, you go bow, you go calm down. You go know, say, these people live, sleep, dream, and move forward their own economies in a crisis. So, guys, wake up. Wake up. This is the time. We must seize it and take this man out. Straight up. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thank you for that very, very critical way to put it. But I'm just thinking, APC is the terrorists. So they are the ones that owns Boko Haram, bandits. Maybe they might tell them to, go on holidays or something. I don't know. But the problem is that some of their terrorists will not hear them. Because even the ones that Buhari told to go on holiday when he became president, they are the ones that metamorphosed to bandits. So I don't know. We're in a problem in this country. Rita, please go ahead.
All right, thank you, well-meaning. Greetings, everyone. Emia Saddam, greetings to you. Please, Emia Saddam, I was expecting to hear this Omega X song as one of the playlists today. If you don't mind, I would say we should try to add it to our playlist since we're finding all means to push the message out there. It's very, very important since we have so much persons listening on different channels. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, I want to talk about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's visit. I hope I got that name very well. She visited. That was a lady who met Tinubu in France just some weeks back, if I'm not mistaken. The person who met Tinubu and did not recognize him. And we all were giving her a flowers, okay? Now this lady all of a sudden turned around and visited Tinubu. And she went on to even further to say that she came to visit Tinubu on her own. She wasn't sent. She been a fool. This woman, the say she did talk to, she feels she's talking to fools. She came and she came to discuss with him how they can help Nigerians to do this or do that or help women or something. See, Madam Okonjo-Iweala, I don't know if she's going to hear, if she's going to listen to this space, but the fact is, she got to where she is today because of her good deeds. because she stood for the right thing. I learned that when she was trying to do something some time ago, her mom was kidnapped. And the father told her, do what you need to do. If your mother dies, it means that's the time for her to die by God, something like that. And she did all that. Today, she climbed to where she is because she stood for what is right. Please do not let the Western world use you to come and destabilize the most populous black nation in the world. These people, they do anything. They do anything. They go through anything. They go to every length to get your nails down and dance to their tune. Mama Ngozi, if they are trying to blackmail you, if they are trying to tell you you're going to lose your job if you don't do this, if you don't do that, madam, lose it, oh, lose it. Urobo said that a good name is better than wealth. Oh, mamo de yominefe. You have worked so hard to get to where you are. If you end your career right now, you've gotten to the peak. History will remember you for good. Do not allow these people use you to disenfranchise or as in destabilize Nigeria and Africa as a whole. For those of us that did history, we know that this so-called Western world, that's why I hate calling them word powers. Because if you really look at it, they are not word powers. Now thieves them be, they steal. They steal from you to get to where they are. If they give everybody, especially we the blacks, the same opportunity, they no go halfway where we don't reach. Shey na them when mosquito they kill. We Africans, 1 minute I see your hand. We Africans, mosquitoes will beat us. Everything, coal, everything. On top of everything, we are succeeding. These guys go into Africa, they cause chaos and moving in the pretense to help. They will be stealing from you. That's how they get to where they are today and still moving. And for once, the people that are giving you uranium to give you light, they don't have light. Now their eyes are open and they're saying they are tired of this nonsense. They want it to stop. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk. Give me this, I give you this, or buy it like I buy from you. And they're saying no. And that nonsense paper from France said Tinubu legitimacy will be proven kinikon due to what he can do in Niger. Isn't it obvious? Isn't it obvious that this guy, Kalama Harris, and the rest of them are calling Tinubu because they know that they can use him? Imagine if a PO is there. All this nonsense no going to happen now. Because he gets sense. He no book. Nothing they won't tell him when they say he no know. Business-wise, whatever, he's there. Judiciary, please do the right thing, oh. Do the right thing. As I am right now, the situation of Nigeria is shocking me. It's shocking me. There are some things we cannot even say on space. Only today, yesterday and today, I know how much I've spent. I don't get money at the fine. I need help myself. Sweetie, I'm so sorry. Please just give me a little time. I don't have money. I'm shocking myself. I need help. And yet people will be coming to you. I said on this space that for me to get a single vote from somebody, I had to rent him an apartment. As we speak right now, they call me, say the person if they pay light bill. It's not easy. It is not easy. We're going through a lot. We are going through a lot. That was different sacrifices that we made to get to this place. And you guys want to mess it up. You even want to mess it up with somebody that is not capable. We are dying. If you think you are suffering because people around you are not happy, they will call on you. Only yesterday and today, I know what I've left my account. Waiting I did do, how much I get. I need help myself. And that's why we went all out to vote a man who can help us from this situation. Judiciary, please do the right thing. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. I'm begging you guys. Well, meaning, please help me talk about our prayer space. Thank you very much. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Rita. All right, of course, everybody's invited to the prayer space. Sundays 1:30, I think Wednesdays by 8 p.m. And every morning as well between 6:30 to 7 or 6 to 7 within the time. All right, thank you very much. But just to correct relatively an impression. So Okonjo was actually in Nigeria really on official capacity. I think what she tried debunking was what APC. So that entire scenario, of course, it's very easy to decode. The plan was she came, the APC went to spread propaganda to make it look as if our tribes people are attacking her and all that, and she came back to try to clear that as well. So it's APC being APC, all propaganda Congress. So it is what it is. All right. Polonium, please go ahead after which you round up with Ifrani.
Yeah, evening everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Saddam Penuvex. Now that Elon Musk is paying people, please try follow me now. NC, I beg. And I just wanted to say that you guys should not panic. You guys should not panic. Tinubu's war will not be fought with Nigerian army. Hmm? Asare Dokubo, you saw the video, Abi, where he told everybody that he is more than able to win the Nigerian army. So you guys should not panic. Asare Dokubo will go and fight the fight. He's more than able. That is the Nigerian Wagner, African Wagner force. So he's ready to go and fight, but M6 just took the words from my mouth because I was going to ask, in fact, I just said to myself, I was going to ask one question. I beg, who hold Tinubu for him blood? Cause I beg, may they show me that person. Who they hold this man? Somebody has got something on that man. Because these 70 days action is just insane. I cannot bring my mind to think that somebody would do all these things. And everything is falling in place. Like you got like rightly pointed out, Senate has gone on recess all of a sudden, haven't been given monies. Where did the monies come from? We know Sabi. And this same Nigeria, where would they? So please, I need someone to help me answer that question. Who is holding Tinubu in his blankers? Because even devil no get mind do it in this man they do. I sincerely pity for my
Make it
country.
insane, sorry.
I sincerely pity my country. Because first, it's like Nigerians will just go and block that river Niger. So the electricity that you people have denied them, you people will not get it. First. How many Nigerian soldiers have fought war in the desert? Check our military history. I come from check the military history. How many Nigerians have fought war in the desert? And the Nigerian people are going to rise up. The next thing, what I'm seeing that's going to happen now is they're going to call for volunteers and ordinary people, civilians, just like Russia underestimated Ukraine. That's what's going to happen in Niger. Today, France is forcing into their airspace and thinking that they have 10,000 soldiers. I pity for Nigeria because at the end of the day, the hate is going to be on us. Like N6 rightly said, we have not done anything. Oh, they hate us internationally. Is it now? It is one of the worst times to be in Nigeria because even Nigerians in Nigeria and Nigerians abroad, it's like we're still going to be put under the same measurement. I sincerely pity for my country. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Polonium. Say when Asari boys they go the war, when they sing that their song, na turn by turn, na jagaban turn. That song, I been make sure say that they sing that song. I could like see that video as they go fight.
Oh, what they will need that song use a match for inside desert.
Oh,
For desert.
now Olga, they're not going to reach the day where Olga will finish them.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Hey.
Hey, Franny.
Those Niger Delta boys that all they know is water. They will take them to go and fight in the desert. Life go tire people. Yeah, guy when they go start waka up to 10 kilometers. Okay now.
Hey, Fanny, please go ahead.
Well, meaning, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Um, well, meaning, I want to correct something. Is the evil Tinubu cannot do does not exist, because when you say what Tinubu, or rather, what Tinubu cannot do, what Tinubu cannot do does not exist, you are also referring to the good things. But when you put evil, it's just evil that man is capable of omitting. So I just want to clarify that. Then, really, if okay, if our military guys want to go to war, really, I just have a message for them. Make sure you put your house in order. Write your will if you have anything. Instruct your wife, your kids, and your pension or benefit. Make sure it's all, even though you may not even get it. Because I have a friend recently that left the military, and he just left. And the reason why he left, this guy had been in, he fought in Sambisa Forest for 3 years plus. This was as at 2012, around that time. Malnourished, they weren't taking care of them. He was always falling sick, but he had to remain there, eating all sorts of nonsense, you get, with no network to communicate to the outside, with the outside world. He was there for 3 to 4 years. And then, as you serve, your rank goes higher until he got to the captain level. And then recently, he got a letter that he should go back to Meduguri again. At that point, he felt so dejected and said he was going to leave. He didn't go through the process of, signing off, doing all the paperwork, because he knew they weren't going to let him go. So he just disappeared. He told me they are currently looking for him, but he doesn't care. He wouldn't return to Nigeria till in 10 years' time. So, and I was happy for him. And I was so happy for him. But I want to leave us with this. Let's obedient and well-meaning Nigerians. I want us to just calculate this whole thing happening. From the time of EndSARS, when we revolted and tried to speak out, they killed us and told us, go get your PVCs if you want to change the government and everything. So we got our PVCs. We went for our PVCs, picked up our PVCs, got ready to vote. Did a whole lot of things. People traveled from everywhere, every corner of the world to Nigeria to vote. And up to the point when they declared Tinubu illegally as the winner, and our principal came and spoke to us. Even the day he spoke, that day he released the press conference. There was some sort of light that happiness light again, at the end of the tunnel came up again, and we all said, okay, let's go to court. We've just been calm. My point is, we have been calm. We have really been calm all this while. Up to this moment, we have been so calm. Like we have not done anything to fight these people back. Even when they were fighting us on election day, when they fought us, and we didn't do anything. No, we haven't even raised a plank to fight these people back. But look at where we are today. Tinubu is still killing us. I don't get it. Like, I was just processing the thought. Like, we haven't done anything. These people are still killing us. Tinubu is still killing us. Like, all of them. They're still sucking our blood. Even when we have tried to just be calm and be very peaceful. They don't want to stop. This when this takes me back to what's his name? The Kogi guy, the Kogi politician, that challenged Yakubu Mahmoud. What's his name again? 1 minute, help me, please. What's this guy's name from Kogi State?
What do you mean exactly? What's he running for?
The one that said if you talk, you die. If you don't talk, you die. I mean, it boils down to that. We have done nothing wrong. These people are still sucking our blood. Nigeria is eating us alive. Nigeria it feeds on us, the young ones. Because these old men don't care. They don't fucking care about us. That's just what I was processing as everybody was some. Everybody have said, I mean, all the submissions have been great. I don't want to repeat what people have said. But look at where we have found ourselves again. Even when we have avoided trouble, it's still here, knocking on our doors, trying to kill us and maim us. It's still here. I don't know how best we'll do this to really, if not the judiciary doing the right thing. So let's really get this right, please. Let's get it right.
All
That's
right.
my suggestion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ifrani. Okay, and we're about rounding up, and so Darian, I don't know if you can just quickly go for 2 minutes before round up. Go ahead, Jerry. Darian, are you there? I don't think Darian is there. Anyway, so all right. The Hamlo, I know you really wanted to speak earlier, but I mean, so the thing is, when we are speaking, you can't say if you want to speak after the next person. You just wait till you are called. I think that's why you got dropped. Go ahead, the Hamlo.
Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, Susan. Thank you for this opportunity. It's just tiring with all this news and everything. And I just wanted to say that I think this war that is going to happen, one is going to be to our favor because it's not going to be led by the obedience. It's going to be start as in all these Agbado people will start the war themselves because now they see that they've been scammed. Number one. Number two, are you sure that dollar will not reach 2,000 by the end of December with the way things are going? I think everything is going to be water, and I'm so happy. But I don't just want this war that Tinubu is trying to do to delay our judgment. We want our judgment because that will determine the next point of action. If they try to do any nonsense, every one of us, NSAS is just rehearsal. We are coming now to give them water because enough of all this suffering and smiling. Nigerians, if you don't push them to the wall, if they don't start dying on the street like this, they will know that they are suffering. A lot of them now, they can't even afford to feed their kids again. They are now begging online. As in, I had to shut down my Facebook app because too much early in the morning you just see beggy. I'm like, how do we even help people? Even in the US, there's no free money again. Everywhere is tight. People are trying to conserve. People are trying to like hold on to the funds they have now because there's no certainty anywhere. My aunty now, she was telling me, she said all her things that she get it from Ghana, she just take a trip to Ghana, buy all her stuff because it's even cheaper to get her stuff in Ghana than staying here. But I just want to advise you, if you know you have a soldier brother or your husband is a soldier, just let them apply for leave of absence or study leave for now. We don't want them to go and fight or shed their innocent blood. We are not even contemplating that at all. If you are obedient and your husband is a soldier, your brother is a soldier, just tell them to apply for leave of absence. Tell them to apply for study leave. They can go to neighboring countries for now. If they go to 5 neighboring countries, from there they can try UK, try Canada, try US. By the time you use 3 months in US, 2 months in Canada, the year is done already. Please don't let Tinubu, FFK, Dino, Doyi, Keyamo, all of them, let them go to war. Let Niger people help us kill Tinubu self in the war. All of them, let them die in the war. Let them come and all of them, because if you don't have private jets, you cannot come and die in the war. All these soldiers are suffering already. I just hope that all these police and all these military people, all these uniform guys, they can see the reason why we are fighting for them. It's even for the most painful thing is all this fighting is even for the masses. Oh, it's not for us that we have money. It's for them. But I really think they can actually think about it. Thank you for this opportunity. Let me use my mic so that people can talk. Thank you so much. And on the
All
great news
right.
as well, Elon Musk has reduced the impression to 5 million now. So everybody, let's cash out so that we can be sending money down to Nigeria. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yamlo. All right, okay. I think that's actually fair place. Darian, are you back or are you here now? I don't know. I was trying to call you earlier. But if not, I think that's an okay place to end the space. This is 12:30. We've been here since 7, and that's about 5 hours 30 minutes. And we'll be here back on today's Thursday. We'll be here back on Saturday. I know everybody wants to speak, we want to say something, but please, the hashtag on the timeline, the hashtag Tinubu is illegal. That image, in fact, you don't need to write anything. It's on the Jumbotron. Save the image, tweet it, hashtag Tinubu is illegal. That's all. You don't need to write any text if nothing comes to mind. Just the image and hashtag Tinubu is illegal. Let's us keep emphasizing that, and hopefully very soon we'll get like a judgment day and get this man out. I'm so desperate to get this guy out. All right, thanks to everybody for coming. Saddam, please go ahead. Saddam, you did mute. Be like say you're mute yourself again.
I think I had the talk things. So thank you, help me, Nigeria, Jerry. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry, I've said too many things now. So people I don't hear, so I don't forget I don't hear them. But thank you, guys. On Saturday we should have. There's a space we have been postponing for over 5 months, right from the campaign period. We have been pushing this space, because I think I feel like we need to do a whole lot of digging, a whole lot of research to come out with that space. Because for me, if there's any space, that should be the most important space in the history of this country. Because for me, I really feel like we are so naive. There's a reason why Nigerians they don't allow the education is not promoted in Nigeria. There's a reason why our leaders keep us backward in education, so that we don't understand the power in knowledge. And you see, ignorance is not an excuse. So Nigeria, there is no state in Nigeria. When I say no state, including the FCT, the 36 states and the FCT, that is not self-sufficient. God has blessed every single state in Nigeria, not just one, some with multiple mineral resources, some 5, some 10, some 100. You see one state underneath your soil is liquid money. But our leaders have kept all these things. They have all been focused on the oil in the Niger Delta and have been single-handedly siphoning these mineral resources, selling them to their Western allies, and impoverishing the nation. So most places where you hear there are security challenges, you hear that there are bandits. If a person in Zamfara understands that there's gold, one of the purest golds in the world in Zamfara, but there are bandits there. So we're going to have a huge expose on Saturday, hopefully by God's grace, 4 p.m. Nigerian time. We'll be back here. Thank you to all of you that have always been with us on the platform. It is important we continue to shape the narrative, to speak to these issues, to not to deter, and please, let nobody make you feel like what you're doing is not right or you're not doing enough. Keep whatever you're doing, please keep doing more. I see so many people. God bless you guys on the 1mm crew. Man, that billboard blew my mind off. Is it people carrying stickers around, making shirts with all eyes on the judiciary, making aprons, and everything you're doing is adding up to something huge. Please, on this platform, I gave a challenge last week. I said, everybody, make sure you're contacting 10 people. Make sure 10 Nigerians are hearing about the judiciary. Because in the eventuality, I'm saying this for Nigerians to wake up. And I'm still coming from the part of Zizi. In the eventuality of any of those 2 occurrences she's mentioned on this space happens, Nigerians must rise up and take back their country. There's no time for mincing words. There's no time for playing soft. The only thing these people understand is force. That is only language this criminal gang that have been holding this country to rampage for so long understand is force. And Nigerians, if 2% of Nigerians come out and say, no, we are tired. If 2% of our population come out, we will change that country forever. And my happiness is that our events are already shaping it, that you don't even need 2%. You just need to come out, be a lone voice and shout. Go to the marketplace and shout, it don't do me, I don't tire. And you will see people in a multitude that will follow behind you. Nigerians, we are reaching that breaking point. So please, arm yourself with 10 people that are ready and that you are activating. Make it be say you demo. Look at it like say you de what they say, what they call it, say you're radicalized 10 Nigerians. Operation radicalize 10 Nigerians, that will radicalize 10 Nigerians, that will radicalize 10 Nigerians as we await for judgment. Either ways, is a win-win for Nigeria. Thank you to every single one of you that have come out on the platform today. It's been an amazing space. Hopefully our brothers in Nigeria will understand we're not fighting with them, that we are not at war with them, that we are together in this battle. We want exactly what they want to. They want a good country. They cannot understand why in the abundance of the blessings God has given them, they're living in abject poverty. The same way with us in Nigeria, with all what God has given us, we have no reason. We have no reason to be poor. We have no reason to be poor, but wicked and satanic leaders like Brother Ahmed Tinubu and co are the reasons why we are languishing in poverty. So please, Nigerians, brace up for impact. Be ready. Be ready. If you're thinking that you're suicidal, Nigeria is hard. Yeah. Please don't kill yourself. No. Please, hold up. Hold up. We are at that point whereby these people that have made Nigerians pass through this hell will pass through the hell themselves. And as I always on this platform, if Nigeria doesn't work for everybody, it should work for nobody. Thank you, my brother, welcome to Nigeria. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, N6 Fellow. Real Ever Best, my bro. Thank you, Darren. You did not speak. Thank you to every single one of you that requested for the mic and did not come up to speak. It's not intentional, just that we have a time cap to this space and we have exceeded our time. God bless every single one of you. Please use that DP up there. Post it on your WhatsApp stories, your Instagram stories, all on through Twitter, all our big handles. Please help us make this display picture of the illegality of Tinubu. Let it go viral. That's what we do on the platform. It helps us shape the narrative. God bless you, my sister Pels. I see you. Thank you, Aku, my brother. Thank you, Spotlight. UC Maxwell. God bless the whole Vawulence team behind the scene that is making sure we're streaming this space across our radio station, on our YouTube channel, and everyone listening to me on Facebook. God bless every single one of you. Thank you, Mommy Bolanle Otumba. Hope your teeth is better now. Thank you, my brother. Big Mark, thank you. Ken Pella, our incoming. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Sweet Angel, Anka Dede, Omega XD, Savik, Tolu, Hefrani, Mary White, Polonium, Olua, MJ Stark, AGK May, Oluwarotimi, thank you. In the first son, Mama Wakiri, Doctor, congratulations to you. Sheila D, Oluwadamilari, Pedro, I can't wait to hear your submission on Saturday. Thank you, Madonna, Mina, Rhoda, Cindy, Biruki, Dr. Lu, Ada, Tweet Doctor, Damilora, Adamu, Ezem Namdi, Adowiri. God bless every single one of you. I can't call all the names. I'm just going to try to call as much as possible. Take care. Moda, Mr. Waleri, Emmanuel, Ehid, Hesley, Stella D, Jacob Ikenna, Yvonne Mugzi. God bless every single one of you. Please, Nigerians, get ready to take back your country. God bless you all. Good night. See you guys. Same station, same avenue on Saturday is the Vawulence Space, and I sign out. Good night. take back your country. God bless you all. Good night. See you guys. Same station, same avenue on Saturday is the Violence Space, and I sign out. Good night.